way cheaper.
Even if it might be a relatively better deal than eating at home.
Thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Either way, some thoughts got to go into it, right? Whether you eat out or stay in and cook.
Yeah, you're like, well, then the gas it takes to get there, or was more convenient.
All adds up.
It is. See you tomorrow.
Two years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic.
By a margin of over 2-1, Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney was defeated by her Trump-backed opponent. The gleeful former president crowing about it overnight.
Are you ready for air travel with a sonic boom? American Airlines is gearing up for the return to supersonic flying.
With the number of school shootings growing, lawmakers in one state want high schoolers to take bleed control classes so kids can care for gunshot victims.
The mega drought in the West is forcing multiple states to cut back even more than thought possible.
And another tough night for tennis great Serena Williams. It's Wednesday, August 17th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking news, it is official. Donald Trump's biggest Republican nemesis in Congress has been ousted. Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the vice chair of the January 6th committee, who also voted to impeach the former president, has been defeated by her Trump-backed challenger, Harriet Hageman. While Hageman celebrated, Cheney vowed to keep fighting.
And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
Former President Trump congratulated Hageman on social media and also took a dig at Congresswoman Cheney, saying, quote, now she can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion. Later this morning, Congresswoman Cheney will get her chance to explain what her political future holds in an exclusive interview with Savannah Guthrie on Today.
Polls also closed a few hours ago in Alaska. Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican who has also challenged Trump, has survived her primary. Alaska has changed to a ranked choice primary system. That means Murkowski only needed to finish in the top 4 to move on to the general election. And Sarah Palin still has a chance to win Alaska's special election and finish out the term of deceased Congressman Don Young, which ends in January. And Palin is also competing in the primary to determine who will fill that House seat for next full term. That starts in January. This race is also using the ranked choice system. And due to the high number of mail-in ballots in Alaska, it could be at least a week before we see complete results.
Former President Trump is at the center of a growing web of investigations. In Washington, several are underway into his finances, classified documents, and role in the January 6th attack. New York has both civil and criminal investigations open into the former president's business dealings. And down in Georgia, a special grand jury is looking into his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That grand jury will turn its attention to Rudy Giuliani today. NBC's Susan McGinnis joins us now from D.C. with the latest. Susan, good morning. The president's former attorney could be in some legal trouble here.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. That's right, Aid. An attorney for Attorney Rudy Giuliani telling NBC News his client is now a target of a criminal probe into alleged 2020 election interference in Georgia. A grand jury was convened last year to investigate that call between former President Trump, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Remember, he asked him to find votes to overturn his loss in Georgia. Giuliani expected to testify under oath and also behind closed doors today in Atlanta, but it is unlikely he will answer any questions about his former boss, most likely claiming attorney-client privilege and pleading the Fifth. But the grand jury could also focus on possible election crimes committed by Giuliani himself. Back in December 2020, he made false claims about election fraud in front of a Georgia prosecutor. That person now warning Giuliani he is a criminal target.
I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that. So no need to push it any further, but there's more than ample evidence to conclude that this election was a sham.
Now, the Georgia investigation has cast a wide net. Senator Lindsey Graham also fighting a subpoena in that investigation. The judge has also ordered Trump legal advisor Jenna Ellis to testify before that special grand jury. Prosecutors want to know about her role in helping to coordinate and plan legislative hearings in Georgia and other states, also where false allegations on election fraud were pushed. She is scheduled to testify August 25th. Philip, back to you.
Things heating up down in Georgia. All right, Susan, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Boston Children's Hospital is warning its employees of increasingly aggressive online harassment by far-right activists making false claims about its treatment of young transgender people. The hospital first became a target when well-followed social media accounts began making defamatory statements. One allegation said that the hospital offered gender-affirming hysterectomies to children under 18. Conservative influencers with millions of followers pushed similar false narratives, adding fuel to the fire. Boston Children's Hospital said in a statement that it condemns the attacks and is working with law enforcement to protect its staff and patients and to hold the offenders accountable. For more, head to NBCNews.com.
American Airlines has placed an order for 20 supersonic planes that go twice as fast as today's passenger jets. The Overture aircraft from the Denver-based company Boom Supersonic will fit up to 80 people. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
Time to create the world's fastest airliner?
Could the future of aviation actually be retro?
Time to turn the past into the present.
Like back to the Concorde. It was 2003 when the Concorde last flew passengers over the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound. But the Concorde was too loud and too expensive. A fatal crash in 2000 put an end to the program. Now, Denver's Boom Aviation is promising to take travelers back to the future with a 4-engine plane it calls Overture.
It's about time.
American Airlines has signed on, ordering 20 of its own supersonic planes, following United Airlines, which has already ordered 15, both with options for more. Other customers include Japan Airlines and the U.S. Air Force.
There are going to need to be hundreds of Overture aircraft to carry the tens of millions of passengers around the world who can benefit from supersonic.
You think that many people want to go supersonic?
I think everybody wants to go supersonic.
Last year, Boom's CEO gave us a tour.
So if I'm a United passenger, I may be flying your supersonic jet by the end of the decade.
By the end of the decade, we want to do supersonic as quickly as possible. We think the world needs this.
Boom says its planes will be lighter, smaller, quieter, and slightly slower than Concorde. Concorde flew at Mach 2. Boom will fly at Mach 1.7, cutting current flight times in half. New York to London in 3.5 hours. Seattle to Tokyo, 4.5, with planes carrying up to 80 passengers.
So every seat, you're going to have a large window where you can see the view from 60,000 feet, the curvature of the Earth, the sky a deeper blue.
Boom says its engines will use 100% sustainable fuels. The real question, how many people will pay for a faster supersonic flight?
Are there enough people who would be willing to pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to fly between New York and London in just 3.5 hours? Maybe, but it's a limited market.
American and United Airlines believe if you build it, the customers will come.
Sounds pretty cool. Thanks to Tom for that report.
New York police announced they took 46 illegal guns off the streets last weekend. At a press conference announcing the bust, the NYPD chief of patrol said it's, quote, a harsh reminder of the staggering proliferation of guns that are flooding into our city. And in neighboring New Jersey, state lawmakers are proposing making so-called bleed control part of the mandatory health curriculum in the state's high schools. That's according to the New Jersey Monitor. Concerns over mass shootings inspired the bill that aims to teach high schoolers how to control traumatic bleeding. The state Senate could hear the bill this fall.
It was a chippy day of practice in training camp as Patriots and Panthers players are fighting for roster spots. A fight between the teams broke out. Words exchanged before the pushing and shoving ensued. 3 Pats players and 1 Panthers defensive lineman were ejected from practice. These 2 teams have another joint practice today before their preseason game against each other on Friday.
Serena Williams was in action Tuesday as her evolution from tennis fast approaches. Williams was greeted with massive cheers in Cincinnati, but it was a tough match for the legend at the Western and Southern Open. Defending U.S. Open champion Emma Raducanu beat Williams in straight sets, 6-4, 6-0. Williams implied that she'd wrap up her playing career following the U.S. Open, which begins in less than 2 weeks.
Now to stunning images of a storm in the Gulf of Mexico. A massive water spout formed off the coast of Destin on the Florida Panhandle. Thunder and lightning also cracked behind that twister. This water spout did not make landfall, but a witness said that it traveled for about 20 minutes before finally dissipating. Truly a sight to behold for all of those on shore.
Okay, and let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, good morning. How are we looking on this hump day?
Good morning to you both. And we're looking at a lot of heat out there. It was the heat and humidity that spawned some of those water spouts, and also a cold front that's moving through the southeast. But it's out west. We're looking at dangerous heat. 21 million people impacted from Washington through Oregon all the way to California. We're looking at heat alerts, also excessive heat warnings, temperatures into the 90s and triple digits for many. So we're looking at 105 in Medford today. That's 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, and 105 in Sacramento. Big story out to the east. We're looking at that jet stream dip low, and it's allowing that cooler air to come in. So we're looking at just 85 in Little Rock. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking at temperatures really comfortable in the Midwest, Great Lakes as well, 82 degrees today in Indianapolis. And it's the heat and humidity that's going to spark some showers and storms. I could see some heavy rainfall as well in the southeast with temperatures in the 90s. All right, guys, we have that heat out west. We're tracking some storms in the southeast. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you then, Michelle. Thank you.
Sure.
We may have said goodbye to a $44 billion Twitter deal, but could Elon Musk be saying good day to Manchester United? The SpaceX and Tesla CEO tweeted that he was looking to buy the English soccer club, which Forbes estimates is worth $4.6 billion. But, of course, he's known for his social media antics, and Musk later clarified that he was joking, saying that he's not buying any sports teams.
Early today is Back in a Minute with a major recall for SUV drivers.
And listen up, why getting a hearing aid will be easier than ever. I said easier than ever.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We have a consumer alert for GM SUV owners. 500,000 vehicles are being recalled over faulty seat belts. Owners of the Cadillac Escalade, GMC Yukons, and Chevrolet Suburbans and Tahoes will hear from GM via mail starting September 26th. They're eligible for free dealership repair. Drivers can also contact the manufacturer directly. No injuries have been reported.
It's the news millions of Americans have been waiting to hear. The FDA has finalized a rule creating a new class of hearing aid that can be sold over the counter. It'll allow people with mild to moderate hearing loss to buy the devices without a prescription or expensive exams.
The Biden administration is canceling nearly $4 billion in federal student debt for borrowers who attended ITT Technical Institute. ITT school was shut down in 2016 after the Education Department found that the for-profit college had misled students in order to make a profit off of federal student loan programs. The cancellation will benefit 208,000 students who attended the technical schools as far back as 2005.
All right, let's turn now out west, where drastic steps are being taken to ration water. The ongoing mega drought is forcing the federal government to announce water cuts to 2 states. But the pain will be felt all across the country. Here's Miguel Almaguer to explain.
In the grips of a prolonged and historic drought, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation announcing unprecedented water cuts to states along the Colorado River, the lifeblood of the American West, serving some 40 million people. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river, as Nevada loses 8%.
It's complex problems, not only in natural resources, but politically, economically, socially.
Climate change has only intensified a 23-year mega drought in the now critically low water levels. Snaking from the Rocky Mountains through the parched Southwest, the river water sustains some of the largest cities in the country, but some 80% is used to grow produce that feeds the nation.
We must be conscious of the fact that we deal with finite resources and we need to manage accordingly.
Downriver, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are just a quarter full. Hydropower production could soon be threatened.
Water cuts made by the federal government come after the 7 states involved couldn't reach an agreement on their own. Future cuts impacting even more states seem inevitable.
Hoping to avoid a catastrophic river collapse, Arizona and Nevada face a tightening tap, a crisis threatening to trickle down to more of the country. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Get off my plane.
The man behind iconic movies like that one, Air Force One, The Perfect Storm, and In the Line of Fire has died. Wolfgang Petersen was Oscar nominated for the German-language film Das Boot and went on to direct The Never-Ending Story and Troy, among others, over an expansive career. Born in Germany, a legend in Hollywood, Wolfgang Petersen was 81 years old.
When the NBA unveils its 2022-23 regular season schedule today, the one day that'll be left blank there. NBC's Shaquille Brewster has the details.
Well, in a move to encourage voter participation in the upcoming midterm elections, NBC News has learned that when the NBA releases its full season schedule, it will include no games, 0 games on Election Day. Additionally, the NBA tells us that all 30 teams will play on the Monday before the election in order to encourage fans, players, and arena staff to go out and vote the next day. This is a significant departure from what we've seen in the past. Back in 2018, during those midterm elections, we know that 8 teams competed on Election Day. You go back to 2014, 16 teams were competing on that election night. We spoke to NBA officials who said that this is a value statement. They want to emphasize the importance of voting, going beyond their push for specific pieces of legislation, saying that in order to get that legislation achieved, voters and fans must first go to the ballot box. In New York, Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
The NBA is usually at the forefront of these things. Coming up, Michelle is tracking showers and storms to watch out for today.
And serious shark attacks from coast to coast. One of the latest victims, only 10 years old.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We are watching southeast downpours once again. It's all due to the heat and humidity along with the cold front. It's moving really slowly. So we're looking at showers and storms firing up along that cold front. Could see some really gusty winds as well, along with some heavy rainfall along the Gulf Coast into the southeast where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, yellows. That's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. We'll be right back.
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In Florida, a 10-year-old boy lost part of his leg after being bitten by a shark. It's just one of a string of attacks raising concerns across the country. Our Stephen Romo reports.
Shark attacks raising fears from coast to coast. One of the latest serious incidents causing a 10-year-old boy to lose part of his leg after a bull shark attack, according to his family. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission confirming the boy was bitten while snorkeling at Looe Key Reef. His uncle posting on Facebook that Jameson Jr. took a crushing blow near his knee from an 8-foot bull shark. His family placing a tourniquet on his leg to stop the bleeding. He was then airlifted to the hospital where his leg was amputated just below the knee to save his life. The fundraising page for the family raising more than $50,000 in donations in just 2 days. This is at least the third shark attack in South Florida in less than a month.
We're out at Sawyer Key on a boat. My wife just got bit by a shark. Her leg is set.
Lindsay Bruns and her daughters jumped off a pontoon boat while on vacation from Texas when her husband saw splashing and, quote, nothing but blood in the water.
Is she bleeding right now?
Yeah.
Do you have a towel wrapped around her leg?
I do. We tied it off.
Doctors weren't sure if they were going to be able to save her leg, but are now hopeful that she will gain back most of her function. Nearby at Daytona Beach shores, Tasha Summers was bitten in the shin by a small shark.
My first instinct was just to scream.
And just a few days ago, a shark attacked David Stickler in Pacific Grove, California, while he was paddleboarding with his dog.
Grabbed onto the front of the board,
and hit it hard, and that was really jarring.
This encounter coming just 2 months after another man was bitten by a shark in that same area, suffering major injuries to his stomach and leg, according to city officials.
It grabbed me and pulled me up and then dove me down in the water. And then, of course, it spit me out.
Multiple shark attacks this summer off the coast of Long Island, too, including 2 in one day. With summer still in full force, experts say it's a little too soon to gauge whether these attacks are part of an increasing trend. While still rare, shark attacks jumped after 2020, at least in part because people are now back at beaches after pandemic closures had many canceling vacations.
And our thanks to Stephen Robo for that report. A lot of people get bummed out when it's the end of summer, but I tell you what, there's some relief that comes in that.
Yeah, it's got to be on your mind when you go in there, especially if you have kids. You just got to be very careful, especially when you hear stories like that. Thanks for starting your Wednesday with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great day. See you back here tomorrow.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
Just a part of Congresswoman Liz Cheney's expected concession speech after her Trump-backed opponent beat her by more than 2-1. Plus, Sarah Palin is back in the mix with a chance at becoming a U.S. member of Congress.
Multiple states are facing historic water cuts as the growing mega drought in the West shows no signs of relief.
Today, former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani will be in the hot seat as he faces a grand jury in Georgia, where he is also a target of the probe.
Just how productive are you at work? Ever heard of tattleware or surveillance software? Well, your boss may have a better idea than you if they're using this new technology to track your every move.
And check out this ominous view from a Florida beach. Mother Nature showing off in a spectacular manner as we kick off your hump day. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the latest legal trouble for former President Trump in a widening web of investigations. In Washington, several are underway into his finances, classified documents, and role in the January 6th attack. New York has both civil and criminal investigations open into the former president's business dealings. And in Georgia, a special grand jury is looking into efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That grand jury will turn its attention to Rudy Giuliani today. NBC's Susan McGinnis is in D.C. with the latest. And Susan, good morning. The president's former attorney could be in some legal trouble.
Yeah, that is correct, Francis. Good morning. An attorney for Rudy Giuliani telling NBC News he is the target in a criminal probe into election fraud in 2020 in Georgia. That special grand jury convened last year to investigate that call, that famous call between Trump and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Remember, he asked him to find votes to overturn his loss in the state. Giuliani is expected to testify under oath, but behind closed doors today in Atlanta. It is unlikely, though, he's going to answer any questions about his former boss, most likely pleading the fifth or claiming attorney-client privilege. But the grand jury could also focus on possible election crimes committed by Giuliani himself. Back in 2020 in December, he made false claims about election fraud in front of the Georgia prosecutor, who's now warning him he is a criminal target.
I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table. No. Wait until you throw the opposition out and in the middle of the night count them. We would have to be fools to think that. So no need to push it any further, but there's more than ample evidence to conclude that this election was a sham.
Now, the Georgia investigation has cast a wide net. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham also fighting a subpoena in that investigation. The judge has also ordered Trump legal advisor Jenna Ellis to testify before this special grand jury. Prosecutors want to know about her role in helping to coordinate and plan legislative hearings in Georgia and other states where false allegations on election fraud were pushed. She is scheduled to testify, Francis, August 25th.
Okay. Thank you for the breakdown, Susan.
One of Donald Trump's biggest Republican critics in Congress is out. Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the vice chair of the January 6th committee, who also voted to impeach the former president, has been defeated by her Trump-backed challenger, Harriet Hageman. And while Hageman celebrated, Cheney vowed to keep fighting.
And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
Former President Trump congratulated Hageman on social media and also took a dig at Congresswoman Cheney, saying, quote, now she can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion. Later this morning, Congresswoman Cheney will go one-on-one with Savannah Guthrie on Today. So set your DVR.
Polls also closed a few hours ago in Alaska. Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican who has also challenged Trump, has survived her primary. Alaska has changed to a ranked choice primary system. That means Murkowski only needed to finish in the top 4 to move on to the general election. And Sarah Palin still has a chance to win Alaska's special election and finish out the term of deceased Congressman Don Young, which ends in January. And Palin is also competing in the primary to determine who will fill that House seat for the next full term, which starts in January. This race is also using the ranked choice system.
All right, let's turn now out west, where drastic steps are being taken to ration water. An ongoing mega drought has forced the federal government to announce water cuts to 2 states. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
In the grips of a prolonged and historic drought, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation announcing unprecedented water cuts to states along the Colorado River, the lifeblood of the American West, serving some 40 million people. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river, as Nevada loses 8%.
It's a complex problem, not only in natural resources, but politically, economically, socially.
Climate change has only intensified a 23-year mega drought in the now critically low water levels. Snaking from the Rocky Mountains through the parched Southwest, the river water sustains some of the largest cities in the country, but some 80% is used to grow produce that feeds the nation.
We must be conscious of the fact that we deal with finite resources and we need to manage accordingly.
Downriver, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are just a quarter full. Hydropower production could soon be threatened.
Water cuts made by the federal government come after the 7 states involved couldn't reach an agreement on their own. Future cuts impacting even more states seem inevitable.
Hoping to avoid a catastrophic river collapse, Arizona and Nevada face a tightening tap, a crisis threatening to trickle down to more of the country. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A new NTSB report is revealing more details about the moments leading up to a co-pilot's fatal jump from a plane in North Carolina. According to the report, Charles Hugh Crooks was visibly upset as they planned their emergency landing at Raleigh-Durham International Airport. The pilot in command noted that Crooks opened the side cockpit window and, quote, may have gotten sick. The report states that the co-pilot, quote, got up from his seat, removed his headset, apologized, and departed the plane via the ramp door. His body was found in a yard hours after the plane landed.
The search for missing teenager Kylie Rodney is entering a new and more limited phase, California authorities say. Until there are new leads in this case, the search is winding down. 16-year-old Rodney has been missing for 11 days now. Our Maya Eaglin has the story.
The search for missing California teenager Kylie Rodney enters a new phase after 11 days.
We are going to have to switch modes and kind of focus on the investigative end and try to figure out where do we go from there.
The Placer County Sheriff's Office telling NBC News it's stopping search and rescue efforts for now until the investigation turns up new leads. The Rodney family upping the reward for information listed on FindKylie.com to $75,000. The 16-year-old was attending a party with hundreds of others at a campground near Lake Tahoe on Friday, August 5th, when she was last seen around midnight. Her phone, last pinged around 12:30 a.m. Saturday morning, according to police, showed her location near Prosser Lake, in the vicinity of the party. Investigators believe the phone ran out of battery or was shut off. Her mother recounting the last conversation she had with Kylie.
I asked her to wake me up when she got home, like she always does, and she said, okay, and thanks, Mama, love you. And that's the last I ever heard from her.
And Kylie's father sharing this message.
Extremely concerned. This is
It's an absolute nightmare. This is every parent's nightmare.
Now, no trace of Kylie or the silver Honda she drove to the campground in. Police releasing several photos of Rodney, including this one, taken just hours before the party, and this photo of the hoodie she's said to have been wearing when last seen. Police saying they received a video of her in that sweatshirt at the party, but have not released it yet.
If anyone has more video that they have not submitted, please, there's no small amount of information for us.
Kylie's best friend Magdalene, who's assisting the search, spoke to our Sacramento affiliate.
I just want her to come back and be okay and just to know that she's loved.
Over the weekend, Rodney's hometown of Truckee, California, coming together for a concert in her honor.
Country for Kylie is about hope. It is about community. It is about keeping our spirits high.
Thanks to Maya for that report.
A group cleaning up the beach in Biloxi, Mississippi found more than they bargained for. They stumbled upon several kilos of cocaine. The volunteers called police, who recovered 11.5 bricks total. That's a street value of about $1 million. Some of that was found on Joey Lee Ware, who police say decided to keep the drugs for himself. He is charged with aggravated trafficking of a controlled substance.
Now to your midweek weather and more triple-digit temperatures out there. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking all of that for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, summer going strong, and we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s and also the triple digits. Out west, we're looking at 21 million people impacted by either a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. That's in the ping from Washington through Oregon, down through parts of Southern California, Fresno, and Bakersfield under an excessive heat warning. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s. The jet stream so far to the north is allowing that heat in, and we're looking at 105 today in Medford, 105 in Sacramento, 102 in Boise. Big difference out east. We're looking at temperatures in the low 80s. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures really comfortable in the Midwest, the Great Lakes. We could see a few storms in the upper Midwest. It's warm, though, in the Intermountain West with temperatures into the 90s. Also warm in the Southeast. That could fuel some storms later on this afternoon. All right, we have that heat out west. We are also tracking some storms in the Southeast. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay, we'll check in with you in a bit. The Girl Scouts are initiating a zesty new release to its cookie troop. The new flavor is called Raspberry Rally. The fruit-flavored treat is said to be a sister cookie of the Thin Mint, but with a tangy take instead. The special edition cookies will be sold exclusively online in 2023 to help teach Scouts e-commerce and other tech-based skills.
We're back in just 60 seconds with a major victory for the Biden administration.
And NASA rolls one step closer to sending Earthlings back to the moon.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
New this morning, NASA's mission to the moon and beyond is slowly taking shape. The Artemis 1 rocket began its rollout to the launch pad around 10 p.m. Eastern. Artemis 1 and the Orion spacecraft are part of the beginning phase for NASA to get astronauts back on the moon and eventually to Mars. NASA expects to launch the unmanned flight from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on August 29th.
President Biden has signed a major climate, health care, and tax bill into law. The Inflation Reduction Act will immediately allow Americans to receive tax credits and rebates for certain energy-efficient products and electric cars. At the start of the new year, other key components will take effect, including a 15% corporate minimum tax on companies making more than $1 billion a year. Also, reduced costs for Medicare enrollees, as well as the $35 price cap for insulin will kick in. The Affordable Care Act will also be extended. Former President Obama tweeted to President Biden that the new IRA law is a BFD in reference to Biden's hot mic moment at the signing of the Affordable Care Act in 2010. That's when he said it was a big bleeping deal. The president responded with a tweet with, "Thanks, Obama."
Still to come, how some companies are watching employees closer than ever amid the rise in working from home.
And is inflation sticking a fork in your grocery budget? Why eating out could be the answer.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Coming up on Today, it's back to school week, why some middle and high schoolers will be starting their days later than ever this year.
With the rise of remote working comes new ways for companies to track your activity. Some businesses are monitoring nearly every move made by their employees down to the very keystroke. Our Vicki Nguyen has more.
For many Americans, working from home is now more feasible than ever. One recent survey showing 58% of respondents say they can work remotely at least one day a week, with 35% having the option to work from home the entire week. And with more people operating outside of the office, some companies are stepping up worker tracking, or so-called tattleware or surveillance software. That is, supervisors monitoring daily activities through company-issued devices, including keyboard usage, screen time, clicks, and more.
I would definitely leave that company and try to seek a job elsewhere.
If it was a company I really admired and worked for, I wouldn't be bothered by it.
A recent New York Times investigation found 8 of the 10 largest private employers in the U.S. tracked the productivity metrics of their workers, many of them in real time, leading to many employees being subject to scores, trackers, idle buttons, and more, which can lead to lost wages and, in some cases, even terminations, according to the Times. Earlier this year, we chatted with business ethics professor J.S. Nelson, who told us people working somewhere with more than 500 employees should be on high alert.
Definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
As increased productivity and transparency have been cited as benefits of everyday worker tracking, experts say workers being treated fairly is crucial.
When an employee doesn't feel the ability to control what's happening, how does it affect their behavior at work?
They feel less responsibility to do good work, to be the best employee they can be, to fully engage themselves. And monitoring strips that away. It takes them away from their work in that sense because they're not as engaged in it.
And with more and more employees already feeling burnt out, some workers argue not every job or task can be monitored digitally, often leading to real work falling outside of tracking data, including face-to-face meetings.
You simply can't track all the behaviors that go into a successful workday. You have to continue to focus on employees' work outputs, not necessarily the inputs.
And while there are creative options out there that might be able to help,
if you work from home, you need a mouse jiggler. It jiggles your mouse to make it seem like you're working.
Some are weighing whether to keep their jobs or take their talents elsewhere.
And our thanks to Vicki Nguyen for that report.
A mouse jiggler. Who knew? Coming up, more heartbreak on Serena Williams' goodbye tour.
And the can't miss waterspout moment caught on camera over Florida.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Stunning images of a storm in the Gulf of Mexico. That massive water spout formed off the coast of Destin on the Florida Panhandle. Thunder and lightning cracking behind it. The water spout didn't make landfall, but a witness said it traveled for about 20 minutes before dissipating. A sight to behold for all those on shore.
It looks like CGI, but very, very real. But let's see what else is out there and check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hi, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we could see some more storms in the southeast today. A very slow-moving cold front. Also, some heat and humidity could spark some storms. Also looking at the chance for some monsoon storms as we go throughout the afternoon into the Four Corners, the southern Rockies. Could see some heavy rain where you see these darker colors. That's where we're looking at the chance for some heavy rain, even leading to some flooding as well. Looking at the southeast along the Gulf Coast into portions of Florida and the Carolinas, we're looking at 1 to 2 inches of rain as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. If you think grocery prices are too much to swallow, well, we will tell you why eating out could be the answer. Next.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Serena Williams was in action on Tuesday as her evolution from tennis fast approaches. Williams was greeted with massive cheers at the Western and Southern Open, but it was a tough match for the legend against the defending U.S. Open champion. Emma Raducanu beat Williams in straight sets, 6-4, 6-0. Williams implied that she would wrap up her playing career following the U.S. Open, which begins in less than 2 weeks.
As inflation keeps the price of groceries up, an unexpected place may have you save money on food. Talk about restaurants. Sam Brock breaks it down for us.
From fast food restaurants like Burger King,
the BK $5 Your Way meal,
to value-based chains like Applebee's. Advertising a dozen shrimp for $1 with a steak entree, the emphasis on cost saving for families racked by inflation is evident.
Everything's really expensive. Even eating out is expensive, though, too.
And certainly the cost of everything is up. It's just a question of relativity. Federal numbers show grocery store prices shot up more than 13% year over year in July, while restaurant prices jumped a more digestible 7.6%, the biggest inflationary gap between the two in roughly 50 years. Businesses like Sergio's restaurant in Miami are seeing an uptick in visitors who are capitalizing in creative ways.
We're seeing a lot of people still do takeout and portioning food. Someone can cut a chicken that maybe costs you $16, and you come out eating 2 people for $8. You can't do that in the grocery stores.
Owner Carlos Gazatua says grocery stores, unlike restaurants, have dynamic pricing that can change daily.
Did you envision a circumstance under which you would be marketing your restaurant as a better value proposition than a supermarket?
We would have never seen this several years ago. The only thing I think is that the marketplace will dictate, and the consumer is savvy enough to know it.
Certainly, value depends on what kind of food you're talking about. Fast food companies traditionally catering to those with less financial flexibility continue to offer the lowest pricing. And even in the supermarket, economists say the inner shelf items, non-perishables, present palatable deals. But meats, seafood, dairy, and fruits have exploded in cost.
For consumers who are interested in the high quality food, eating fresh foods, those consumers are seeing more pronounced inflation.
Which might explain a pivot to more dining out.
If you're somebody who just cooks on the fly and really aren't so into cooking in the kitchen, then definitely eating out is way cheaper.
Even if it might be a relatively better deal than eating at home.
Thanks to Simon Brock for that report. Either way, some thoughts got to go into it, right? Whether you eat out or stay in and cook.
Yeah, you're like, well, then the gas it takes to get there, or was more convenient.
All adds up.
It is. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, unseated, breaking overnight political payback for Donald Trump. As his most outspoken Republican critic, Congresswoman Liz Cheney concedes defeat in the Wyoming primaries while defending her stance against the former president.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
Also breaking in Alaska, two Republican rivals, Trump critic Senator Lisa Murkowski and Trump-endorsed Kelly Tshibaka, now set to go head-to-head in November. We have team coverage with the latest returns, plus what this could mean about Trump's influence on the GOP. 1 year later, as America marks the first anniversary of the deadly Afghanistan troop withdrawal, the general in charge of the operation is now speaking out. What he's saying about the controversial exit, the chaotic aftermath, and the lives lost. Game changer, a major move that could impact millions of Americans. The FDA clearing the way for over-the-counter hearing aids, making them cheaper and more accessible than ever. More on the decision and how soon you can get the devices without a prescription. And Jill, of all trades, she's done just about everything in front of and behind the camera in this week's Women Mean Business. We'll talk to movie executive Cece Cleary about her impressive decades-long career in entertainment and how she found success in a male-dominated industry. And I have a feeling, once again, we'll be taking notes during Women Mean Business.
Lots of advice.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a lot of breaking news this morning, though, beginning with those election results from Wyoming and Alaska, highlighting the influence of former President Trump on the Republican Party.
In Wyoming, Congresswoman Liz Cheney decisively lost the GOP primary for the House seat that she first won back in 2016, a seat that once belonged to her father, Dick Cheney. She was defeated by Harriet Hageman, who was backed by Trump and has supported his unfounded claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Congresswoman Cheney, the former number 3 House Republican, became Trump's top target after she voted for his impeachment in 2021 and for her role on the January 6th committee.
And in the Alaska Senate race, another high-profile Republican Trump critic, incumbent Lisa Murkowski, advanced to a runoff this fall, along with Trump's pick, Kelly Tshibaka, and 2 other candidates. Murkowski is one of 7 Republican senators who voted to convict the former president in his second impeachment trial, and the only one who will be on the ballot this November.
We're covering it all with NBC News political editor Mark Murray and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who joins us from Jackson, Wyoming. Good morning to both of you. Mark, let's start with you in that House race in Wyoming. Cheney was expected to lose the primary, but the numbers here are pretty astounding, considering her former status as a leader in the Republican Party and her famous family name in the state of Wyoming. So what should we know about Cheney's defeat and the successful campaign that was run by Hageman?
Yeah, Cheney's defeat was a blowout, Joe, and as you ended up showing, the margin was more than a 2-to-1 margin, and you usually don't see that when an incumbent is running for re-election particularly in a primary. And we have seen Republicans defeat Donald Trump-backed supporters in primary challenges. We saw Brian Kemp being able to do that in Georgia, Nancy Mace in South Carolina. But Liz Cheney's was a kind of a different brand, and she has been cooperating with the Democrats on the January 6th committee and ended up paying a price for that. As for Harriet Hageman, who ended up winning last night's Republican primary, she was running on a message not only that she was backed by the former president Donald Trump, but also that Liz Cheney just wasn't representing her constituents in deep red Wyoming. Take a listen to some of her remarks from last night.
Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who is concerned that the game is becoming more and more rigged against them. Yeah. And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve.
But Joe, Liz Cheney, we haven't heard the last from her at all. She continues to serve on the House January 6th committee. They are promising more hearings as we end up getting to the fall. And so while Liz Cheney ended up losing her primary, I don't necessarily think she's going away anytime soon.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about that now. So, Vaughn, first of all, former President Trump responded to this race on his social media platform, Truth Social. He said, quote, Liz Cheney should be ashamed of herself, adding now she can disappear into the depths of political oblivion where she will be much happier. But let's be clear, Cheney gave a very impassioned concession speech that maybe doesn't signal she's going away. Tell us more about that and what her next steps might be.
Right, Joe. I've been over the years to quite a few concession speeches, election night watch parties that have welcomed a candidate onto stage who is staring at defeat and you could say political irrelevancy. In the case of Liz Cheney, last night was frankly a little weird. You're looking at somebody who lost at the hands of her own neighbors in her own backyard by by almost 40 percentage points, and yet it was clear that this is only the beginning of Liz Cheney's battle. She has made it clear that she intends to wage a much longer and larger fight ahead to make sure Donald Trump is never back in the White House. Take a little listen to a few of her remarks from last night.
No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed. He saved our union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same.
Allies of Cheney made it clear over the last year and a half, Joe, that she would not capitulate or change her ways or her position to Donald Trump for political expediency. And as a result, you saw her lose at the hands of Republican voters who overwhelmingly went for the Trump-backed candidate, Harriet Hageman.
We will hear more from Cheney in the next hour. Mark, let's talk about the Alaska Senate race. This was an open primary, which means it includes candidates from all parties, with the top four now going on to the general election this November. And it looks like it's going to be a showdown between the incumbent, Senator Lisa Murkowski, and Kelly Tshibaka, who was endorsed by Trump. What's your takeaway from the primary results here, and what do we expect from this big election come fall?
Yeah, Joe, my takeaway is that we're going to have to wait until November. And the overall margin was pretty close between Lisa Murkowski, who ended up emerging with the most votes last night in last night's top four primary. You ended up having Kelly Tshibaka with second, but trailing about by 4 percentage points. And then this, the top four candidates advanced to November. And then we're going to end up seeing ranked choice voting if no one secures a majority in November. And that will take weeks to count. And so this is just the first stage in Alaska, and we'll get a final word in either November or maybe even December.
And Vaughn, let's be clear, these unfounded claims about the 2020 election are going to be on the ballot come November. What should we expect in some of these campaigns where that's an issue?
Right. Over the last 4 or 5 months, we have seen these candidates who have echoed and propagated the 2020 election conspiracies brought to the forefront by Donald Trump. They have won these primaries. A majority of Republican voters in so many of these states have selected among multiple Republican candidates those who have echoed those conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen. And that's why I think that Liz Cheney, she has that network built in. And as you heard in her speech, she made it clear that she's not going away. Well, we have seen other members of Congress lose their primaries, other statewide office holders lose theirs. Liz Cheney intends to be a part of the fold, and it's been even suggested that she could have her own 2024 presidential run or build up a super PAC or an outside organization to try to push back against the Republican Party that has changed so drastically over the 20 years since her father served as vice president in the Bush-Cheney administration. Joe?
Ron Hilliard, Mark Murray, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now to the latest on the investigation surrounding the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The federal judge in Florida who approved the search warrant on the former president's home was scheduled a hearing to determine if the underlying affidavit used to justify the search should be unsealed to the public. The Department of Justice is arguing against making the affidavit public, while news organizations, including NBC News, and also Donald Trump himself, are pushing for its release. Let's bring in NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas for more on this. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here. Ryan, I'll start with you. So what more can you tell us about the arguments both sides will be making during this hearing?
Yeah, it's essentially an alignment between the media and Donald Trump, unusually in this case. I think that both sides are going to be arguing for sort of more information for this to come out. DOJ would obviously, even if this did come out, need to make some major redactions to it, but they don't want it to come out at all because they say that, the redactions that they would need to make would essentially take a lot of the context out. And additionally, it would offer a roadmap essentially to Donald Trump about where this investigation is headed. It could also maybe make witnesses less likely to come forward and be willing to cooperate. We've already seen instances of the FBI agents who were involved in the search in Mar-a-Lago be targeted by Trump supporters. So I think that they want to make sure that more information doesn't come out that is both a threat to those officers and also that might give Donald Trump a sense of where exactly this investigation is headed.
Danny, talk to us about what the implications could be here, no matter what happens, if the affidavit is released or if it stays sealed.
First, the affidavit of probable cause is going to stay sealed. If this were a normal case with just a normal, regular guy involved, there wouldn't even be a hearing. The judge would decide it on the papers or deny the motion outright. And I say that with quite a bit of disappointment because, like the media attorneys pushing to have the affidavit of probable cause released, I want to see it. A lot of us want to see it. DOJ knows that because that's why they're opposing it. They keep their investigations secret unless and until they hand up an indictment. Then they'll have a press conference. But DOJ never releases search warrant affidavits of probable cause. Even releasing or unsealing the search warrant and the property receipt was unusual, but not that wild because the search warrant becomes property of the person like Trump. He can release it if he wants or leak it. So that was no big surprise. But the affidavit of probable cause is a summary written to the judge to explain to the judge why there's probable cause, why there is evidence of criminality at the property to be searched. So it's a narrative explaining the evidence found to date in a persuasive way. It's a terrific piece of information for defense attorneys like me. It's one of the first things I go to when I get discovery, but you don't get discovery unless there's an indictment.
Now, we also know that Attorney General Merrick Garland approved this himself. We heard that in that press conference last week, but we're getting more information really about what went into this decision. A senior official at the Department of Justice told NBC News that the Attorney General wrestled with it for weeks before authorizing it. Ryan, tell us the latest on our reporting there.
Yeah, this was a pretty monumental decision, and Garland knew that this was going to be consequential for how this would go forward. He knew that this would be obviously divisive. Although DOJ would continue to note that they tried to keep this as quiet as they could and give basically the president that option of not making this public. And first they went down this trajectory where they did this sort of on a more, not so much cooperative, but rather on a quieter way without an enforced subpoena with a subpoena rather, of course, than the search warrant, which is what they went in with eventually. But, Garland has made clear that this was his decision and his decision alone. I believe we have some audio from him here talking about why he made that decision. He said that first, I personally approved this decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly, is what he said at that press conference a couple weeks ago.
Danny, what does this approach tell you about how the Department of Justice is handling this investigation overall?
They're handling it differently than they normally do, because normally there is no comment on a pending investigation. There is no press conference. There is no statement. There is no agreement to release the search warrant and the property receipt, even though those things could be leaked by the person that they hand it to when they execute the search warrant. So the DOJ is not following their standard practice, but I have to give them credit because that press conference that Merrick Garland had was a brilliant example of commenting but not commenting on an ongoing investigation. The first part of it was thanking the brave men and women of the FBI and the DOJ, that chunk, which is pretty standard and didn't have anything to do with the investigation. Then the second part was basically, we will agree to unseal 2 documents that Trump probably could have unsealed himself once he got his hands on them and released them. So basically, he defended the people under his command and did something that wasn't that shocking because it probably would have come out anyway. That affidavit of probable cause, on the other hand, that is something that they will oppose and that the judge is just not going to release unless, like all these other cases involving Trump, they don't follow the standard rules.
All right, Danny Ceballos and Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
And legal problems are growing for one of the former president's top associates, Rudy Giuliani. He is set to testify today before a grand jury as investigations intensify in Georgia around attempts there to overturn the 2020 election. According to his attorney, Giuliani was told Monday that he was a target in a criminal investigation into the state's election interference case. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now live in front of the courthouse in Fulton County, Georgia with the latest. Blaine, good morning to you. So what do we know about where things stand today as Giuliani gets ready to testify, and do we know if anyone else is also slated to testify?
Well, Joe, good morning to you. We do know that he is going to be appearing today behind closed doors before that special grand jury. In fact, his lawyer confirmed as much to NBC News. And there were certainly some question marks around this, whether or not he would actually come down here and testify in person. Just a week ago, his attorney, his local attorney, was in court behind me, essentially saying that doctors had said that because of recent heart procedures, it wasn't good for his health to take a flight down here. Well, the judge responded and said, you know what? If it's not good for his health to fly, there are other ways to get down here. You can come by a coach, you can come by train, break it up into legs if you need to. Just do whatever you need to do in order to get here. Now, the judge did leave open some of the door to say, hey, if you can produce a more detailed doctor's note to say why you shouldn't come down, we can consider pushing the date. That note wasn't produced, and we know that he's going to be here today. Now, remember, this is all closed proceeding. This is happening behind closed doors, but all of this centers around Giuliani's statements that he made back in December of 2020, just on the heels of the 2020 presidential election, where he was speaking to a number of Georgia lawmakers in front of a legislative panel here and essentially peddled a number of false claims about the election, saying, singling out 2 election workers, saying that they were involved in an elaborate plot to throw the election in Biden's favor. That was not the case. They received death threats because of that. He made claims about the state's voting machines and suitcases and things like that. All of those are things that we expect him to be questioned on today. Now, he's already indicated through his attorney that he doesn't plan to answer any questions about conversations that he had with the former President Trump. His attorney told NBC News that Giuliani will likely invoke attorney-client privilege on any of those conversations, Joe.
Yeah, Blaine, let's talk more about that. I mean, I know last month you spoke to the Fulton County District Attorney about the importance of having Trump's associates testify. But like you said, Giuliani's lawyer said his client is probably going to invoke attorney-client privilege if asked about his conversations with Trump. So how is that going to impact the grand jury and their ability to get the full picture?
You know, when I spoke with Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, she made it clear that she is going to subpoena and try and bring down anybody and everybody who has any sort of information that she believes would be beneficial for the grand jury to hear. She says anybody who knows anything about the former president's actions, his mindset, anything around that time, she wants the grand jury to hear from those individuals. Here's what she told me when I asked her, why is it important to hear from Rudy Giuliani, from Senator Lindsey Graham, who she's also subpoenaed, and other Trump associates? Take a look.
What is important is that the grand jurors hear from
anyone that may have impacted this election. I think that they deserve to get a full picture, and so what we are trying to do is give them a full picture.
And Joe, what she also told me during that exclusive interview last month is that she's not ruling out issuing subpoenas to close associates, former White House officials of former President Trump, and even subpoenaing the former president himself, Joe.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Time now for weather and dangerously high temperatures that are expected again today in the west.
Michelle Grossman is now with us with more on that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. And yeah, that's going to be the major weather headline today. Also tomorrow through the end of the week, we're looking at 21 million people impacted by heat advisory or excessive heat warning along the west coast from Washington to Oregon, California, even into Idaho, where you see the pink color. That's where we're looking at excessive heat warning. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in many spots. Fresno and Bakersfield will be sizzling today. So here's the setup. We have the jet stream so far to the north. That's allowing the heat in. So we're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s in Portland. Note is 19 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So this is not normal. We're looking at 105 in Medford, 105 in Sacramento, 102 today in Boise and Billings. We're looking at 95. So as we head towards the east, it's sort of that contrast, that temperature contrast. Really nice today. We had really nice couple past days. We're looking tomorrow at temperatures with that jet stream dip so low to the south, bringing in that cooler air. So we're looking at 84 in St. Louis, Lexington, 84, 85 in Little Rock, and even down to Atlanta, 80 degrees. That's 8 degrees below what is average for this time of year. As we go throughout the rest of the week, it's not going to be too bad. It's going to be a little bit warmer, but really average for this time of year. So D.C., the upper 80s on Friday, but really nice weekend once again. We'll add in the humidity, though, over the weekend as opposed to last weekend. Now, we're also looking at the chance for scattered storms along the southeast. We have a really slow-moving cold front. I'll show you that in just a minute. Also looking at monsoon moisture in the southwest. We're going to see them those storms firing up later on this afternoon once again. But those southeast downpours, we had a water spout in Destin, Florida yesterday. Really crazy image if you haven't seen it yet. But as we look at this cold front, it's going to sink really slowly to the south, and we're looking at heat and humidity fueling some storms. And we could see up to 3 inches, some locally heavy rain in some spots. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. And now to the drought crisis gripping the West. A decision announced Tuesday means Arizona and Nevada will soon get less water from the Colorado River, a major source of drinking water and irrigation for the Southwest. But the pain will be felt across the country. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
In the grips of a prolonged and historic drought, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation announcing unprecedented water cuts to states along the Colorado River, the lifeblood of the American West, serving some 40 million people. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river, as Nevada loses 8%.
It's a complex problem, not only in natural resources, but politically, economically, socially.
Climate change has only intensified a 23-year mega drought in the now critically low water levels. Snaking from the Rocky Mountains through the parched Southwest, the river water sustains some of the largest cities in the country, but some 80% is used to grow produce that feeds the nation.
We must be conscious of the fact that we deal with finite resources and we need to manage accordingly.
Downriver, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are just a quarter full. Hydropower production could soon be threatened.
Water cuts made by the federal government come after the 7 states involved couldn't reach an agreement on their own. Future cuts impacting even more states seem inevitable.
Hoping to avoid a catastrophic river collapse, Arizona and Nevada face a tightening tap, a crisis threatening to trickle down to more of the country. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Coming up, reflection and regret 1 year after the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan.
I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero, and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible.
When we come back, the general who led the deadly exit speaks out. That's next on Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This week marks 1 year since the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan. The sweeping power grab led to a chaotic withdrawal of U.S. troops, which brought an end to America's longest-running war.
1 year later, the former general in charge of Afghanistan and the withdrawal is speaking out and reflecting on that controversial moment. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby spoke with retired General Frank McKenzie and joins us now. Courtney, always great to see you. So it's fair to say the general disagreed with the decision to pull out all U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. So he's testified to that, but he gave us a little bit more insight into exactly what he recommended before the president decided to pull all U.S. troops out. He said that he and the U.S. Central Command recommendation was to maintain a presence of about 2,500 U.S. troops. And he said that that actually would have allowed the U.S. to keep Bagram Air Base open, which was something that was very controversial during last summer during the withdrawal, that the U.S. had closed it. He maintains that with that 2,500 troops and the NATO presence, which would have likely been several thousand troops, and then contractors, that the U.S. could have helped the Afghan government hold up and keep the Afghan National Defense Forces, the military and the police, from collapsing and the Taliban ultimately taking over that country. But here he explained a little bit about why he and CENTCOM believed that 2,500 was what he called a survivable number for them in Afghanistan.
I felt that that was a number that we would be able to continue to provide a level of support at a very high level to the Afghan military, and particularly have given them the necessary level of support that would have been required for us to continue CT, counterterrorism operations, against al-Qaeda and against ISIS. The position of U.S. Central Command, in my position, was that was a survivable number. We do know, however, what the alternative to that was, which was withdrawal, and that's not a future contingency. We know as a matter of history that that was disastrous.
And General McKenzie, now retired Frank McKenzie, working down at University of South Florida, he says that the decision the announcement really to pull all troops out that was made in April of 2021, that set off a series of events, set things in motion that ultimately led to the withdrawal being, as what he called it, disastrous, Savannah and Joe.
So, Courtney, looking back at the events of last year, does the general have any regrets about how that troop withdrawal was handled?
He does. I mean, the biggest thing that he talks about is that he wishes that the U.S. had started getting Americans out of that country earlier. But he said that he's, as I said, he's now retired. He says that every single day he thinks about what was happening at this time last year, that he's really haunted by it. But here's what he had to say about it.
I've thought about it every day. It's something that I spent a lot of time considering. The lost opportunities, what it meant, the loss of human beings, American and others, that occurred over not only the last part of the evacuation, but also the course of a 20-year war. I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero, and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible. I think the U.S. failure in Afghanistan was not the failure solely of the U.S. military, although we certainly bear responsibility for that, but a whole of government approach that simply failed.
He also talks about this as what he says was a whole of government failure in Afghanistan. And it's really sad, I have to tell you, to hear him repeatedly talk about the war in Afghanistan ultimately as a failure is pretty striking from a military general. But he said that it was a whole of government failure. And what that means is that from the very beginning, the military component not getting Osama bin Laden early on in the conflict, to President Obama making a decision and an announcement that the U.S. was going to withdraw, then ultimately to the signing of the Doha Agreement, which also made an announcement that the U.S. was going to withdraw. He said that those were catastrophic decisions because they really degraded the confidence of the Afghan government and the Afghan military, and then ultimately of the people in their government institutions.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much.
More international headlines now, starting in Crimea, where more explosions were reported at a Russian weapons depot, but Ukraine has stopped short of claiming responsibility.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Ukraine with the latest on that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Russia is blaming sabotage for that explosion at that ammunitions depot, but it appears to have been deep in Russian-occupied territory in Crimea, suspected to be a Russian attack. Ukraine's military, though, is being coy about whether it was responsible, saying only that the explosions make everyone in Ukraine happy. President Zelensky hinting at more to come, urging Ukrainians still living in Crimea to avoid Russian military bases. Now to North Korea, which fired 2 cruise missiles into the sea this morning as the country flexes its military might. It's unclear how far or how high they flew, but it comes as North Korea's rival, South Korea, called for diplomacy, while also starting 4 days of joint military drills with the United States. And in Australia, scientists hope to bring back an animal from extinction. The Tasmanian tiger used to roam the Australian bush, but disappeared in the 1930s. Now geneticists plan to resurrect it using an advanced DNA technology and artificial reproduction. I'm just hoping that they don't try that with dinosaurs next.
Yeah, maybe the small dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Small dinosaurs.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's so interesting.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. And coming up on Morning News Now, increased access hearing aids going from prescription only to over-the-counter.
After the break, the big move by the FDA that could change the lives of millions of Americans.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with an announcement from the FDA that will impact millions of Americans. The agency says it will allow hearing aids to be made available over the counter without the need for costly medical exams or prescriptions.
This has actually been a long time coming. Congress passed legislation requiring the FDA to create a category for over-the-counter hearing aids way back in 2017, but it's only just now being implemented. Now, this will just be for people with mild to moderate hearing problems, but these devices should hit drugstores as early as mid-October. For more, we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here on set with us. So just walk us through the impact of this announcement. I mean, to not need a prescription sounds like a pretty big deal.
It is a pretty big deal. I mean, I think the FDA says that about 30 million Americans would qualify, be candidates for this if they have mild to moderate hearing loss, and only about 14% of those people actually seek assessment for this. It's a really expensive process. I mean, a set of hearing aids, a pair of hearing aids can cost people about $5,000. They haven't committed to say exactly how much savings there will be, but it could be, we're talking about half the cost. I mean, Medicare, don't get me started, on what it does not cover. It doesn't cover dental and things like this. And this is, predominant. I mean, it affects younger people, but we're talking about a lot of seniors who would be impacted by this.
Yeah. So the benefits are pretty clear. I did a story on this a few years ago when they were looking into it and heard plenty from the hearing aid industry who's deeply opposed to this. Yes. Why has it taken it so long to get here?
If you look back, for people who are interested in how things go from an idea to actual policy, it was quite a journey, quite a meandering, serpentine thing. We sort of said it in the lead. In 2017, Congress passed legislation that said, we would like to have more competition in the market. And the Trump administration actually signed that into law. But it wasn't until last July when President Biden signed an executive order that really prompted the FDA to put this ruling out for public comment. And they got a lot of comments, Joe, as you can well imagine, from consumer advocates, medical experts, and everything. And I think that their feeling is that this will create more competition in the field. And that, for a lot of folks who have, again, the mild to moderate, and I think it's important for people to understand what does that actually mean to have mild to moderate. So it's basically like you're having difficulty hearing when there's background noise. You're having difficulty hearing on the telephone. Friends and family are asking you to repeat, or you're asking your friends and family to repeat. It's not for people with severe hearing loss. But suffice it to say, it took 6 years. I think in the big scheme of things, that's actually not that long. I mean, it takes a long time for things like this to happen. But yes, you no longer will need to see an audiologist. And so, the audiologists are going to say, well, they do serve a purpose, right? But one of the things that I think is important for viewers to understand is that there's a lot of questions that you should probably be asking. Hearingloss.org is a great website for things to understand, like, what's the warranty? Do you need a smartphone app to use this? Can you amplify the sound or not? Like, without the aid, without the help, no pun intended, of an audiologist, you might have some difficulty navigating this at first.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. So it's only for that mild to moderate.
It is.
More severe cases, not. Why is that, and what does it mean if you are at the more severe end?
Yeah, so if you are at the more severe end, I think you absolutely need a consultation. Remember, you can do this with mild to moderate without a prescription and without an exam, which, as a medical professional, and I'm always a little nervous about telling people, go out and have this for yourself. But the thing is, with the FDA, they have set regulations on how loud you can amplify the sound. So I don't think it's dangerous for people to do this. But I would also argue that you may not be getting the best fit or the best sound or the best thing. And so if you're not satisfied with your over-the-counter product, you absolutely should seek, a professional consultation. It's also not indicated for kids who need hearing aids. They also need to go through the traditional channels.
Definitely a big change. All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, good to see you in person. Thanks so much.
It's always great to have you here. And coming up, she's a leading force in the film industry. Up next in this week's edition of Women Mean Business, we'll be joined by movie executive CC Cleary to talk about her impressive resume and get her advice for young women hoping to break into the entertainment industry.
And reading between the lines, how public libraries have become the center of a political fight. This is Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now,
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
recession. I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Welcome back. I just love that graphic. As you just saw, it's time for another edition of our series, Women Mean Business. And just wait until you hear today's guest's resume. CC Cleary has worked as a producer, actor, stunt woman, sports model, and professional athlete. After graduating from the University of Vermont, Cleary moved to Hawaii and became a professional big wave windsurfer in Maui. She was one of the first women in the world to kite surf in Hawaii and also participated in the Olympic trials in 2004. She broke into the movie industry, working behind the camera on commercials and music videos. Recently, she was involved in the movie To Leslie, which The Hollywood Reporter described as, quote, searingly low-key and beautifully acted. She's currently the development executive for Blue Water Lane Productions. CC Cleary is clearly a woman who means business, and CC joins us now. CC, thanks so much for being here this morning. So I want to hear a little bit about your path and how you got here. I mean, windsurfing, stunt double. We saw a picture of you on a horse there. You've done it all, and now in the movie industry, so many different roles. Did you know that you wanted to end up where you are now? And just tell me a little bit about the path along the way.
I think I knew when I was doing stunt work in Hawaii. I did a lot of film stunt work, and I just fell in love with the movie business. And so I kept doing stunt work as long as I could. And then I got into scouting and locations, and I did PA work. I did whatever job I could on the set just to learn, to find my place. And I think I always knew it was producing. It just took a while to get there.
Absolutely. As I think it feels a lot of the time for all of us that it takes a while to get to where we ultimately want to be. And I'm going to ask you for some advice at the end of this. But let's talk about one of your latest films, To Leslie. You've described it as the type of story you like to tell as it matters and makes a difference. Tell us what you mean by that, and also the importance for you in the position that you're in to tell stories like that.
Yes, we picked it for various reasons. One is a story that makes a difference. It's about humanity, and it also talks about addiction, which I think everybody has experienced someone in their life that has some sort of situation like that. And it's humanity. Part of the story, a perfect stranger, it helps this person. So that was one of the reasons we picked it. And the acting's amazing. Andrea Riseborough, I've never seen a performance like that in my life. I was on set every day. And Michael Morris, the director, is one of the best directors I've ever worked with. So it was a really positive experience. We shot it during COVID, which was very challenging.
Absolutely. And obviously just powerhouses both behind and in front of the camera. It's so cool. As we've been doing this series, one of the questions that comes up, which is interesting because we have had such a variation of women interviewed here, is what's it like in a male-dominated industry? And I preface it that way just because a lot of industries are just that. But I wonder what it was like coming up for you within the entertainment movie industry, and if there's any changes you hope to see moving forward or that you're sort of actively working on.
Yes, it is challenging because there are only 30% of females are producers. So I work with mostly men, so I had to really prove myself. But the men I've worked with have been great. They've been supportive, but you do have to prove yourself every day. You're only as good as your last act. And advice for women breaking into it, I would just say, keep working at it. Just prove yourself and you'll succeed.
Is there anything you wish you could go back and tell a younger you who maybe was in the middle of switching up your careers or just starting out in the movie industry that you wish you would have known then that now you'd love to be able to go back and tell her?
Yes, ask for help. You don't have to know everything, and to identify what you don't know and find a mentor and just say, I don't know this. Could you teach me? Or delegate and say, I can't do everything. You can't know every area of the business of production and making a movie. It's so complicated and there's so many different facets. I wish I had reached out earlier, and you don't always have to be the smartest person in the room. You're actually smarter if you're not the smartest person in the room.
Such a good point. Knowing what you don't know, so important. And asking for help, something that sometimes can be tough, but a great reminder. CeCe Cleary, thank you so much. Wonderful to meet you and to get to talk to you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Financial headlines now. The U.S. government has released the details of a new tax incentive for electric vehicles, and not all cars are going to qualify.
Yes, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with the details on that and other financial headlines this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, the ink is barely dry on the Inflation Reduction Act, and one of the features is already up and running. People who want to buy electric vehicles can take a look on a number of websites that are available to help determine just which cars qualify for the credits of up to $7,500. At least 21 models are eligible, including the Ford F-150 Lightning, Mustang Mach-E, and BMW 3 Series plug-ins. Now, Teslas are not, because Teslas have already had their tax credits, and that tax credit period has expired. Meantime, Amazon is raising fees on third-party sellers who use the company's fulfillment services to pack and ship orders. From mid-October to mid-January, during that big holiday peak, sellers will be hit with an average fee of 35 cents per item. It's the second fee imposed by Amazon this year, which is following the steps of FedEx and UPS. Back in April, it added a 5% fuel and inflation surcharge to offset rising gas prices, shipping, and labor costs. And the parent company of Regal Cinemas says a lack of blockbuster movies is hurting ticket sales. Cineworld says the problem will likely persist until November. The world's second largest theater chain was hoping big budget films like Top Gun Maverick and Jurassic World would help reduce its mountain of debt. But Hollywood has released fewer movies than a typical summer, due in part to production issues during the pandemic. So you don't have a lot of those big Avengers series out there getting people to the movies.
Yeah, which is hard to believe there aren't many of those right now.
I know,
They usually come out every other week.
I know. I'm like, which one is this? Didn't we already get that one? Top Gun Maverick, though. Oh, my goodness.
Tom Cruise is going to make the next one.
Yeah, I've got to get to the theaters to see that.
Oh, Bertha, you haven't seen it? Go, go, go. Run, run, run.
Right now.
I'm late.
Right now. Go. We excuse
Thanks,
you.
Bertha.
Thank you, Bertha. Public libraries, especially in rural counties, are dealing with a new challenge. Some state legislators are passing laws that critics say will politicize libraries, like in Lawrence County, Kentucky. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin shows us what's happening there and across the country.
An area like this that is very rural, very low socioeconomic, exposing kids to diversity, inclusiveness, in whatever way that may be, is of the utmost importance.
Carly Pelfrey is at the helm of the Lawrence County Public Library in eastern Kentucky.
Gosh, the growth here in our library with our collection, with our staff, with our patrons, the county population has seen a little bit of growth too. A lot of positive changes. Also some changes that are a little concerning.
In April, legislators in the Bluegrass State overrode the governor's veto, approving SB 167, which will transform public library boards by turning over power to local county judges.
Prior to this bill, libraries were politically neutral. You know, our boards were neutral. We had no affiliation with a political party or a candidate or an elected official, and that's going to change.
Public libraries across the U.S. are being challenged on funding and censorship.
We've never witnessed the volume of challenges reported to our office in almost 20 years. We had 729 challenges reported to us in 2021.
The typical number reported in a year is less than half of that, according to Deborah Caldwell Stone, who oversees the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association.
What we're seeing is this attack on books that represent groups that have been traditionally marginalized in our communities, just as they're finding a place on the public stage.
Back in Kentucky, supporters of the bill here say it isn't meant to politicize libraries, but restore accountability to taxpayers instead.
Censorship wasn't even discussed. It was, how is this money appropriately spent? Now, if the counties choose to adopt the new appointment system and a different board gets on there, they're going to look at different content. Very possible. I can't tell you that that won't happen.
State Senator Philip Wheeler represents this district, and he helped shepherd this legislation across the finish line. It'll go into effect early next year.
I think what the problem is under the current system, it goes back to really a lack of diversity in outlook and diversity in opinion.
Under the new law, counties will have the choice to opt out of the new system.
If the county chooses to do nothing, the status quo reigns.
The legislation could give fiscal control of libraries to local officials, raising alarm in rural regions like Lawrence County, a community of 16,000.
A lot of our lawmakers, a lot of our legislatures are so out of touch with what public libraries actually do.
Beyond the usual books and DVDs, this library provides free lunches for kids during the summer. And with broadband inaccessible in some areas, they also provide internet and resources families may not have.
I didn't have a computer to use for college, and I would come here to work.
No other entity in town is putting on any free programs, any activities for the kids.
The trickle-down effect will affect our boards. It'll affect our budgets. And if we don't have the funding to provide these kinds of services, then what happens?
Officials in Campbell County, Wyoming, voted to defund the local library in May, saying it lacked transparency around how it buys and discards books. But critics say it's their way of banning books they deem inappropriate.
We're actually seeing efforts to target school board elections and library board elections.
School libraries in Tennessee are now controlled by the State Board of Education instead of local boards after a bill was passed in April.
It's really sometimes frightening to see this effort to use public libraries and school libraries as tools of indoctrination.
In Jamestown Township, Michigan, voters rejected a property tax that makes up 84% of the local library's annual budget. Officials say this will likely force the library to close.
It really is insidious in every way, and it goes so far beyond funding.
Our thanks to Julie Sirkin for that report. It's worth noting in 2021, the average number of challenges reported to the American Library Association over funding and censorship more than doubled. Coming up on Morning News Now, a centennial to remember.
We'll introduce you to a grandmother celebrating two incredible milestones, her 100th birthday and her 100th great-grandchild. We will be right back.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Harry Styles!
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If you're looking to switch your breakfast bagel for a healthier option, well, here is an option for you may not have considered: chocolate ice cream. A new food nutrition guide from Tufts University says chocolate ice cream in a cone topped with nuts beats a whole grain bagel with raisins when it comes to overall nutrition. The so-called food compass uses a 100-point scale to rank all kinds of food from corn chips to cappuccinos. A non-fat cappuccino does rank higher than corn chips, by the way. The chart's designers say most people understand the basics of food nutrition but can get confused with more complex or processed foods. They hope this compass will help guide people toward healthier choices. I mean, I guess to be clear, I never thought my morning bagel with cream cheese was healthy.
Wait, you can have chocolate ice cream and a cone, and it's not as bad. It's better than a whole wheat even bagel?
I guess, yeah. You know.
Okay, so I guess bagels are just...
I'm not super surprised. I never looked at a bagel and thought, oh, this is the healthy choice I'm having this morning.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, people like scoop them out and do all that crazy stuff just to keep getting the bagel. Anyway, one really big family celebrated a really big milestone. A 99-year-old woman from the Philadelphia suburbs just met her, get this, 100th great-grandchild.
Yeah, that's not the only thing this family is celebrating this year. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the story of this mega matriarch.
So that's Kohler William, Grandma.
Newborn baby Kohler, meet your great-grandma Marguerite Kohler. She knows a thing or two about kids.
I think we'll leave him with you.
That's a good idea.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
In the Kohler clan, great-grandma has quite the legacy.
11 children, 56 grandchildren, and then 100 great-grandchildren.
One ginormous family, all started by a woman who grew up as an only child.
She was married to my grandfather right before World War II in 1942, and they were happily married for 66 years.
Baby Kohler named to honor his Grandma Kohler and Grandpa William.
And it felt very natural to name him Kohler and William as the middle name, and then we can always call him Cole if we like.
And his place as the 100th grandchild, extra special, because another 100 milestone is coming up.
So you're going to be 100 years old soon, and the 100th great-grandchild.
So with 100 great-grandchildren, 56 grandchildren, and 11 children, it's safe to say hosting Thanksgiving isn't just an event, it's a village gathering.
And we just come in different heats and make our presents and, spend some time together, and then we disperse so that everyone can kind of get together at these critical points throughout the year.
Adding all 4 generations up, that's 168 Kohler family members. For the newest member, that's going to be a lot of names to learn.
My grandmother's name is Marguerite. She named my mother Marguerite, who named my oldest sister Marguerite, and then my second daughter is Marguerite as well.
But for the OG Marguerite...
Does he make you happy?
Oh my God, yeah. I'm just thinking how lucky I am.
That feeling of happiness from holding every great-grandkid never gets old. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
I was going to say they're going to have to wear name tags at the family reunion, but maybe they
seriously.
don't because they're all named Marguerite. So I guess
It is crazy when you see the picture of them all together. It's like, oh my goodness,
quite
that's
the
one family. Amazing.
Congrats to them. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, ousted. Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney's career in Congress is coming to an end. The vice chair of the January 6th committee lost her primary in Wyoming last night to a Trump-backed challenger. Cheney conceded, but told our Savannah Guthrie earlier this morning that her work is not over.
Are you thinking about running for president? That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. It is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
With the latest on the results in Wyoming, plus the key races in Alaska, also putting Trump's influence on the GOP to the test. Travel trouble, surprise delays and staff shortages impacting thousands of travelers all summer. And this week, some of the country's largest airports were hit especially hard. We're going to take a look at how long these problems are going to last and what it could mean for your travel plans this holiday season. Playing catch-up. Hundreds of thousands of graduates are starting college this fall. But after spending half of their high school years with remote learning, COVID disruptions, and teacher shortages, is this pandemic generation ready? What educators say needs to be done to prepare college-bound students. Plus, mission to the moon. The U.S. has its sights set on another lunar landing. Overnight, NASA's newest, biggest rocket yet rolled out on the launch pad for its first test mission. From the upgraded space capsule to the astronauts who will be selected, we've got a preview of what's in store and when we can expect to see humans on the moon again. Ooh. Imagine we're talking about that, but it's coming pretty quickly.
I know, it's amazing. And we love to bring you space news.
Exactly. Your source for space news. Yeah. We'll have that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with, of course, the election results in Wyoming. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, once the #3 House Republican, well, she suffered a resounding primary defeat to Harriet Hageman, who was endorsed by former President Trump.
Cheney became Trump's top target on Capitol Hill after voting to impeach him in 2021 and then for her role on the January 6th committee. But in her concession speech, she made it clear she'll continue to be a thorn in Trump's side. We'll hear from Cheney herself in just a moment. But first, here's NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson with highlights from a busy election night.
Hey, good morning to you. Listen, the message from Wyoming voters could not be more clear in this blowout loss for Liz Cheney, who is defeated by nearly 40 points. But she's looking beyond the state to the national stage for what's next and already making moves today to follow through on her pledge to stop Donald Trump, no matter what it takes.
Political payback this morning for former President Trump, with his most outspoken Republican critic, Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, losing her House seat, but insisting her fight is just starting.
Now the real work begins.
Invoking Abraham Lincoln and possibly hinting at her own future plans.
The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all.
Cheney's opponent, Harriet Hageman, winning easily and thanking Mr. Trump for his endorsement.
His clear and unwavering support from the very beginning propelled us to victory tonight.
Congresswoman Cheney infuriating Mr. Trump and his supporters in the conservative state by voting to impeach him after the January 6th riot, and now leading the committee investigation into his actions. Overnight, the former president calling Cheney's defeat a referendum on the committee and writing, Liz Cheney should be ashamed of herself. Now she can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion. Cheney's loss, part of the reshaping of the Republican Party. Of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Mr. Trump, Cheney is now the 4th to lose a primary to somebody he backed. Another 4 have retired, leaving only 2 advancing to the general election in November. While Mr. Trump's grip on the GOP seems as strong as ever, he's facing increasing pressure in the investigation of his handling of classified materials at Mar-a-Lago. The New York Times reporting the FBI has interviewed top Trump White House witnesses, including former White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. NBC News has not confirmed that report, and a federal judge is set to decide tomorrow whether to unseal the affidavit that would lay out the reasons why the FBI searched the estate. The government does not want it released, saying it involves highly classified materials and highly sensitive information about witnesses. Media outlets, including NBC News, argue it should be made public. Mr. Trump and some of his allies want it released, too. Overnight, Cheney also condemning the former president and Republicans who have ramped up rhetoric against the FBI in the wake of the search.
Donald Trump knows that voicing these conspiracies will provoke violence and threats of violence. This happened on January 6th, and it's now happening again. It is entirely foreseeable that the violence will escalate further.
And Cheney is not wasting any time this morning, with her team already filing paperwork today to create a political action committee that she'll lead. And she's keeping the Lincoln theme going with the name of the group, The Great Task. It's a reference to the last line of the Gettysburg Address and a nod to the challenge ahead of trying to keep former President Trump from power. Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Hallie.
You just heard what Congresswoman Cheney had to say last night. Well, this morning, she spoke exclusively with Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, who asked her about her defeat and pressed her on what the future may hold.
Well, about last night, you lost by approximately 37 points, a greater margin than even polls had predicted. And I'm remembering back to when we had an interview back in May 2021 when you lost your leadership position. I said, they are coming after you. President Trump wants to go to Wyoming and take you on in the primary. And you said, bring it on. Well, they did. And here we are, and you lost. How do you feel about that now? What's your response today?
Well, look, I think, as we've talked about before, I won my primary by 73 percentage points 2 years ago. The path to that same victory would have been very easy. It was clear how that path would go. But that path would have required that I accept, that I embrace, that I perpetuate the big lie. And I've been very clear at every moment since January 6th that there are some things that have got to be above politics, that there's no political office that's more important than the principles that we take an oath to defend. And I believe that Donald Trump continues to pose a very grave threat and risk to our republic. And I think that defeating him is going to require a broad and united front of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And that's what I intend to be part of.
Back to a moment for your race. We all know the old adage, all politics is local. And in focus groups and interviews with reporters, many Wyoming voters said that you had lost your way. You went Washington, and you were focused too much on Trump and not the issues that they cared about. One poll showed 61% of likely Republican voters there said you weren't focused on Wyoming issues. Was that the issue? Did you have the wrong focus?
No, look, I think I'm very proud of everything that I accomplished, that we accomplished together with the voters of Wyoming over the last nearly 6 years. But it became very clear after Donald Trump attacked the Capitol, sent a mob to attack the Capitol, refused to accept the results of the election, refused to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol when the assault was underway, that this was a threat that we've never faced before. He crossed a line that couldn't be crossed. And as a nation, you don't get the opportunity to debate and discuss any other issue if you simply turn your head away from that kind of a fundamental threat on our republic.
Well, in point of fact, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy did consider this a referendum on your work on January 6th. Former President Trump last night said it was a complete rebuke of that work. And you have said in the past that you thought the voters of Wyoming fundamentally understood how important that fidelity to the Constitution was. Did you get that wrong? Do people see it differently in the Republican Party?
Look, I think what we've seen, not just in Wyoming, but across the country, is that Donald Trump has betrayed Republican voters. He's lied to them. Those who support him have lied to them. And they're using people's patriotism against them. They're preying on people's patriotism. Kevin McCarthy made his decision a few weeks after January 6th, knowing what he knew about Donald Trump's role in the assault on the Capitol, when he went to Mar-a-Lago and said, we're going to welcome him back into the party. To me, that's indefensible. This is a great, special, exceptional nation, and we need leaders who have reverence for our Constitution, who are faithful to our Constitution, and who are going to do what's required to abide by our oath, no matter whether or not it's politically convenient. Kevin McCarthy certainly does not fit that bill, but I know that there are millions and millions of Americans across this country, again, regardless of their party affiliation, who know that there's something more important than partisan politics, and who know we all have to stand together if we want to defend this republic.
The former president said last night you're now headed to political oblivion. You said this fight is just beginning. You've even launched a political organization already. So let's just be straight about it. Are you considering running for president yourself?
Well, what I'm going to do, Savannah, is spend the next several months completing my work in Congress, obviously completing my work representing the people of Wyoming. We have a tremendous amount of work left to do on the January 6th committee. And also, though, I'm going to be making sure that people all around this country understand the stakes of what we're facing, understand the extent to which we've now got one major political party, my party, which has really become a cult of personality. And we've got to get this party back to a place where we're embracing the values and the principles on which it was founded, and talking about, fundamental issues of civics, fundamental issues of what does it mean to be a constitutional republic.
But Congresswoman,
and
you didn't answer me yes or no.
I will also be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump. I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. I'm not going to make any announcements here this morning, but it is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that exclusive interview.
Now, with tens of millions of Americans now taking to the skies every week, the airline industry, as we've been talking about, has been struggling to keep up with the demand. Staffing shortages and weather issues are just some of the problems facing the industry. But the main focus, it's still getting passengers to their destinations safe and sound, maybe sometimes just a little bit frustrated. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is outside of LaGuardia Airport in New York with more. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Frustrated for sure. You know, air travel is really on a knife edge, and we've seen that this week with cancellation and delays. And although airlines have cut back on the number of flights and their scheduling, and that has had some improvement, it's clear that there are still a lot of things that need to be ironed out.
In the country's busiest airspace,
runway 4 left, clear for takeoff.
thousands and thousands of flights come and go every day, meaning even the slightest snag in the system
We're going to try to get you a reroute or see how long it's going to be.
can bring major ripple effects.
If you lose an airplane from New York, you lose it in Atlanta, you lose it in Dallas, you lose it in Iowa City, you lose it everywhere.
On Monday, the Federal Aviation Authority warned of hours-long delays at its New York City hubs, LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark, citing staffing issues, including a shortage of air traffic controllers. And while the FAA announced hours later that the ground delays out of JFK and Newark had been lifted, cause for concern is still in the air.
By the beginning of 2022, there were more than 1,000 less certified professional controllers and more than 1,500 less on board throughout our facilities, a number that has declined for the past 11 years.
The FAA recently announced it received more than 57,000 applications for its open air traffic controller positions, and were on target to meet their yearly hiring goal. But Delta CEO Ed Bastian says air traffic control is just one facet of an airline ecosystem facing an uphill climb.
TSA and security have had challenges. Our vendors and our concourses have had challenges, but we're making a lot of progress.
With passenger totals now consistently approaching pre-pandemic levels, the busy summer season has been turning up the heat on the entire airline industry, exposing problems with staffing, scheduling, and the handling of bad weather. Travelers are frustrated and running out of patience.
Look at the line. I mean, welcome to 2022, I guess.
And as summer winds down, some industry leaders say unless big changes are made, upcoming holiday travel could be anything but merry.
We're going to see the same results. Cancellations and delays when it's the worst time possible, when you need to get to see family or carry on business.
So to keep from making those cancellations and delays, airlines, as I said earlier, are cutting back on the number of flights that they take. And American Airlines has announced that it is going to schedule 31,000 fewer flights in November. Wow. And that represents about 16% of their flights that month. So if you are looking to make those Thanksgiving travel plans, you might want to get on that right now. As for me, I'm flying to Birmingham, Alabama later on today. It's 2 flights through Atlanta. My fingers are crossed, guys.
Yeah, they're crossed for you. Also, hopefully your luggage, everything makes it there in one piece with you. Stephanie Gosk, thanks so much.
Or don't check anything.
Yeah, she knows not to check anything. Stephanie knows. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather, including storms for, the southeast.
Yeah, oh dear, maybe impacting Stephanie's flight plan. Michelle Grossman, hey.
I know, that's all I could think about. There's storms right where she's going to be flying out of. So we'll show you that in just a minute. But this is today's snapshot because we are looking at the chance for some storms. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms as well, and also for the chance for some flooding. So as we go throughout the day, the strong storms exactly where Stephanie's going to be taking out of. Coastal storm up through portions of, mainly affecting Maine. It's beneficial rain. I'll show you that too in just a minute. Heavy rain in the southwest into the southern Rockies. That's due to that monsoon moisture that's going to move in once again this afternoon. And then we're looking at really dangerous heat in the west coast. We're also looking at some toasty conditions in the central plains and portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. So starting with the rain today, the southeast storms, we're going to see locally heavy downpours, torrential downpours. That could lead to some flooding. We have a very slow moving front that's going to, and also a lot of heat and humidity in place that will fuel some of those storms, especially along the front and out ahead of that front. And then by tomorrow, look what happens. Not much. We're seeing this front move very slowly. It's nearly stationary, so it's the same spots along the Gulf Coast into the southeast where we're seeing those really heavy rains and some strong storms as well. Where you see these brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds, that's where we could see some really heavy downpours. We do have that severe threat as well. We're not expecting a severe outbreak. We're not expecting really a lot of tornadoes. There is a chance for tornadoes, but that is a low risk. The biggest biggest risks will be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and also some hail. So we're talking anywhere from Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, into the Gulf Coast of Florida. And we're looking from Shreveport, Jackson, Tallahassee into Daytona Beach. Heavy rainfall as well, 1, 2, even 3 inches in some spots. And they could come pretty quickly with these storms. We could see those heavy downpours leading to some road flooding as well. Now we're looking off to the west. We're looking at dangerous heat once again. 21 million people impacted from Washington through Oregon, even to Southern California, over into Idaho, where you see the pink here. That's an excessive heat warning because some spots will reach into the triple digits. And we're talking today into Friday. So this is a long stretch for a heat wave. Temperatures into the 100s in Medford, 105, well above normal for this time of year, actually 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, 102 in Boise and 105 in Sacramento. The heat, the humidity could fuel some fire danger as well. So we're looking at gusty winds, frequent lightning. Where you see the pink here, that's your red flag warning. So we're going to be watching that very closely as we head throughout the afternoon. Another spot that could see rain, this is beneficial rain in New England. We're looking at a coastal low that could bring some rain back into portions of Maine mainly, where we're looking at anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain. And then, of course, the southwest, we're looking at some rainfall into the Four Corners, the southern Rockies, 1 to 2 inches there. Then looking ahead towards the weekend, we do have some storms in the forecast. Once again, in the southeast, could see some heavy rain where you see those yellows and reds, but a summer beauty once again. A beautiful weekend last weekend in the northeast. We're going to do it once again on Friday. Rain comes into the forecast in the northeast on Saturday. Back to you guys.
A great encore in the northeast. We'll take it.
There we go. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Coming up on Morning News Now, NASA is getting ready to return to the moon. We'll take a look behind the new mission and when NASA hopes to have astronauts stepping on the lunar surface again.
Plus, the new school year is already underway in some parts of the country. That means the roads are going to be busier with school buses and parents. Up next, how to make sure you and your kids are ready to navigate those changes safely.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're back now with some breaking news overnight. NASA has rolled out its newest and biggest rocket ever in preparation for its moonshot in just over 2 weeks.
Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon, but first an uncrewed test flight around it. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with more on this. And Tom, you spent a lot of time the last few weeks at Mission Control in Houston, where I'm guessing they're pretty excited about returning to the moon, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And listen, I think your audience is excited, right? NASA's excited. The potential astronauts who might be chosen, they're excited. NASA's international partners are a big part of this. They're excited to be part of a human lunar mission. And for the first part of that return trip to the moon, the first part of that is set for the end of this month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon. All astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, is this cool or what? Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 female and 4 male dummies, make that 4 female and male dummies, loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's effects on the human body and for future astronauts. Now, Orion will orbit as close as 60 miles above the moon, then 280,000 miles from Earth. That's the furthest that any human spacecraft designed for humans, has ever traveled, you guys.
Wow. So, Tom, I understand when humans do finally go to the moon again, NASA's targeting one of the coldest spots there. Why is that?
Yeah, that's right. They're targeting a landing zone on the moon's south pole because they believe that there's water ice there that can be used to power future missions to Mars, help sustain a moon colony, and water is key to everything that they're trying to do on the moon.
All right, we look forward to much more of your reporting on this, Tom. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
it's
Tom.
cool
so
stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
Speaking of cool stuff, it's time for your weekly checkup. With back to school around the corner for so many, we're looking at why and how having a strong vocabulary can affect a child's progress in preschool.
Also school-related, we're looking at a study that focuses on the safety concerns parents have when dropping their kids off at school. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now with all these headlines that you might have missed. Doctor, let's start with that study I just mentioned, this hectic morning rush that parents experience getting kids to school. Turns out quite a few parents are concerned about it. A new national poll shows 1 in 3, in fact. Ori, it's a safety concern. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this study basically, it was a survey out of the University of Michigan, and they looked at about 1,000 parents, and they found out that parents are concerned about a lot of things here. We have about 1/3 of parents concerned that drivers are not paying attention. We have about 1/3 concerned that drivers are speeding, and about 1/4 are concerned that people are parking in no park areas and things like that. And, you know, when I think about it, when I was in high school and middle school, I mean, 3 p.m. dismissal, it was no man's land. It was every man's for himself, chaos. You know, you had moms honking at each other, everyone kind of going at it. And so what this is really saying is that, you know, the time when you at dismissal can be very, very, very stressful because you have all these cars going around. And so we have some doctor's orders to kind of help you guys out here. The first thing is find alternative ways to get to class. Whether that's you're able to walk to school, or you're able to bike, or you're able to carpool, take a bus. The other thing we really want to talk about is maybe, you know, getting involved with school administration. You know, they're there for a reason. There are ways that people can, whether it's putting traffic cones around or directing traffic a certain way, there are ways we can sort of help out here.
I was part of safety patrol.
Did you wear the vest and the flag?
Cross when it was time. I had cones. There you go.
I just had the flag. We had to learn how to do the flag. You know what I'm saying?
That was part of it
crosswalk.
too. When I would wake up and it was my day, my dad would call it silly hat day because I'd wear this big hat, and he would always say that when we were
Now I'm sure it's like a fashion,
he's at home
statement.
Right
All right, moving on. Let's talk about preschool. This is a study that talks about how preschoolers who enter with a good vocabulary and attention skills, this may seem obvious, but it really helps put them ahead, right?
Yeah, and so what this study did was they looked at about almost 1,000 preschoolers too, and they kind of observed them do what preschoolers do, while at the same time assessing their vocabulary. So they would show them pictures of things and ask them to name, hey, do you know what this is? And what they really found was that people who did better on those tests actually, we'll say, are more charismatic preschoolers. They interacted better with their peers and their colleagues, and they were less likely to be distracting in class. So the doctor's orders here, learn more words, really. It's for parents, it's don't skip story time and be descriptive when you're teaching kids words. So for example, if you want to learn 5 words a week, you want to learn the word dance, act out a dance, open up TikTok, open up that For You page, learn a new dance with your kids. If you want to learn the word...
Or dance for your kids, there you go.
Charades going on.
Yeah, you want to learn the word handsome, show them Joe Fryer. So just...
That'll confuse the children, probably.
Stop it.
So be descriptive as possible, aim for 5 words a week. It really does help more than you think.
Okay, doctor, last one.
See if you can collect yourself after that.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, doctor, this one is actually kind of weird, kind of interesting. It's a study that shows that lying on a certain side of your body while you take a pill might mean you feel its effects faster. Tell us about this.
Yeah, so this was a computer study. It was not looking at humans. It was a simulation model looking at the stomach, and they kind of looked at different ways you can take a pill, whether that's laying on your left side, your right side, upright, like we are now. And they basically found that the best way to sort of get the fastest effect of the medicine is to actually lay on your right side. It has to do with gravity and the way the body's kind of situated. But, you know, the doctor's orders here, embrace the right side. If you're laying down, you have a headache, you need to take some pain medication, why not try it on your right side? You really have nothing to lose.
That's true. Unless, like, I take Advil here sometimes. All of a sudden, I'm like, Joe.
Just anchor on your side. I'm sure it's fine. Well,
Doctor
you get to come back anytime you want, Dr. Style.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, across the country, thousands of students are getting ready for their first year of college. We're going to take a closer look at the concerns that this incoming class might be able to handle the college workload.
Plus, why some lucky high school students may be able to set their alarm clocks a little later in the morning. The health reasons driving one state to change its school start times. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The pandemic changed a lot for most of us, including how we educate our kids. As classrooms reopen for a new school year, a growing number of Black families opted to keep their kids in homeschool. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been finding out why some have made a temporary situation permanent.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school. Here, they'll learn about animals, produce, farm operations, and flowers.
Good job, Maxwell.
What was the best part of today?
Feeding the animals. Feeding the animals.
These kids are part of the Melanin Village, a collective of Black families that homeschool. Parents work to make learning engaging and warm for their kids after years of feeling let down by public schools. Before the pandemic, only 3% of Black students were homeschooled. By 2021, it shot up to 16%. Many, like Brennea Fairchilds, say they aren't going back.
There's a joke amongst homeschoolers that we homeschool, but we're never home.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I would say homeschooling has been both a heart and a head decision for me. I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks, and I saw that, okay, it's not accurate. There you go.
Fairchilds founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. Many frustrated that their kids weren't taught diverse history, rarely had teachers who looked like them, or got disciplined at higher rates.
We're nationwide, right? So we're not just these moms here in New Jersey, but we've got a great group of moms in Arizona, in the Chicago area, in Florida. Like, this has really surpassed my dreams.
Village moms say their kids often felt isolated or disconnected in traditional school.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
In Detroit, moms Bernita Bradley and Charisse Powell say their homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families on the roster. They expect 20 more to join before this school year begins.
We don't have times when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Do you think the schools are serving Black children?
Schools were never designed to serve Black children.
And we would tell them, basically help them understand our students, and we would tell them that our children are brilliant. It's just that you all don't try to get to know them. You don't try to get to know, like, how do they learn.
Dr. Cheryl Field-Smith has studied Black homeschoolers for 17 years.
We pushed really hard to get into these public schools, and now the fact that we're pulling it out, we need to pay attention to that.
As Black families perhaps exit public school systems, for the Black kids who get left behind, what's going to be there for them?
Not only do I worry about that, but also Black home educators worry about that.
At 15, Victoria asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out of Detroit schools. She says she was being bullied relentlessly for her appearance, and it didn't seem like her administrators cared.
It made me not want to ask questions, you know, or not want to ask specific questions because I'm like, oh, am I like, they're going to call me dumb.
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Victoria recently graduated and joined AmeriCorps. Her mom continues to help parents like Charisse, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
Okay, so the boy is eating ice cream. Excellent, excellent. Good job.
You give your daughter so much love and attention.
Mm-hmm.
Was she getting this in public school?
No. No, of course, not to this level.
The families of the Melanin Village and Engage Detroit hope that their groups inspire school systems to get creative, take kids out of rigid routines, and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen?
I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton for that report. Now, parents told us that they're able to make homeschooling work because it doesn't have to be on a strict 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. schedule. So they're able to work around their jobs and conduct most of their lessons in the afternoon. An amazing look there from Antonia.
Let's stay on the new term, and students about to start their freshman year of college. That's an exciting time, but there's growing concern that students who spend half of their high school lives dealing with the pandemic may not be ready for the challenges of college. Joining us now is Dr. Steve Perry. He's the head of schools for Capital Preparatory Schools. My goodness, I can't say that word. Dr. Perry, thanks for joining us. You've spent years working with students. Talk to us first about the academic impact and the pandemic has had on them, especially as they prepare to head out to college.
I want to take a quick step back, Joe. That story that you just ran was so courageous and so powerful, so thoughtful. Really, kudos to you, because it does speak to certain populations of young people who are more impacted by the pandemic than others. So Black and Latin children were more impacted by the by being in the pandemic. However, what we have to keep in mind is that it wasn't just the last year of school that children were in school. They've been in school for quite some time, their entire lives. And so many of them will have to mitigate the impact of being out of school.
High school is really about more than studying. How has social development of students been impacted by all this time out of class, and how much do you worry that's going to impact them when they go to college?
Significantly. The time away was impactful. It had a very negative impact on quite a number of children. The suicide rates climbed to numbers that we've never seen before, but that's just suicide. It doesn't talk about all the other levels of mental health maladies that our children encountered on their way to that, those young people who are simply dealing with some of the lower level challenges. However, what I do want to do is I do want to recognize that children are resilient. And when we put them in the right school with the right fit, with a set of expectations from those colleges, they will survive. This is a hardy group of young people, and I have the most faith in them that they will do really well.
I mean, this is an issue facing students not just in the U.S., but around the world right now. What are the steps you think need to be taken, the advice you can offer to try and make sure that students are ready for college?
One of the first things that I want to make sure that we do, I'm actually at professional development, we're getting ready to start our year, is when you select a school, make sure it's the right school for your child. We talk about fit. And what that means is if you know your child is someone who needs a small school setting, don't send them to the large state university. If you understand that your child struggled, find a school that has a summer bridge program, one that allows them to be on campus before. If your child is African American or Latin and you think that they would perform better in a historically Black college, don't turn away from that. Go to that. Similarly, if you think that your child is best in a small elite school or a large school, you know your child and put them in the best academic setting so that they can be given the support that they need. I'm not just an educator. I'm a father of 2 college students, one who's at a school in Philadelphia and the other one who's in school in Atlanta. And both of them need very different academic experiences, one at the University of Pennsylvania, the other one at Morehouse. Neither one of them would want the other person's school. Pick the right school for your children and watch and see them grow.
Experience in so many ways. Dr. Steve Perry, thanks so much for joining us this morning and offering some of your advice. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Now, many teens who are going back to school this week will find the early starts particularly tough after the summer. That's because they naturally sleep later, and experts say getting enough rest is important for their bodies and brains. And one state is now taking an unprecedented step to help. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from San Gabriel, California, with more on this. Aaron, I would have loved this when I was back in school. Tell us what we're learning.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, California is now the first state in the nation to require later start times for most high schools and middle schools. They're doing it right here at San Gabriel High. And experts say this is an important step to combating the growing health crisis of teen sleep deprivation.
It's the first week of school in San Bernardino, California. And 17-year-old Josiah Reyes gets to sleep in an extra hour, thanks to a new mandate in the Golden State, requiring most middle schools to start no earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools at 8:30, all to help students get more sleep.
I think it's way better. Just being able to like wake up a little later, getting like even like saving that hour, it really does make a difference because I still go to bed around the same time.
Do you feel more rested?
I feel way more rested, yeah.
His school, Summit High, used to start at 7:30. Now with that extra hour, Josiah even has time to eat breakfast, giving him a needed boost in his AP classes.
Before they changed your school start time, like, I mean, problems thinking, problems functioning.
Yeah, it was like always like it was like a routine at this point, falling wanting to fall asleep in second period, because second period I was already like done, like I'm out.
He's not alone. Today, 70% of teens are sleep deprived. And while social media may poke fun at the problem, it's no joke. Studies link it to everything from lower grades to higher risks for obesity, depression, and suicidal thoughts.
This is a public health issue.
Advocate Lisa Lewis helped petition for later school start times in California. In her new book, The Sleep-Deprived Teen, she documents 3 decades of research showing how it helps teens.
When schools shift to later start times, attendance goes up, tardies and absences go down, grades go up. It boosts their emotional resiliency.
Though the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends teens get between 8 to 10 hours of sleep, changes in their circadian rhythms actually prevent them from becoming sleepy before 11 p.m.
They're not biologically able to. Even if you were to, tell them they had to go to bed at 9, chances are they're just going to lay there and stare at the ceiling.
What do you say to critics that would say, well, if school starts later, kids are just going to stay up later?
The research shows that they do stay up slightly later, but they more than make up for it with the additional sleep that they're able to gain.
Summit High senior Amaris Zarate says sleeping later has helped her be more attentive, including in cheer practice and on her drive home. One study found when schools went to later start times, drowsy driving accidents among teens dropped by 70%.
Because I have more sleep, I'm able to actually pay attention to what everyone else is doing around me.
You feel more alert.
Yes.
And safer.
Yes.
Her mom, Ashley, says it's even improved their relationship.
She's waking up a lot friendlier in the morning. She's not cranky. I'm actually able to interact with her a lot more.
So why do schools start so early? Back in the 1950s, most started around 9 a.m. But in the 70s, budget cuts caused districts to consolidate bus routes and stagger the start times for elementary, middle, and high schools.
Oftentimes they put the older kids in that earliest time slot, thinking, oh, well, teens should be best able to handle that. Well, now we know having a later start time is what is recommended for them.
Nationwide, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts are also considering mandates for later school start times. These teens say the change is long overdue.
Could you use more sleep?
All the time. All the time I can use more sleep. But I think I'm getting enough sleep, which is good.
So, Erin, what can parents do to help their teens get more sleep, especially if they're not getting tired until 11 p.m.?
Yeah, well, there are steps parents can take. First and foremost, try not to overschedule your kid with those after-school activities, both before school and after school. Really try and make that sleep a priority. Remember, a teenager needs an 8 to 10 hour window for that sleep. And then finally, this might be a tough one, limit the use of electronic devices at least an hour before bed. That includes video games and cell phones. Savannah.
All right, Erin, good tips there. Thank you so much.
Coming up, it may soon be harder to find ketchup, salsa, and spaghetti sauce on store shelves.
Yeah, inflation is part of the problem, but there's also another big reason tomatoes are in short supply. We'll tell you up next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are 36 governorships on the ballot this November, including in Arkansas, which has an open governor's seat. That state's politics have changed dramatically since Bill Clinton was governor in the 80s and 90s. Well, today, a Democratic newcomer is trying to make history. NBC's Julie Sirkin went along to meet him.
Just 2 black governors ever elected in U.S. history. Chris Jones, a Democrat running in the deep red, deep South, hopes to be the third.
It is humbling, to know that there's still a barrier, a ceiling, and it's a reminder that we have work to do to bring everybody to the table.
Arkansas used to be Clinton country. Now, this is a long shot campaign to beat former Trump spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Her dad, Mike Huckabee, a popular ex-governor of the natural state.
I'm Chris Jones, running for governor.
But despite the odds,
I've always believed, based on my experience with Arkansans, that if you give them a chance and you show up and engage them respectfully and you listen, then they'll give you a chance.
The first-time candidate is calm and collected, fueled by the issues Arkansans are facing, consistently ranked worst in the nation in health, infrastructure, and economic opportunity, near last for teacher pay, and dead last for voter turnout.
We joke, unfortunately, about saying, thank God for Mississippi, right? And so that joke alone puts you in a position to say, well, I'm not that bad. We deserve to be the top. And we deserve to be first.
A 7th-generation Arkansan, Jones was inspired as a child to pursue politics after meeting then-Governor Clinton.
I found out that a governor could solve problems, serve people, and make a difference in their lives. And so I was sold at 8, and I said, I want to come back to Arkansas one day and serve as governor.
Jones graduated from Morehouse College on a NASA scholarship, then earning a master's in nuclear engineering and a PhD in urban planning from MIT. Looking at your resume, it doesn't scream politician.
But it does scream problem solver. And I think, we need more folks in public service that are interested in solving problems for all people.
It's been 8 years since any Democrat clinched 40% of the vote statewide. And in 2020, Donald Trump beat Joe Biden by nearly 30 points.
Over the last decades, Republicans made significant gains in state legislatures all across the country, especially here in the South. Do you think Democrats have ignored states like Arkansas, states in the South?
Yeah, I think in general, the answer is yes.
Democrats hoping that putting forward unique candidates will engage voters. And here, Jones would be the first African-American elected statewide ever.
Last time I saw a black man running for office was never.
Today, with abortion top of mind for voters on both sides of the issue,
states are having an outsized role in all sorts of things.
Some conservative states are on the brink of near total bans, a position the majority of Americans are calling too drastic.
They're exhausted by the extreme, and they want some folks to come in and be pragmatic, stand on values, and solve problems that matter to them.
Our thanks to Julie Sirkin for that report. NBC News did reach out to Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders' campaign, but they declined our interview request. In California, soaring inflation and a terrible drought are taking a big toll on tomatoes.
It means we're going to be feeling the impact on our dinner tables nationwide. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on this, with lots of pizza, I think, behind him. Sam, good morning.
Where else would you want to be early in the morning, Savannah and Joe? Nice to be with you. Whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, right, it's a little early. Whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, so many products that we love, including pizza, are tied to the tomato. Let me name you a few. Ketchup, salsa, spaghetti sauce, soup, all of those things. And the prices have already been going up due to inflation, rising fuel and labor. Now you're talking about a drought that California is experiencing that's the worst in 1,200 years. And I am hearing, guys, from the person who orders ingredients at this pizzeria, something that never happened before, just happened 2 weeks ago. He called up his supplier and said, I need tomatoes. And the supplier said, we don't have any. That was unprecedented.
In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned, these fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as a quarter of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami.
Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now. But it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation.
And in terms of just how much more expensive tomato products are going to get for the average consumer, a lot of that, guys, depends on what the rest of this harvest in California looks like. But we can tell you that farmers told us they're seeing production costs increasing somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25% right now. So it's a reasonable expectation it's going to be at least that much more. And maybe we'll test the love affair that this country has with pizza and pasta. The bar is high to break that mold and to have us stop eating pizza. So probably not that, but you're going to be paying more for it. That's pretty clear, guys.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
We talked about chocolate ice cream for breakfast last hour. Now we'll add pizza to the list.
Yeah, I can tell you what is going to happen. I'm having pizza today because, wow, geez Louise, so many pizza pictures. Sam, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Coming up, when you need a bookmark, you might use anything from a postcard to an old receipt.
Now, one librarian is doing something with all those bookmarks left behind in returned books. The stories and these images that you're seeing here, what they're telling, that's up next.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, after the big announcement that she was retiring from tennis, Serena Williams has suffered a loss on her farewell tour. It was to Emma Raducanu at the Cincinnati Open yesterday. After the loss, Williams waved at the sold-out crowd before leaving the court. She now has just one professional tournament before the U.S. Open, which is her final chance to tie Margaret Court's record of 24 Grand Slam titles. You hate to see it, but she's still the best.
We're still supporting her.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. We used to keep our place. We use them to keep our place in books, but it turns out the bookmarks we use can also tell our stories.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Think of everything you've used as a bookmark over the years, from concert tickets to postcards. Well, for a decade, librarian Sharon McKellar has been collecting what comes back to the Oakland Public Library between pages.
A lot of boarding passes for airplanes, a lot of photos, a lot of Post-it notes.
Now those items, hundreds of them, are on display at the library and online. Together, they form a surprisingly moving portrait of, well, us.
I like this. Please don't say funny words.
I know.
Oh, this is the program of someone's
burial.
Funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
May your days be filled with beauty. Aw.
Entire family histories left between the pages.
This to me looks like someone interviewed a grandma about her experiences coming to America from Vietnam.
Huh. Hard here, can't talk. That is right. I bet that's right. Cooks, she washes the floor so clean, it's like a mirror.
I know.
It's
I
like
love
poetry.
That. It's beautiful.
Wow.
In a world of selfies and social media, it's all very honest somehow.
All the cards and notes are generally warm and caring and thoughtful. It just is a reminder that we are all here. We are all feeling these feelings. It's not all virtual.
If what we leave behind in our books is any indication, we're all just trying to save our places in the world and with each other.
This story was so satisfying to do for so many reasons, not least because Sharon McKellar essentially says that all of these pieces reflect a real niceness. She just rarely bumps into anything mean in the collection that she has put together. And even in some cases, she gets to reunite people with pieces of their past. They've had one woman write in and say, you know, I think that's my mom's handwriting. And another person is, in fact, coming in next week to be reunited with a family photograph that they thought they'd lost forever. You know, all of this is really this beautifully symbolic sense of sort of who we are, and the fact that librarians, right, professional archivists, are taking an interest in this, and we have all taken an interest together in it. It really says something about, I think, the moment we are in and how powerful it is to have these sort of private glimpses into a very unrehearsed, uncurated side of who we are. Back to you.
Very cool. Jake Ward, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, unseated, breaking overnight, political payback for Donald Trump. As his most outspoken Republican critic, Congresswoman Liz Cheney concedes defeat in the Wyoming primaries while defending her stance against the former president.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
Also breaking in Alaska, two Republican rivals, Trump critic Senator Lisa Murkowski and Trump-endorsed Kelly Tshibaka, now set to go head-to-head in November. We have team coverage with the latest returns, plus what this could mean about Trump's influence on the GOP. 1 year later, as America marks the first anniversary of the deadly Afghanistan troop withdrawal, the general in charge of the operation is now speaking out. What he's saying about the controversial exit, the chaotic aftermath, and the lives lost. Game changer, a major move that could impact millions of Americans. The FDA clearing the way for over-the-counter hearing aids, making them cheaper and more accessible than ever. More on the decision and how soon you can get the devices without a prescription. And Jill, of all trades, she's done just about everything in front of and behind the camera in this week's Women Mean Business. We'll talk to movie executive Cece Cleary about her impressive decades-long career in entertainment and how she found success in a male-dominated industry. And I have a feeling, once again, we'll be taking notes during Women Mean Business.
Lots of advice.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a lot of breaking news this morning, though, beginning with those election results from Wyoming and Alaska, highlighting the influence of former President Trump on the Republican Party.
In Wyoming, Congresswoman Liz Cheney decisively lost the GOP primary for the House seat that she first won back in 2016, a seat that once belonged to her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney. She was defeated by Harriet Hageman, who was backed by Trump and has supported his unfounded claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Congresswoman Cheney, the former number 3 House Republican, became Trump's top target after she voted for his impeachment in 2021 and for her role on the January 6th committee.
And in the Alaska Senate race, another high-profile Republican Trump critic, incumbent Lisa Murkowski, advanced to a runoff this fall, along with Trump's pick, Kelly Tshibaka, and 2 other candidates. Murkowski is one of 7 Republican senators who voted to convict the former president in his second impeachment trial, and the only one who will be on the ballot this November.
We're covering it all with NBC News political editor Mark Murray and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who joins us from Jackson, Wyoming. Good morning to both of you. Mark, let's start with you in that House race in Wyoming. Cheney was expected to lose the primary, but the numbers here are pretty astounding, considering her former status as a leader in the Republican Party and her famous family name in the state of Wyoming. So what should we know about Cheney's defeat and the successful campaign that was run by Hageman?
Yeah, Cheney's defeat was a blowout, Joe, and as you ended up showing, the margin was more than a 2-to-1 margin, and you usually don't see that when an incumbent is running for re-election, particularly in a primary. And we have seen Republicans defeat Donald Trump-backed supporters in primary challenges. We saw Brian Kemp being able to do that in Georgia, Nancy Mace in South Carolina. But Liz Cheney's was a kind of a different brand, and she has been cooperating with the Democrats on the January 6th committee and ended up paying a price for that. As for Harriet Hageman, who ended up winning last night's Republican primary, she was running on a message not only that she was backed by the former president, Donald Trump, but also that Liz Cheney just wasn't representing her constituents in deep red Wyoming. Take a listen to some of her remarks from last night.
Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who is concerned that the game is becoming more and more rigged against them. And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve.
But, Joe, Liz Cheney, we haven't heard the last from her at all. She continues to serve on the House January 6th committee. They are promising more hearings as we end up getting to the fall. And so while Liz Cheney ended up losing her primary, I don't necessarily think she's going away anytime soon.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about that now. So, Vaughn, first of all, former President Trump responded to this race on his social media platform, Truth Social. He said, quote, Liz Cheney should be ashamed of herself, adding now she can disappear into the depths of political oblivion where she will be much happier. But let's be clear, Cheney gave a very impassioned concession speech that maybe doesn't signal she's going away. Tell us more about that and what her next steps might be.
Right, Joe. I've been over the years to quite a few concession speeches, election night watch parties that have welcomed a candidate onto stage who is staring at defeat and you could say political irrelevancy. In the case of Liz Cheney, last night it was frankly a little weird. You're looking at somebody who lost at the hands of her own neighbors in her own backyard by by almost 40 percentage points, and yet it was clear that this is only the beginning of Liz Cheney's battle. She has made it clear that she intends to wage a much longer and larger fight ahead to make sure Donald Trump is never back in the White House. Take a little listen to a few of her remarks from last night.
No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed. He saved our union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same.
Allies of Cheney made it clear over the last year and a half, Joe, that she would not capitulate or change her ways or her position to Donald Trump for political expediency. And as a result, you saw her lose at the hands of Republican voters who overwhelmingly went for the Trump-backed candidate, Harriet Hageman.
We will hear more from Cheney in the next hour. Mark, let's talk about the Alaska Senate race. This was an open primary, which means it includes candidates from all parties, with the top 4 now going on to the general election this November. And it looks like it's going to be a showdown between the incumbent, Senator Lisa Murkowski, and Kelly Tshibaka, who was endorsed by Trump. What's your takeaway from the primary results here, and what do we expect from this big election come fall?
Yeah, Joe, my takeaway is that we're going to have to wait until November. And the overall margin was pretty close between Lisa Murkowski, who ended up emerging with the most votes last night in last night's top 4 primary. You ended up having Kelly Tshibaka with second, but trailing about by 4 percentage points. And then this, the top 4 candidates advance to November. And then we're going to end up seeing ranked choice voting if no one secures a majority in November. And that will take weeks to count. And so this is just the first stage in Alaska, and we'll get a final word in either November or maybe even December.
And Vaughn, let's be clear, these unfounded claims about the 2020 election are going to be on the ballot come November. What should we expect in some of these campaigns where that's an issue?
Right. Over the last 4 or 5 months, we have seen these candidates who have echoed and propagated the 2020 election conspiracies brought to the forefront by Donald Trump. They have won these primaries. A majority of Republican voters in so many of these states have selected among multiple Republican candidates those who have echoed those conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen. And that's why I think that Liz Cheney, she has that network built in. And as you heard in her speech, she made it clear that she's not going away. Well, we have seen other members of Congress lose their primaries, other statewide office holders lose theirs. Liz Cheney intends to be a part of the fold, and it's been even suggested that she could have her own 2024 presidential run or build up a super PAC or an outside organization to try to push back against the Republican Party that has changed so drastically over the 20 years since her father served as vice president in the Bush-Cheney administration. Joe?
Vaughn Hilliard, Mark Murray, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now to the latest on the investigation surrounding the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The federal judge in Florida who approved the search warrant on the former president's home was scheduled a hearing to determine if the underlying affidavit used to justify the search should be unsealed to the public. The Department of Justice is arguing against making the affidavit public, while news organizations, including NBC News, and also Donald Trump himself, are pushing for its release. Let's bring in NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas for more on this. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being here. Ryan, I'll start with you. So what more can you tell us about the arguments both sides will be making during this hearing?
Yeah, it's essentially an alignment between the media and Donald Trump, unusually in this case. I think that both sides are going to be arguing for sort of more information for this to come out. DOJ would obviously, even if this did come out, need to make some major redactions to it, but they don't want it to come out at all because they say that, the redactions that they would need to make would essentially take a lot of the context out. And additionally, it would offer a roadmap essentially to Donald Trump about where this investigation is headed. It could also maybe make witnesses less likely to come forward and be willing to cooperate. We've already seen instances of the FBI agents who were involved in the search in Mar-a-Lago be targeted by Trump supporters. So I think that they want to make sure that more information doesn't come out that is both a threat to those officers and also that might give Donald Trump a sense of where exactly this investigation is headed.
Danny, talk to us about what the implications could be here, no matter what happens, if the affidavit is released or if it stays sealed.
First, the affidavit of probable cause is going to stay sealed. If this were a normal case with just a normal, regular guy involved, there wouldn't even be a hearing. The judge would decide it on the papers or deny the motion outright. And I say that with quite a bit of disappointment because, like the media attorneys pushing to have the affidavit of probable cause released, I want to see it. A lot of us want to see it. DOJ knows that because that's why they're opposing it. They keep their investigations secret unless and until they hand up an indictment. Then they'll have a press conference. But DOJ never releases search warrant affidavits of probable cause. Even releasing or unsealing the search warrant and the property receipt was unusual, but not that wild because the search warrant becomes property of the person like Trump. He can release it if he wants or leak it. So that was no big surprise. But the affidavit of probable cause is a summary written to the judge to explain to the judge why there's probable cause, why there is evidence of criminality at the property to be searched. So it's a narrative explaining the evidence found to date in a persuasive way. It's a terrific piece of information for defense attorneys like me. It's one of the first things I go to when I get discovery, but you don't get discovery unless there's an indictment.
Now, we know that Attorney General Merrick Garland approved this himself. We heard that in that press conference last week, but we're getting more information really about what went into this decision. A senior official at the Department of Justice told NBC News that the Attorney General wrestled with it for weeks before authorizing it. Ryan, tell us the latest on our reporting there.
Yeah, this was a pretty monumental decision, and Garland knew that this was going to be consequential for how this would go forward. He knew that this would be obviously divisive. Although DOJ would continue to note that they tried to keep this as quiet as they could and give basically the president that option of not making this public. And first they went down this trajectory where they did this sort of on a more, not so much cooperative, but rather on a quieter way without an enforced subpoena with a subpoena rather, of course, than the search warrant, which is what they went in with eventually. But, Garland has made clear that this was his decision and his decision alone. And I believe we have some audio from him here talking about why he made that decision. He said that, first, I personally approve this decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly, is what he said at that press conference a couple weeks ago.
Danny, what does this approach tell you about how the Department of Justice is handling this investigation overall?
They're handling it differently than they normally do, because normally there is no comment on a pending investigation. There is no press conference. There is no statement. There is no agreement to release the search warrant and the property receipt, even though those things could be leaked by the person that they hand it to when they execute the search warrant. So the DOJ is not following their standard practice, but I have to give them credit because that press conference that Merrick Garland had was a brilliant example of commenting but not commenting on an ongoing investigation. The first part of it was thanking the brave men and women of the FBI and the DOJ, that chunk, which is pretty standard and didn't have anything to do with the investigation. Then the second part was basically, we will agree to unseal 2 documents that Trump probably could have unsealed himself once he got his hands on them and released them. So basically, he defended the people under his command and did something that wasn't that shocking because it probably would have come out anyway. That affidavit of probable cause, on the other hand, that is something that they will oppose and that the judge is just not going to release unless, like all these other cases involving Trump, they don't follow the standard rules.
All right, Danny Cevallos and Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
And legal problems are growing for one of the former president's top associates, Rudy Giuliani. He is set to testify today before a grand jury as investigations intensify in Georgia around attempts there to overturn the 2020 election. According to his attorney, Giuliani was told Monday that he was a target in a criminal investigation into the state's election interference case. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now live in front of the courthouse in Fulton County, Georgia, with the latest. Blaine, good morning to you. So what do we know about where things stand today as Giuliani gets ready to testify, and do we know if anyone else is also slated to testify?
Well, Joe, good morning to you. We do know that he is going to be appearing today behind closed doors before that special grand jury. In fact, his lawyer confirmed as much to NBC News. And there were certainly some question marks around this, whether or not he would actually come down here and testify in person. Just a week ago, his attorney, his local attorney, was in court behind me, essentially saying that doctors had said that because of recent heart procedures, it wasn't good for his health to take a flight down here. Well, the judge responded and said, you know what? If it's not good for his health to fly, there are other ways to get down here. You can come by a coach, you can come by train, break it up into legs if you need to. Just do whatever you need to do in order to get here. Now, the judge did leave open some of the door to say, hey, if you can produce a more detailed doctor's note to say why you shouldn't come down, we can consider pushing the date. That note wasn't produced, and we know that he's going to be here today. Now, remember, this is all closed proceeding. This is happening behind closed doors, but all of this centers around Giuliani's statements that he made back in December of 2020, just on the heels of the 2020 presidential election, where he was speaking to a number of Georgia lawmakers in front of a legislative panel here and essentially peddled a number of false claims about the election, saying, singling out 2 election workers, saying that they were involved in an elaborate plot to throw the election in Biden's favor. That was not the case. They received death threats because of that. He made claims about the state's voting machines and suitcases and things like that. All of those are things that we expect him to be questioned on today. Now, he's already indicated through his attorney that he doesn't plan to answer any questions about conversations that he had with the former President Trump. His attorney told NBC News that Giuliani will likely invoke attorney-client privilege on any of those conversations, Joe.
Yeah, Blaine, let's talk more about that. I mean, I know last month you spoke to the Fulton County District Attorney about the importance of having Trump's associates testify. But like you said, Giuliani's lawyer said his client is probably going to invoke attorney-client privilege if asked about his conversations with Trump. So how is that going to impact the grand jury and their ability to get the full picture?
You know, when I spoke with Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, she made it clear that she is going to subpoena and try and bring down anybody and everybody who has any sort of information that she believes would be beneficial for the grand jury to hear. She says anybody who knows anything about the former president's actions, his mindset, anything around that time, she wants the grand jury to hear from those individuals. Here's what she told me when I asked her, why is it important to hear from Rudy Giuliani, from Senator Lindsey Graham, who she's also subpoenaed, and other Trump associates? Take a look.
What is important is that the grand jurors hear from anyone that may have impacted this election. I think that they deserve to get a full picture, and so what we are trying to do is give them a full picture.
And Joe, what she also told me during that exclusive interview last month is that she's not ruling out issuing subpoenas to close associates, former White House officials of former President Trump, and even subpoenaing the former president himself, Joe.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Time now for weather and dangerously high temperatures that are expected again today in the west.
Michelle Grossman is now with us with more on that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. And yeah, that's going to be the major weather headline today. Also tomorrow throughout the end of the week, we're looking at 21 million people impacted by heat advisory or excessive heat warning along the west coast from Washington to Oregon, California, even into Idaho, where you see the pink color. That's where we're looking at excessive heat warning. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in many spots. Fresno and Bakersfield will be sizzling today. So here's the setup. We have the jet stream so far to the north. That's allowing the heat in. So we're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s in Portland. Note is 19 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So this is not normal. We're looking at 105 in Medford, 105 in Sacramento, 102 today in Boise and Billings. We're looking at 95. So as we head towards the east, it's sort of that contrast, that temperature contrast. Really nice today. We had really nice couple past days. We're looking tomorrow at temperatures with that jet stream dip so low to to the south, bringing in that cooler air. So we're looking at 84 in St. Louis, Lexington, 84, 85 in Little Rock, and even down to Atlanta, 80 degrees. That's 8 degrees below what is average for this time of year. As we go throughout the rest of the week, it's not going to be too bad. It's going to be a little bit warmer, but really average for this time of year. So D.C., the upper 80s on Friday, but really nice weekend once again. We'll add in the humidity, though, over the weekend as opposed to last weekend. Now, we're also looking at the chance for scattered storms along the southeast. We have a really slow-moving cold front. I'll show you that in just a minute. Also looking at monsoon moisture in the southwest. We're going to see those storms firing up later on this afternoon once again. But those southeast downpours, we had a water spout in Destin, Florida yesterday. Really crazy image if you haven't seen it yet. But as we look at this cold front, it's going to sink really slowly to the south, and we're looking at heat and humidity fueling some storms. And we could see up to 3 inches, some locally heavy rain in some spots. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. And now to the drought crisis gripping the West. A decision announced Tuesday means Arizona and Nevada will soon get less water from the Colorado River, a major source of drinking water and irrigation for the Southwest. But the pain will be felt across the country. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
In the grips of a prolonged and historic drought, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation announcing unprecedented water cuts to states along the Colorado River, the lifeblood of the American West, serving some 40 million people. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river, as Nevada loses 8%.
It's a complex problem, not only in natural resources, but politically, economically, socially.
Climate change has only intensified a 23-year mega drought in the now critically low water levels. Snaking from the Rocky Mountains through the parched Southwest, the river water sustains some of the largest cities in the country, but some 80% is used to grow produce that feeds the nation.
We must be conscious of the fact that we deal with finite resources and we need to manage accordingly.
Downriver, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are just a quarter full. Hydropower production could soon be threatened.
Water cuts made by the federal government come after the 7 states involved couldn't reach an agreement on their own. Future cuts impacting even more states seem inevitable.
Hoping to avoid a catastrophic river collapse, Arizona and Nevada face a tightening tap, a crisis threatening to trickle down to more of the country. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Coming up, reflection and regret 1 year after the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan.
I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible.
When we come back, the general who led the deadly exit speaks out. That's next on Morning News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This week marks 1 year since the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan. The sweeping power grab led to a chaotic withdrawal of U.S. troops, which brought an end to America's longest-running war.
1 year later, the former general in charge of Afghanistan and the withdrawal is speaking out and reflecting on that controversial moment. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby spoke with retired General Frank McKenzie and joins us now. Courtney, always great to see you. So it's fair to say the general disagreed with the decision to pull out all U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. So he's testified to that, but he gave us a little bit more insight into exactly what he recommended before the president decided to pull all U.S. troops out. He said that he and the U.S. Central Command recommendation was to maintain a presence of about 2,500 U.S. troops. And he said that that actually would have allowed the U.S. to keep Bagram Air Base open, which was something that was very controversial during last summer during the withdrawal, that the U.S. had closed it. He maintains that with that 2,500 troops and the NATO presence, which would have likely been several thousand troops, and then contractors, that the U.S. could have helped the Afghan government hold up and keep the Afghan National Defense Forces, the military and the police, from collapsing and the Taliban ultimately taking over that country. But here he explained a little bit about why he and CENTCOM believed that 2,500 was what he called a survivable number for them in Afghanistan.
I felt that that was a number that we would be able to continue to provide a level of support at a very high level to the Afghan military, and particularly have given them the necessary level of support that would have been required for us to continue CT, counterterrorism operations, against al-Qaeda and against ISIS. The position of the U.S. Central Command, and my position, was that was a survivable number. We do know, however, what the alternative to that was, which was withdrawal, and that's not a future contingency. We know as a matter of history that that was disastrous.
And he's General McKenzie, now retired, Frank McKenzie, working down at University of South Florida. He says that the decision the announcement really to pull all troops out that was made in April of 2021, that set off a series of events, set things in motion that ultimately led to the withdrawal being, as what he called it, disastrous, Savannah and Joe.
So, Courtney, looking back at the events of last year, does the general have any regrets about how that troop withdrawal was handled?
He does. I mean, the biggest thing that he talks about is that he wishes that the U.S. had started getting Americans out of that country earlier. But he said that he's, as I said, he's now retired. He says that every single day he thinks about what was happening at this time last year, that he's really haunted by it. But here's what he had to say about it.
I've thought about it every day. It's something that I spent a lot of time considering. The lost opportunities, what it meant, the loss of human beings, American and others, that occurred over not only the last part of the evacuation, but also the course of a 20-year war. I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero, and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible. I think the U.S. failure in Afghanistan was not the failure solely of the U.S. military, although we certainly bear responsibility for that, but a whole of government approach that simply failed.
He also talks about this as what he says was a whole of government failure in Afghanistan. And it's really sad, I have to tell you, to hear him repeatedly talk about the war in Afghanistan ultimately as a failure is pretty striking from a military general. But he said that it was a whole of government failure. And what that means is that from the very beginning, the military component not getting Osama bin Laden early on in the conflict, to President Obama making a decision and an announcement that the U.S. was going to withdraw, then ultimately to the signing of the Doha Agreement, which also made an announcement that the U.S. was going to withdraw. He said that those were catastrophic decisions because they really degraded the confidence of the Afghan government and the Afghan military, and then ultimately of the people in their government institutions.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much.
More international headlines now, starting in Crimea, where more explosions were reported at a Russian weapons depot, but Ukraine has stopped short of claiming responsibility.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Ukraine with the latest on that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Russia is blaming sabotage for that explosion at that ammunitions depot, but it appears to have been deep in Russian-occupied territory in Crimea, suspected to be a Russian attack. Ukraine's military, though, is being coy about whether it was responsible, saying only that the explosions make everyone in Ukraine happy. President Zelensky hinting at more to come, urging Ukrainians still living in Crimea to avoid Russian military bases. Now to North Korea, which fired 2 cruise missiles into the sea this morning as the country flexes its military might. It's unclear how far or how high they flew, but it comes as North Korea's rival, South Korea, called for diplomacy, while also starting 4 days of joint military drills with the United States. And in Australia, scientists hope to bring back an animal from extinction. The Tasmanian tiger used to roam the Australian bush, but disappeared in the 1930s. Now geneticists plan to resurrect it using an advanced DNA technology and artificial reproduction. I'm just hoping that they don't try that with dinosaurs next.
Yeah, maybe the
Jurassic
small
Park,
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Small dinosaurs.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's so interesting.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. And coming up on Morning News Now, increased access hearing aids going from prescription only to over-the-counter.
After the break, the big move by the FDA that could change the lives of millions of Americans.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back with an announcement from the FDA that will impact millions of Americans. The agency says it will allow hearing aids to be made available over the counter without the need for costly medical exams or prescriptions.
This has actually been a long time coming. Congress passed legislation requiring the FDA to create a category for over-the-counter hearing aids way back in 2017, but it's only just now being implemented. Now, this will just be for people with mild to moderate hearing problems, but these devices should hit drugstores as early as mid-October. For more, we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here on set with us. So just walk us through the impact of this announcement. I mean, to not need a prescription sounds like a pretty big deal.
It is a pretty big deal. I mean, I think the FDA says that about 30 million Americans would qualify, be candidates for this if they have mild to moderate hearing loss, and only about 14% of those people actually seek assessment for this. It's a really expensive process. I mean, a set of hearing aids, a pair of hearing aids can cost people about $5,000. They haven't committed to say exactly how much savings there will be, but it could be, we're talking about half the cost. I mean, Medicare, don't get me started, on what it does not cover. It doesn't cover dental and things like this. And this is, predominant. I mean, it affects younger people, but we're talking about a lot of seniors who would be impacted by this.
Yeah, so the benefits are pretty clear. I did a story on this a few years ago when they were looking into it and heard plenty from the hearing aid industry who's deeply opposed to this. Why has it taken it so long to get here?
If you look back, for people who are interested in how things go from an idea to actual policy, it was quite a journey, quite a meandering, serpentine thing. We sort of said it in the lead. In 2017, Congress passed legislation that said, we would like to have more competition in the market. And the Trump administration actually signed that into law. But it wasn't until last July when President Biden signed an executive order that really prompted the FDA to put this ruling out for public comment. And they got a lot of comments, Joe, as you can well imagine, from consumer advocates, medical experts, and everything. And I think that their feeling is that this will create more competition in the field. And that, for a lot of folks who have, again, the mild to moderate, and I think it's important for people to understand what does that actually mean to have mild to moderate. So it's basically like you're having difficulty hearing when there's background noise. You're having difficulty hearing on the telephone. Friends and family are asking you to repeat, or you're asking your friends and family to repeat. It's not for people with severe hearing loss. But suffice it to say, it took 6 years. I think in the big scheme of things, that's actually not that long. I mean, it takes a long time for things like this to happen. But yes, you no longer will need to see an audiologist. And so, the audiologists are going to say, well, they do serve a purpose, right? But one of the things I think is important for viewers to understand is that there's a lot of questions that you should probably be asking. Hearingloss.org is a great website for things to understand, like, what's the warranty? Do you need a smartphone app to use this? Can you amplify the sound or not? Like, without the aid, without the help, no pun intended, of the audiologist, you might have some difficult navigating this at first.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. So it's only for that mild to moderate.
It is.
More severe cases, not. Why is that, and what does it mean if you are at the more severe end?
Yeah, so if you are at the more severe end, I think you absolutely need a consultation. Remember, you can do this with mild to moderate without a prescription and without an exam, which, as a medical professional, and I'm always a little nervous about telling people, go out and have this for yourself. But the thing is, with the FDA, they have set regulations on how loud you can amplify the sound. So I don't think it's dangerous for people to do this. But I would also argue that you may not be getting the best fit or the best sound or the best thing. And so if you're not satisfied with your over-the-counter product, you absolutely should seek, a professional consultation. It's also not indicated for kids who need hearing aids. They also need to go through the traditional channels.
Definitely a big change. All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, good to see you in person. Thanks so much.
It's always great to have you here. And coming up, she's a leading force in the film industry. Up next in this week's edition of Women Mean Business, we'll be joined by movie executive CeCe Cleary to talk about her impressive resume and get her advice for young women hoping to break into the entertainment industry.
And reading between the lines, how public libraries have become the center of a political fight. This is Morning News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. I just love that graphic. As you just saw, it's time for another edition of our series, Women Mean Business. And just wait until you hear today's guest's resume. CeCe Cleary has worked as a producer, actor, stunt woman, sports model, and professional athlete. After graduating from the University of Vermont, Cleary moved to Hawaii and became a professional big wave windsurfer in Maui. She was one of the first women in the world to kite surf in Hawaii and also participated in the Olympic trials in 2004. She broke into the movie industry, working behind the camera on commercials and music videos. Recently, she was involved in the movie To Leslie, which The Hollywood Reporter described as, quote, searingly low-key and beautifully acted. She's currently the development executive for Blue Water Lane Productions. CeCe Cleary is clearly a woman who means business, and CeCe joins us now. CeCe, thanks so much for being here this morning. So I want to hear a little bit about your path and how you got here. I mean, windsurfing, stunt double. We saw a picture of you on a horse there. You've done it all, and now in the movie industry, so many different roles. Did you know that you wanted to end up where you are now? And just tell me a little bit about the path along the way.
I think I knew when I was doing stunt work in Hawaii. I did a lot of film stunt work, and I just fell in love with the movie business. And so I kept doing stunt work as long as I could, and then I got into scouting locations, and I did PA work. I did whatever job I could on the set just to learn, to find my place. And I think I always knew it was producing. It just took a while to get there.
Absolutely. As I think it feels a lot of the time for all of us that it takes a while to get to where we ultimately want to be. And I'm going to ask you for some advice at the end of this. But let's talk about one of your latest films, To Leslie. You've described it as the type of story you like to tell as it matters and makes a difference. Tell us what you mean by that, and also the importance for you in the position that you're in to tell stories like that.
Yes, we picked it for various reasons. One is a story that makes a difference. It's about humanity, and it also talks about addiction, which I think everybody has experienced someone in their life that has some sort of situation like that. And it's humanity. Part of the story, a perfect stranger helps this person. So that was one of the reasons we picked it. And the acting's amazing. Andrea Riseborough, I've never seen a performance like that in my life. I was on set every day. And Michael Morris, the director, is one of the best directors I've ever worked with. So it was a really positive experience. We shot it during COVID, which was very challenging.
Absolutely. And obviously just powerhouses both behind and in front of the camera. It's so cool. You know, as we've been doing this series, one of the questions that comes up, which is interesting because we have had such a variation of women interviewed here, is what's it like in a male-dominated industry? And I preface it that way just because a lot of industries are just that. But I wonder what it was like coming up for you within the entertainment movie industry, and if there's any changes you hope to see moving forward or that you're sort of actively working on.
Yes, it is challenging because there are only 30% of females are producers. So I work with mostly men, so I had to really prove myself. But the men I've worked with have been great. They've been supportive, but you do have to prove yourself every day. You're only as good as your last act. And advice for women breaking into it, I would just say, you know, keep working at it. Just prove yourself and you'll succeed.
Is there anything you wish you could go back and tell a younger you who maybe was in the middle of switching up your careers or just starting out in the movie industry that you wish you would have known then that now you'd love to be able to go back and tell her?
Yes, ask for help. You know, you don't have to know everything, and to identify what you don't know and find a mentor and just say, I don't know this, could you teach me? Or delegate and say, I can't do everything. You can't know every area of the business of production and making a movie. It's so complicated and there's so many different facets. I wish I had reached out earlier, and you don't always have to be the smartest person in the room. You're actually smarter if you're not the smartest person in the room.
Such a good point. Knowing what you don't know, so important, and asking for help, something that sometimes can be tough, but a great reminder. CeCe Cleary, thank you so much. Wonderful to meet you and to get to talk to you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Financial headlines now. The U.S. government has released the details of a new tax incentive for electric vehicles, and not all cars are going to qualify.
Yes, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with the details on that and other financial headlines this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, the ink is barely dry on the Inflation Reduction Act, and one of the features is already up and running. People who want to buy electric vehicles can take a look on a number of websites that are available to help determine just which cars qualify for the credits of up to $7,500. At least 21 models are eligible, including the Ford F-150 Lightning, Mustang Mach-E, and BMW 3 Series plug-ins. Now, Teslas are not, because Teslas have already had their tax credits, and that tax credit period has expired. Meantime, Amazon is raising fees on third-party sellers who use the company's fulfillment services to pack and ship orders. From mid-October to mid-January, during that big holiday peak, sellers will be hit with an average fee of 35 cents per item. It's the second fee imposed by Amazon this year, which is following the steps of FedEx and UPS. Back in April, it added a 5% fuel and inflation surcharge to offset rising gas prices, shipping, and labor costs. And the parent company of Regal Cinemas says a lack of blockbuster movies is hurting ticket sales. Cineworld says the problem will likely persist until November. The world's second largest theater chain was hoping big budget films like Top Gun Maverick and Jurassic World would help reduce its mountain of debt. But Hollywood has released fewer movies than a typical summer, due in part to production issues during the pandemic. So you don't have a lot of those big Avengers series out there getting people to the movies.
Yeah,
But
which is hard to believe there aren't many of those right now.
I know,
They usually come out every other week.
I know. I'm like, which one is this? Did we already get that one? Top Gun Maverick, though. Oh, my goodness. So
Tom Cruise is going to make the next one.
Yeah, I've got to get to the theaters to see that.
Oh, Bertha, you haven't seen it? Go, go, go. Run, run, run.
Right now. I'm late.
Right now. Go. We excuse
Thanks,
you.
Bertha.
Thank you, Bertha. Public libraries, especially in rural counties, are dealing with a new challenge. Some state legislators are passing laws that critics say will politicize libraries, like in Lawrence County, Kentucky. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin shows us what's happening there and across the country.
In an area like this that is very rural, very low socioeconomic, exposing kids to diversity, inclusiveness, in whatever way that may be, is of the utmost importance.
Carly Pelfrey is at the helm of the Lawrence County Public Library in eastern Kentucky.
Gosh, the growth here in our library with our collection, with our staff, with our patrons, the county population has seen a little bit of growth too. A lot of positive changes. Also some changes that are a little concerning.
In April, legislators in the Bluegrass state overrode the governor's veto, approving SB 167, which will transform public library boards by turning over power to local county judges.
Prior to this bill, libraries were politically neutral. You know, our boards were neutral. We had no affiliation with a political party or a candidate or an elected official, and that's going to change.
Public libraries across the U.S. are being challenged on funding and censorship.
We've never witnessed the volume of challenges reported to our office in almost 20 years. We had 729 challenges reported to us in 2021.
The typical number reported in a year is less than half of that, according to Deborah Caldwell-Stone, who oversees the Office of Intellectual Freedom for the American Library Association.
What we're seeing is this attack on books that represent groups that have been traditionally marginalized in our communities, just as they're finding a place on the public stage.
Back in Kentucky, supporters of the bill here say it isn't meant to politicize libraries, but restore accountability to taxpayers instead.
Censorship wasn't even discussed. It was, how is this money appropriately spent? Now, if the counties choose to adopt the new appointment system and a different board gets on there, they're going to look at different content. Very possible. I can't tell you that that won't happen.
State Senator Philip Wheeler represents this district, and he helped shepherd this legislation across the finish line. It'll go into effect early next year.
I think what the problem is under the current system, it goes back to really a lack of diversity in outlook and diversity in opinion.
Under the new law, counties will have the choice to opt out of the new system.
If the county chooses to do nothing, the status quo reigns.
The legislation could give fiscal control of libraries to local officials, raising alarm in rural regions like Lawrence County, a community of 16,000.
A lot of our lawmakers, a lot of our legislatures are so out of touch with what public libraries actually do.
Beyond the usual books and DVDs, this library provides free lunches for kids during the summer. And with broadband inaccessible in some areas, they also provide internet and resources families may not have.
I didn't have a computer to use for college, and I would come here to work.
No other entity in town is putting on any free programs, any activities for the kids.
The trickle-down effect will affect our boards. It'll affect our budgets. And if we don't have the funding to provide these kinds of services, then what happens?
Officials in Campbell County, Wyoming, voted to defund the local library in May, saying it lacked transparency around how it buys and discards books. But critics say it's their way of banning books they deem inappropriate.
We're actually seeing efforts to target school board elections and library board elections.
School libraries in Tennessee are now controlled by the State Board of Education instead of local boards after a bill was passed in April.
It's really sometimes frightening to see this effort to use public libraries and school libraries as tools of indoctrination.
In Jamestown Township, Michigan, voters rejected a property tax that makes up 84% of the local library's annual budget. Officials say this will likely force the library to close.
It really is insidious in every way, and it goes so far beyond funding.
Our thanks to Julie Sirkin for that report. It's worth noting in 2021, the average number of challenges reported to the American Library Association over funding and censorship more than doubled. Coming up on Morning News Now, a centennial to remember.
We'll introduce you to a grandmother celebrating two incredible milestones, her 100th birthday and her 100th great-grandchild. We will be right back.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What is this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
If you're looking to switch your breakfast bagel for a healthier option, well, here is an option for you may not have considered. Chocolate ice cream. A new food nutrition guide from Tufts University says chocolate ice cream in a cone topped with nuts beats a whole grain bagel with raisins when it comes to overall nutrition. The so-called food compass uses a 100-point scale to rank all kinds of food from corn chips to cappuccinos. A non-fat cappuccino does rank higher than corn chips, by the way. The chart's designers say most people understand the basics of food nutrition but can get confused with more complex or processed foods. They hope this compass will help guide people toward healthier choices. I mean, I guess to be clear, I never thought my morning bagel with cream cheese was healthy.
Oh, wait, you can have chocolate ice cream and a cone, and it's not as bad. It's better than a whole wheat even bagel?
I guess, yeah. You know.
So I guess bagels are just...
I'm not super surprised. I never looked at a bagel and thought, oh, this is the healthy choice I'm having this morning.
Yeah.
But, you know.
You know, people like scoop them out and do all that crazy stuff just to keep getting the bagel. Anyway, one really big family celebrated a really big milestone. A 99-year-old woman from the Philadelphia suburbs just met her, get this, 100th great-grandchild.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing this family is celebrating this year. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the story of this mega matriarch.
Oh, yeah. So that's Kohler William, Grandma.
Newborn baby Kohler, meet your great-grandma Marguerite Kohler. She knows a thing or two about kids.
I think we'll leave him with you.
That's a good idea.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
In the Kohler clan, great-grandma has quite the legacy.
11 children, 56 grandchildren, and then 100 great-grandchildren.
One ginormous family, all started by a woman who grew up as an only child.
She was married to my grandfather right before World War II in 1942, and they were happily married for 66 years.
Baby Kohler named to honor his Grandma Kohler and Grandpa William.
And it felt very natural to name him Kohler and William as the middle name, and then we can always call him Cole if we like.
And his place as the 100th grandchild, extra special, because another 100 milestone is coming up.
So you're going to be 100 years old soon, and the 100th great-grandchild.
So with 100 great-grandchildren, 56 grandchildren, and 11 children, it's safe to say hosting Thanksgiving isn't just an event, it's a village gathering.
And we just come in different heats and make our presents and, you know, spend some time together, and then we disperse so that everyone can kind of get together at these critical points throughout the year.
Adding all 4 generations up, that's 168 Kohler family members. For the newest member, that's going to be a lot of names to learn.
My grandmother's name is Marguerite. She named my mother Marguerite, who named my oldest sister Marguerite, and then my brother's second daughter is Marguerite as well.
But for the OG Marguerite...
Does he make you happy?
Oh my God, yeah. I'm just thinking how lucky I am.
That feeling of happiness from holding every great-grandkid never gets old. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
I was going to say they're going to have to wear name tags at the family reunion, but maybe they
seriously.
don't because they're all named Marguerite. So I guess
It is crazy when you see the picture of them all together. It's like, oh my goodness,
quite
that's
the
one family. Amazing.
Congrats to them. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, ousted. Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney's career in Congress is coming to an end. The vice chair of the January 6th committee lost her primary in Wyoming last night to a Trump-backed challenger. Cheney conceded, but told our Savannah Guthrie earlier this morning that her work is not over.
Are you thinking about running for president? That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. It is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
With the latest on the results in Wyoming, plus the key races in Alaska, also putting Trump's influence on the GOP to the test. Travel trouble, surprise delays and staff shortages impacting thousands of travelers all summer. And this week, some of the country's largest airports were hit especially hard. We're going to take a look at how long these problems are going to last and what it could mean for your travel plans this holiday season. Playing catch-up. Hundreds of thousands of graduates are starting college this fall. But after spending half of their high school years with remote learning, COVID disruptions, and teacher shortages, is this pandemic generation ready? What educators say needs to be done to prepare college-bound students. Plus, mission to the moon. The U.S. has its sights set on another lunar landing. Overnight, NASA's newest, biggest rocket yet rolled out on the launch pad for its first test mission. From the upgraded space capsule to the astronauts who will be selected, we've got a preview of what's in store and when we can expect to see humans on the moon again. I can imagine we're talking about that, but it's coming pretty quickly.
I know, it's amazing. And we love to bring you space news.
Exactly.
When we can.
Your source for space news. We'll have that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with, of course, the election results in Wyoming. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, once the #3 House Republican, well, she suffered a resounding primary defeat to Harriet Hageman, who was endorsed by former President Trump.
Cheney became Trump's top target on Capitol Hill after voting to impeach him in 2021 and then for her role on the January 6th committee. But in her concession speech, she made it clear she'll continue to be a thorn in Trump's side. We'll hear from Cheney herself in just a moment, but first, here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson with highlights from a busy election night.
Hey, good morning to you. Listen, the message from Wyoming voters could not be more clear in this blowout loss for Liz Cheney, who is defeated by nearly 40 points. But she's looking beyond the state to the national stage for what's next and already making moves today to follow through on her pledge to stop Donald Trump, no matter what it takes. Political payback this morning for former President Trump, with his most outspoken Republican critic, Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney, losing her House seat, but insisting her fight is just starting.
Now, the real work begins.
Invoking Abraham Lincoln and possibly hinting at her own future plans.
The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all.
Cheney's opponent, Harriet Hageman, winning easily and thanking Mr. Trump for his endorsement.
His clear and unwavering support from the very beginning propelled us to victory tonight.
Congresswoman Cheney infuriating Mr. Trump and his supporters in the conservative state by voting to impeach him after the January 6th riot, and now leading the committee investigation into his actions. Overnight, the former president calling Cheney's defeat a referendum on the committee and writing, Liz Cheney should be ashamed of herself. Now she can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion. Cheney's loss, part of the reshaping of the Republican Party. Of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Mr. Trump, Cheney is now the 4th to lose a primary to somebody he backed. Another 4 have retired, leaving only 2 advancing to the general election in November. While Mr. Trump's grip on the GOP seems as strong as ever, he's facing increasing pressure in the investigation of his handling of classified materials at Mar-a-Lago. The New York Times reporting the FBI has interviewed top Trump White House witnesses, including former White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. NBC News has not confirmed that report, and a federal judge is set to decide tomorrow whether to unseal the affidavit that would lay out the reasons why the FBI searched the estate. The government does not want it released, saying it involves highly classified materials and highly sensitive information about witnesses. Media outlets, including NBC News, argue it should be made public. Mr. Trump and some of his allies want it released, too. Overnight, Cheney also condemning the former president and Republicans who have ramped up rhetoric against the FBI in the wake of the search.
Donald Trump knows that voicing these conspiracies will provoke violence and threats of violence. This happened on January 6th, and it's now happening again. It is entirely foreseeable that the violence will escalate further.
And Cheney is not wasting any time this morning, with her team already filing paperwork today to create a political action committee that she'll lead. And she's keeping the Lincoln theme going with the name of the group, The Great Task. It's a reference to the last line of the Gettysburg Address and a nod to the challenge ahead of trying to keep former President Trump from power. Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Hallie.
You just heard what Congresswoman Cheney had to say last night. Well, this morning she spoke exclusively with Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, who asked her about her defeat and pressed her on what the future may hold.
Well, about last night, you lost by approximately 37 points, a greater margin than even polls had predicted. And I'm remembering back to when we had an interview back in May 2021 when you lost your leadership position. I said, they are coming after you. President Trump wants to go to Wyoming and take you on in the primary. And you said, bring it on. Well, they did. And here we are, and you lost. How do you feel about that now? What's your response today?
Well, look, I think, as we've talked about before, I won my primary by 73 percentage points 2 years ago. The path to that same victory would have been very easy. It was clear how that path would go. But that path would have required that I accept, that I embrace, that I perpetuate the big lie. And I've been very clear at every moment since January 6th that there are some things that have got to be above politics, that there's no political office that's more important than the principles that we take an oath to defend. And I believe that Donald Trump continues to pose a very grave threat and risk to our republic. And I think that defeating him is going to require a broad and united front of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And that's what I intend to be part of.
Back to a moment for your race. We all know the old adage, all politics is local. And in focus groups and interviews with reporters, many Wyoming voters said that you had lost your way, you went Washington, and you were focused too much on Trump and not the issues that they cared about. One poll showed 61% of likely Republican voters there said you weren't focused on Wyoming issues. Was that the issue? Did you have the wrong focus?
No, look, I think I'm very proud of everything that I accomplished, that we accomplished together with the voters of Wyoming over the last nearly 6 years. But it became very clear after Donald Trump attacked the Capitol, sent a mob to attack the Capitol, refused to accept the results of the election, refused to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol when the assault was underway, that this was a threat that we've never faced before. He crossed a line that couldn't be crossed. And as a nation, you don't get the opportunity to debate and discuss any other issue if you simply turn your head away from that kind of a fundamental threat on our republic.
Well, in point of fact, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy did consider this a referendum on your work on January 6th. President Trump, former President Trump, last night said it was a complete rebuke of that work. And you have said in the past that you thought the voters of Wyoming fundamentally understood how important that fidelity to the Constitution was. Did you get that wrong? Do people see it differently in the Republican Party?
Look, I think what we have seen, not just in Wyoming, but across the country, is that Donald Trump has betrayed Republican voters. He's lied to them. Those who support him have lied to them. And they're using people's patriotism against them. They're preying on people's patriotism. Kevin McCarthy made his decision a few weeks after January 6th, knowing what he knew about Donald Trump's role in the assault on the Capitol, when he went to Mar-a-Lago and said, we're going to welcome him back into the party. party. To me, that's indefensible. This is a great, special, exceptional nation, and we need leaders who have reverence for our Constitution, who are faithful to our Constitution, and who are going to do what's required to abide by our oath, no matter whether or not it's politically convenient. Kevin McCarthy certainly does not fit that bill, but I know that there are millions and millions of Americans across this country, again, regardless of their party affiliation, who know that there's something more important than partisan politics, and who know we all have to stand together if we want to defend this republic.
The former president said last night you're now headed to political oblivion. You said this fight is just beginning. You've even launched a political organization already. So let's just be straight about it. Are you considering running for president yourself?
Well, what I'm going to do, Savannah, is spend the next several months completing my work in Congress, obviously completing my work representing the people of Wyoming. We have a tremendous amount of work left to do on the January 6th committee. And also, though, I'm going to be making sure that people all around this country understand the stakes of what we're facing, understand the extent to which we've now got one major political party, my party, which has really become a cult of personality. And we've got to get this party back to a place where we're embracing the values and the principles on which it was founded, and talking about, you know, fundamental issues of civics, fundamental issues of what does it mean to be a constitutional republic.
But Congresswoman, you didn't answer me yes or no.
And I will also be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump. I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. I'm not going to make any announcements here this morning, but it is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that exclusive interview.
Now, with tens of millions of Americans now taking to the skies every week, the airline industry, as we've been talking about, has been struggling to keep up with the demand. Staffing shortages and weather issues are just some of the problems facing the industry. But the main focus, it's still getting passengers to their destinations safe and sound, maybe sometimes just a little bit frustrated. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is outside of LaGuardia Airport in New York with more. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Frustrated for sure. You know, air travel is really on a knife edge, and we've seen that this week with cancellation and delays. And although airlines have cut back on the number of flights and their scheduling, and that has had some improvement, it's clear that there are still a lot of things that need to be ironed out. In the country's busiest airspace,
runway 4 left, clear for takeoff.
Thousands and thousands of flights come and go every day, meaning even the slightest snag in the system.
We're going to try to get you a reroute or see how long it's going to be.
Can bring major ripple effects.
If you lose an airplane from New York, you lose it in Atlanta, you lose it in Dallas, you lose it in Iowa City, you lose it everywhere.
On Monday, the Federal Aviation Authority warned of hours-long delays at its New York City hubs, LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark, citing staffing issues, including a shortage of air traffic controllers. And while the FAA announced hours later that the ground delays out of JFK and Newark had been lifted, cause for concern is still in the air.
By the beginning of 2022, there were more than 1,000 less certified professional controllers and more than 1,500 less on board throughout our facilities, a number that has declined for the past 11 years.
The FAA recently announced it received more than 57,000 applications for its open air traffic controller positions, and were on target to meet their yearly hiring goal. But Delta CEO Ed Bastian says air traffic control is just one facet of an airline ecosystem facing an uphill climb.
TSA and security have had challenges. Our vendors and our concourses have had challenges, but we're making a lot of progress.
With passenger totals now consistently approaching pre-pandemic levels, the busy summer season has been turning up the heat on the entire airline industry, exposing problems with staffing, scheduling, and the handling of bad weather. Travelers are frustrated and running out of patience.
Look at the line. I mean, welcome to 2022, I guess.
And as summer winds down, some industry leaders say unless big changes are made, upcoming holiday travel could be anything but merry.
We're going to see the same results. Cancellations and delays when it's the worst time possible, when you need to get to see family or carry on business.
So to keep from making those cancellations and delays, airlines, as I said earlier, are cutting back on the number of flights that they take. And American Airlines has announced that it is going to schedule 31,000 fewer flights in November. Wow. And that represents about 16% of their flights that month. So if you are looking to make those Thanksgiving travel plans, you might want to get on that right now. As for me, I'm flying to Birmingham, Alabama later on today. It's 2 flights through Atlanta. My fingers are crossed, guys.
Yeah, they're crossed for you. Also, hopefully your luggage, everything makes it there in one piece with you. Stephanie Goss, thanks so much.
Or don't check anything.
Yeah, she knows not to check anything. Stephanie knows. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather, including storms for, the southeast.
Yeah, oh dear, maybe impacting Stephanie's flight plan. Michelle Grossman, hey.
I know, that's all I could think about. There's storms right where she's going to be flying out of. So we'll show you that in just a minute. But this is today's snapshot because we are looking at the chance for some storms. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms as well, and also for the chance for some flooding. So as we go throughout the day, the strong storms exactly where Stephanie's going to be taking out of. Coastal storm up through portions of, mainly affecting Maine. It's beneficial rain. I'll show you that too in just a minute. Heavy rain in the southwest into the southern Rockies. That's due to that monsoon moisture that's going to move in once again this afternoon. And then we're looking at really dangerous heat in the west coast. We're also looking at some toasty conditions in the central plains and portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. So starting with the rain today, the southeast storms, we're going to see locally heavy downpours, torrential downpours. That could lead to some flooding. We have a very slow moving front that's going to, and also a lot of heat and humidity in place that will fuel some of those storms, especially along the front and out ahead of that front. And then by tomorrow, look what happens. Not much. We're seeing this front move very slowly. It's nearly stationary, so it's the same spots along the Gulf Coast into the southeast where we're seeing those really heavy rains and some strong storms as well. Where you see these brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds, that's where we could see some really heavy downpours. We do have that severe threat as well. We're not expecting a severe outbreak. We're not expecting really a lot of tornadoes. There is a chance for tornadoes, but that is a low risk. The biggest risk will be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and also some hail. So we're talking anywhere from Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, into the Gulf Coast of Florida. And we're looking from Shreveport, Jackson, Tallahassee into Daytona Beach. Heavy rainfall as well, 1, 2, even 3 inches in some spots. And they could come pretty quickly with these storms. We could see those heavy downpours leading to some road flooding as well. Now we're looking off to the west. We're looking at dangerous heat once again. 21 million people impacted from Washington through Oregon, even to Southern California, over into Idaho. Where you see the pink here, that's an excessive heat warning because some spots will reach into the triple digits. And we're talking today into Friday. So this is a long stretch for a heat wave. Temperatures into the 100s in Medford, 105, well above normal for this time of year, actually 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, 102 in Boise and 105 in Sacramento. The heat, the humidity could fuel some fire danger as well. So we're looking at gusty winds, frequent lightning. Where you see the pink here, that's your red flag warning. So we're going to be watching that very closely as we head throughout the afternoon. Another spot that could see rain, this is beneficial rain in New England. We're looking at a coastal low that could bring some rain back into portions of Maine, mainly, where we're looking at anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain. And then, of course, the southwest, we're looking at some rainfall into the Four Corners, the southern Rockies, 1 to 2 inches there. Then looking ahead towards the weekend, we do have some storms in the forecast. Once again, in the southeast, could see some heavy rain where you see those yellows and reds, but a summer beauty once again. A beautiful weekend last weekend in the northeast. We're going to do it once again on Friday. Rain comes into the forecast in the northeast on Saturday. Back to you guys.
A great encore in the northeast. We'll take it.
There we go. Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, NASA is getting ready to return to the moon. We'll take a look behind the new mission and when NASA hopes to have astronauts stepping on the lunar surface again.
Plus, the new school year is already underway in some parts of the country. That means the roads are going to be busier with school buses and parents. Up next, how to make sure you and your kids are ready to navigate those changes safely.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're back now with some breaking news overnight. NASA has rolled out its newest and biggest rocket ever in preparation for its moonshot in just over 2 weeks.
Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon, but first an uncrewed test flight around it. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with more on this. And Tom, you spent a lot of time the last few weeks at Mission Control in Houston, where I'm guessing they're pretty excited about returning to the moon, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And listen, I think your audience is excited, right? NASA's excited. The potential astronauts who might be chosen, they're excited. NASA's international partners are a big part of this. They're excited to be part of a human lunar mission. And for the first part of that return trip to the moon, the first part of that is set for the end of this month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon. All astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, is this cool or what? Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 female and 4 male dummies, make that 4 female and male dummies, loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's effects on the human body and for future astronauts. Now, Orion will orbit as close as 60 miles above the moon, then 280,000 miles from Earth. That's the furthest that any human spacecraft designed for humans, has ever traveled, you guys.
Wow. So, Tom, I understand when humans do finally go to the moon again, NASA's targeting one of the coldest spots there. Why is that?
Yeah, that's right. They're targeting a landing zone on the moon's south pole because they believe that there's water ice there that can be used to power future missions to Mars, help sustain a moon colony, and water is key to everything that they're trying to do on the moon.
All right, we look forward to much more of your reporting on this, Tom. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
it's
Tom.
cool stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
Speaking of cool stuff, it's time for your weekly checkup. With back to school around the corner for so many, we're looking at why and how having a strong vocabulary can affect a child's progress in preschool.
Also school related, we're looking at a study that focuses on the safety concerns parents have when dropping their kids off at school. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now with all these headlines that you might have missed. Doctor, let's start with that study I just mentioned. This hectic morning rush that parents experience getting kids to school. Turns out quite a few parents are concerned about it. A new national poll shows 1 in 3. In fact, Ori, it's a safety concern. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this study basically, it was a survey out of the University of Michigan, and they looked at about 1,000 parents, and they found out that parents are concerned about a lot of things here. We have about a third of parents concerned that drivers are not paying attention. We have about a third concerned that drivers are speeding, and about a fourth are concerned that people are parking in no park areas and things like that. And, you know, when I think about it, when I was in high school and middle school, I mean, 3 p.m. dismissal, it was no man's land. It was every man's for himself, chaos. You know, you had moms honking at each other, everyone kind of going at it. And so what this is really saying is that, you know, the time at dismissal can be very, very, very stressful because you have all these cars going around. And so we have some doctor's orders to kind of help you guys out here. The first thing is find alternative ways to get to class, whether that's you're able to walk to school or you're able to bike or you're able to carpool, take a bus. The other thing we really want to talk about is maybe, you know, getting involved with school administration. You know, they're there for a reason. There are ways that people can, whether it's putting traffic cones around or directing traffic a certain way, there are ways we can sort of help out here.
I was part of safety patrol.
Did you wear the vest and the flag?
Cross when it was time. I had cones.
There you
go.
I just had the flag. We had to learn how to do the flag. You know what I'm saying?
That was part of it
crosswalk.
too. When I would wake up and it was my day, my dad would call it silly hat day because I'd wear this big hat, and he would always say that when we were wake
Now
up.
I'm sure it's like a fashion,
I'm sure he's at home
fashion statement.
Right
All right, moving on. Let's talk about preschool. This is a study that talks about how preschoolers who enter with a good vocabulary and attention skills. This may seem obvious, but it really helps put them ahead, right?
Yeah, and so what this study did was they looked at about almost 1,000 preschoolers too, and they kind of observed them do what preschoolers do, while at the same time assessing their vocabulary. So they would show them pictures of things and ask them to name, hey, do you know what this is? And what they really found was that people who did better on those tests actually, we'll say, are more charismatic preschoolers. They interacted better with their peers and their colleagues, and they were less likely to be distracting in class. So the doctor's orders here, learn more words, really. It's for parents, it's don't skip story time and be descriptive when you're teaching kids words. So for example, if you want to learn 5 words a week, you want to learn the word dance, act out a dance. Open up TikTok. Open up that For You page. Learn a new dance with your kids. If you want to learn the word
dance for your kids, there you go.
Charades going on.
Yeah, you want to learn the word handsome. Show them Joe Fryer. So just
that all. Confuse the children, probably.
Stop it.
So be descriptive as possible. Aim for 5 words a week. It really does help more than you think.
Okay, doctor, last one.
See if you can collect yourself after that.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, doctor, this one is actually kind of weird, kind of interesting. It's a study that shows that lying on a certain side of your body while you take a pill might mean you feel its effects faster. Tell us about this.
Yeah, so this was a computer study. It was not looking at humans. It was a simulation model looking at the stomach, and they kind of looked at different ways you can take a pill, whether that's laying on your left side, your right side, upright, like we are now. And they basically found that the best way to sort of get the fastest effect of the medicine is to actually lay on your right side. It has to do with gravity and the way the body's kind of situated. But, you know, the doctor's orders here, embrace the right side. If you're laying down, you have a headache, you need to take some pain medication, why not try it on your right side? You really have nothing to lose.
That's true. Unless, like, I take Advil here sometimes. All of a sudden, I'm like, Joe.
Just anchor on your side. I'm sure it's fine. Well,
all right, Dr.
You
Sayal,
get to come back anytime. Dr. Sayal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up across the country, thousands of students are getting ready for their first year of college. We'll take a closer look at the concerns that this incoming class may not be able to handle the college workload.
Plus, why some lucky high school students may be able to set their alarm clocks a little later each morning. The health reasons driving one state to change its school start times next.
We're
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The pandemic changed a lot for most of us, including how we educate our kids. As classrooms reopen for a new school year, a growing number of Black families opted to keep their kids in homeschool. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been finding out why some have made a temporary situation permanent.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school. Here, they'll learn about animals, produce, farm operations, and flowers.
Good job, Maxwell.
What was the best part of today?
Feeding the animals. Feeding the animals.
These kids are part of the Melanin Village, a collective of Black families that homeschool. Parents work to make learning engaging and warm for their kids after years of feeling let down by public schools. Before the pandemic, only 3% of Black students were homeschooled. By 2021, it shot up to 16%. Many, like Brenea Fairchilds, say they aren't going back.
There's a joke amongst homeschoolers that we homeschool, but we're never home.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I would say homeschooling has been both a heart and a head decision for me. I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks, and I saw that, okay, it's not accurate. There you go.
Fairchilds founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. Many frustrated that their kids weren't taught diverse history, rarely had teachers who looked like them, or got disciplined at higher rates.
We're nationwide, right? So we're not just these moms here in New Jersey, but we've got a great group of moms in Arizona, in the Chicago area, in Florida. Like, this has really surpassed my dreams.
Village moms say their kids often felt isolated or disconnected in traditional school.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
In Detroit, moms Bernita Bradley and Sharice Powell say their homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families on the roster. They expect 20 more to join before this school year begins.
We don't have time when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Do you think the schools are serving Black children?
Schools were never designed to serve Black children.
And we would tell them, basically help them understand our students, and we would tell them that our children are brilliant. It's just that you all don't try to get to know them. You don't try to get to know, like, how do they learn.
Dr. Cheryl Field-Smith has studied Black homeschoolers for 17 years.
We pushed really hard to get into these public schools, and now the fact that we're pulling it out, we need to pay attention to that.
As Black families perhaps exit public school systems, for the Black kids who get left behind, what's going to be there for them?
Not only do I worry about that, but also Black home educators worry about that.
At 15, Victoria asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out of Detroit schools. She says she was being bullied relentlessly for her appearance, and it didn't seem like her administrators cared.
It made me not want to ask questions, or not want to ask specific questions because I'm like, am I like, they're going to call me dumb.
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Victoria recently graduated and joined AmeriCorps. Her mom continues to help parents like Sharice, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
Okay, so the boy is eating ice cream. Excellent, excellent. Good job.
You give your daughter so much love and attention.
Mm-hmm.
Was she getting this in public school?
No. No, of course, not to this level.
The families of the Melanin Village and Engage Detroit hope that their groups inspire school systems to get creative, take kids out of rigid routines, and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen? I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton for that report. Now, parents told us that they're able to make homeschooling work because it doesn't have to be on a strict 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. schedule. So they're able to work around their jobs and conduct most of their lessons in the afternoon. An amazing look there from Antonia.
Stay on the new term, and students about to start their freshman year of college. That's an exciting time, but there's growing concern that students who spend half of their high school lives dealing with the pandemic may not be ready for the challenges of college. Joining us now is Dr. Steve Perry. He's the head of schools for Capital Preparatory Schools. My goodness, I can't say that word. Dr. Perry, thanks for joining us. You've spent years working with students. Talk to us first about the academic impact and the pandemic has had on them, especially as they prepare to head out to college.
I want to take a quick step back, Joe. That story that you just ran was so courageous and so powerful, so thoughtful. Really, kudos to you, because it does speak to certain populations of young people who are more impacted by the pandemic than others. So Black and Latin children were more impacted by the impact, by being in the pandemic. However, what we have to keep in mind is that it wasn't just the last year of school that children were in school. They've been in school for quite some time, their entire lives. And so many of them will have to mitigate the impact of being out of school.
High school is really about more than studying. How has social development of students been impacted by all this time out of class, and how much do you worry that's going to impact them when they go to college?
Significantly. The time away was impactful. It had a very negative impact on quite a number of children. The suicide rates climbed to numbers that we've never seen before, but that's just suicide. It doesn't talk about all the other levels of mental health maladies that our children encountered on their way to that, those young people who are simply dealing with some of the lower level challenges. However, what I do want to do is I do want to recognize that children are resilient. And when we put them in the right school with the right fit, with a set of expectations from those colleges, they will survive. This is a hardy group of young people, and I have the most faith in them that they will do really well.
I mean, this is an issue facing students not just in the U.S., but around the world right now. What are the steps you think need to be taken, the advice you can offer to try and make sure that students are ready for college?
One of the first things that I want to make sure that we do, I'm actually at professional development, we're getting ready to start our year, is when you select a school, make sure it's the right school for your child. We talk about fit. And what that means is if you know your child is someone who needs a small school setting, don't send them to the large state university. If you understand that your child struggled, find a school that has a summer bridge program, one that allows them to be on campus before. If your child is African-American or Latin and you think that they would perform better in a historically Black college, don't turn away from that. Go to that. Similarly, if you think that your child is best in a small elite school or a large school, you know your child and put them in the best academic setting so that they can be given the support that they need. I'm not just an educator. I'm a father of 2 college students, one who's at a school in Philadelphia and the other one who's in school in Atlanta. And both of them need very different academic experiences, one at the University of Pennsylvania, the other one at Morehouse. Neither one of them would want the other person's school. Pick the right school for your children and watch and see them grow.
experience in so many ways. Dr. Steve Perry, thanks so much for joining us this morning and offering some of your advice. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Now, many teens who are going back to school this week will find the early starts particularly tough after the summer. That's because they naturally sleep later, and experts say getting enough rest is important for their bodies and brains. And one state is now taking an unprecedented step to help. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from San Gabriel, California, with more on this. Aaron, I would have loved this when I was back in school. Tell us what we're learning.
Hey there, Savannah. Well, California is now the first state in the nation to require later start times for most high schools and middle schools. They're doing it right here at San Gabriel High. And experts say this is an important step to combating the growing health crisis of teen sleep deprivation.
It's the first week of school in San Bernardino, California. And 17-year-old Josiah Reyes gets to sleep in an extra hour, thanks to a new mandate in the Golden State, requiring most middle schools to start no earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools at 8:30, all to help students get more sleep.
I think it's way better. Just being able to wake up a little later, getting even saving that hour, it really does make a difference, because I still go to bed around the same time.
Do you feel more rested?
I feel way more rested, yeah.
His school, Summit High, used to start at 7:30. Now with that extra hour, Josiah even has time to eat breakfast, giving him a needed boost in his AP classes.
Before they changed your school start time, problems thinking, problems functioning.
Yeah, it was always it was a routine at this point, wanting to fall asleep in second period, because second period I was already done, I'm out.
He's not alone. Today, 70% of teens are sleep deprived. And while social media may poke fun at the problem, it's no joke. Studies link it to everything from lower grades to higher risks for obesity, depression, and suicidal thoughts.
This is a public health issue.
Advocate Lisa Lewis helped petition for later school start times in California. In her new book, The Sleep Deprived Teen, she documents 3 decades of research showing how it helps teens.
When schools shift to later start times, attendance goes up, tardies and absences go down, grades go up. It boosts their emotional resiliency.
Though the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends teens get between 8 to 10 hours of sleep, changes in their circadian rhythms actually prevent them from becoming sleepy before 11 p.m.
They're not biologically able to. Even if you were to, tell them they had to go to bed at 9, chances are they're just going to lay there and stare at the ceiling.
What do you say to critics that would say, well, if school starts later, kids are just going to stay up later?
The research shows that they do stay up slightly later, but they more than make up for it with the additional sleep that they're able to gain.
Summit High senior Amaris Zarate says sleeping later has helped her be more attentive, including in cheer practice and on her drive home. One study found when schools went to later start times, drowsy driving accidents among teens dropped by 70%.
Because I have more sleep, I'm able to actually pay attention to what everyone else is doing around me.
You feel more alert.
Yes.
And safer.
Yes.
Her mom, Ashley, says it's even improved their relationship.
She's waking up a lot friendlier in the morning. She's not cranky. I'm actually able to interact with her a lot more.
So why do schools start so early? Back in the 1950s, most started around 9 a.m. But in the 70s, budget cuts caused districts to consolidate bus routes and stagger the start times for elementary, middle, and high schools.
Oftentimes they put the older kids in that earliest time slot, thinking, oh, well, teens should be best able to handle that. Well, now we know having a later start time is what is recommended for them.
Nationwide, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts are also considering mandates for later school start times. These teens say the change is long overdue.
Could you use more sleep?
All the time. All the time I could use more sleep. But I think I'm getting enough sleep, which is good.
So, Aaron, what can parents do to help their teens get more sleep, especially if they're not getting tired until 11 p.m.?
Yeah, well, there are steps parents can take. First and foremost, try not to overschedule your kid with those after-school activities, both before school and after school. Really try and make that sleep a priority. Remember, a teenager needs an 8 to 10 hour window for that sleep. And then finally, this might be a tough one, limit the use of electronic devices at least an hour before bed. That includes video games and cell phones. Savannah.
All right, Aaron, good tips there. Thank you so much.
Coming up, it may soon be harder to find ketchup, salsa, and spaghetti sauce on store shelves.
Yeah, inflation is part of the problem, but there's also another big reason tomatoes are in short supply. We'll tell you up next.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back. There are 36 governorships on the ballot this November, including in Arkansas, which has an open governor's seat. That state's politics have changed dramatically since Bill Clinton was governor in the 80s and 90s. Well, today, a Democratic newcomer is trying to make history. NBC's Julie Sirkin went along to meet him.
Just 2 black governors ever elected in U.S. history. Chris Jones, a Democrat running in the deep red, deep South, hopes to be the 3rd.
It is humbling, to know that there's still a barrier, a ceiling, and it's a reminder that we have work to do to bring everybody to the table.
Arkansas used to be Clinton country. Now, this is a long shot campaign to beat former Trump spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Her dad, Mike Huckabee, a popular ex-governor of the natural state.
I'm Chris Jones, running for governor.
But despite the odds,
I've always believed, based on my experience with Arkansans, that if you give them a chance and you show up and engage them respectfully and you listen, then they'll give you a chance.
The first-time candidate is calm and collected, fueled by the issues Arkansans are facing, consistently ranked worst in the nation in health, infrastructure, and economic opportunity, near last for teacher pay, and dead last for voter turnout.
You know, we joke, unfortunately, about saying, thank God for Mississippi. Right? And so that joke alone puts you in a position to say, well, I'm not that bad. We deserve to be the top, and we deserve to be first.
A seventh-generation Arkansan, Jones was inspired as a child to pursue politics after meeting then-Governor Clinton.
I found out that a governor could solve problems, serve people, and make a difference in their lives. And so I was sold at 8, and I said, I want to come back to Arkansas one day and serve as governor.
Jones graduated from Morehouse College on a NASA scholarship, then earning a master's in nuclear engineering and a PhD in urban planning from MIT.
Looking at your resume, it doesn't scream politician.
But it does scream problem solver. And I think, you know, we need more folks in public service that are interested in solving problems for all people.
It's been 8 years since any Democrat clinched 40% of the vote statewide. And in 2020, Donald Trump beat Joe Biden by nearly 30 points.
Over the last decades, Republicans made significant gains in state legislatures all across the country, especially here in the South. Do you think Democrats have ignored states like Arkansas, states in the South?
Yeah, I think in general, the answer is yes.
Democrats hoping that putting forward unique candidates will engage voters. And here, Jones would be the first African-American elected statewide ever.
Last time I saw a black man running for office was never.
Today, with abortion top of mind for voters on both sides of the issue,
states are having an outsized role in all sorts of things.
Some conservative states are on the brink of near total bans, a position the majority of Americans are calling too drastic.
They're exhausted by the extreme, and they want some folks to come in and be pragmatic, stand on values, and solve problems that matter to them.
Our thanks to Julie Sirkin for that report. NBC News did reach out to Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders' campaign, but they declined our interview request. In California, soaring inflation and a terrible drought are taking a big toll on tomatoes.
It means we're going to be feeling the impact on our dinner tables nationwide. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on this, with lots of pizza, I think, behind him. Sam, good morning.
Where else would you want to be early in the morning, Savannah
Exactly.
and Joe? Nice to be with you. Whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, right? It's a little early. Whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, so many products that we love, including pizza, are tied to the tomato. Let me name you a few. Ketchup, salsa, spaghetti sauce, soup, all of those things. And the prices have already been going up due to inflation, rising fuel and labor. Now you're talking about a drought that California is experiencing. It's the worst in 1,200 years. And I am hearing, guys, from the person who orders ingredients at this pizzeria, something that never happened before, just happened 2 weeks ago. He called up his supplier and said, I need tomatoes. And the supplier said, we don't have any. That was unprecedented. In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned, these fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as a quarter of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami. Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now. but it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation. And in terms of just how much more expensive tomato products are going to get for the average consumer, a lot of that, guys, depends on what the rest of this harvest in California looks like. But we can tell you that farmers told us they're seeing production costs increasing somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25% right now. So it's a reasonable expectation it's going to be at least that much more. And maybe we'll test the love affair that this country has with pizza and pasta. The bar is high to break that mold and to have us stop eating pizza. So probably not that, but you're going to be paying more for it. That's pretty clear, guys.
Yeah, that's
Back
not
to you.
going to happen.
Yeah.
We talked about chocolate ice cream for breakfast last hour. Now we'll add pizza to the list.
Yeah, I can tell you what is going to happen. I'm having pizza today because, wow, geez Louise, so many pizza pictures. Sam, thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Coming up, when you need a bookmark, you might use anything from a postcard to an old receipt.
Now, one librarian is doing something with all those bookmarks left behind in returned books. The stories and these images that you're seeing here, what they're telling, that's up next.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight. Look at what's making headlines around the world. We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Well, after the big announcement that she was retiring from tennis, Serena Williams has suffered a loss on her farewell tour. It was to Emma Raducanu at the Cincinnati Open yesterday. After the loss, Williams waved at the sold-out crowd before leaving the court. She now has just one professional tournament before the U.S. Open, which is her final chance to tie Margaret Court's record of 24 Grand Slam titles. You hate to see it, but she's still the best.
We're still supporting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. We used to keep our place. We use them to keep our place in books, but it turns out the bookmarks we use can also tell our stories.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more.
Think of everything you've used as a bookmark over the years, from concert tickets to postcards. Well, for a decade, librarian Sharon McKellar has been collecting what comes back to the Oakland Public Library between pages.
A lot of boarding passes for airplanes, a lot of photos, a lot of Post-it notes.
Now those items, hundreds of them, are on display at the library and online. Together, they form a surprisingly moving portrait of, well, us.
I like this. Please don't say funny words.
I know.
Oh, this is the program of someone's
burial.
Funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
May your days be filled with beauty. Aw.
Entire family histories left between the pages.
This to me looks like someone interviewed a grandma about her experiences coming to America from Vietnam.
Hard here, can't talk. That is right. I bet that's right. Cooks, she washes the floor so clean, it's like a mirror.
I know.
It's
I
like
love
poetry.
That. It's beautiful.
Wow.
In a world of selfies and social media, it's all very honest somehow.
All the cards and notes are generally warm and caring and thoughtful. It just is a reminder that we are all here. We are all feeling these feelings. It's not all virtual.
If what we leave behind in our books is any indication, we're all just trying to save our places in the world and with each other.
This story was so satisfying to do for so many reasons, not least because Sharon McKellar essentially says that all of these pieces reflect a real niceness. She just rarely bumps into anything mean in the collection that she has put together. And even in some cases, she gets to reunite people with pieces of their past. They've had one woman write in and say, you know, I think that's my mom's handwriting. And another person is in fact coming in next week to be reunited with a family photograph that they thought they'd lost forever. You know, all of this is really this beautifully symbolic sense of sort of who we are, and the fact that librarians, right, professional archivists, are taking an interest in this, and we have all taken an interest together in it. It really says something about, I think, the moment we are in and how powerful it is to have these sort of private glimpses into a very unrehearsed, uncurated side of who we are. Back to you.
Very cool. Jake Ward, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey there, everyone. Good Wednesday. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn is off today. Right now on NBC News Now, primary results. Congresswoman Liz Cheney loses her Republican primary to a challenger endorsed by former President Trump. What she's vowing to do next in a new interview today. And criminal probe. Rudy Giuliani testifying before a Georgia grand jury as the target of an investigation into possible 2020 election interference. Well, the district attorney there is telling us about where the probe is heading. Back to homeschool, a growing number of black parents are deciding to teach their kids at home. The reason for the uptick in homeschooling and what the kids think about that change. Plus, tomato troubles, prices of ketchup and spaghetti sauce all on the rise. We'll tell you what's behind the shortage that could make you shell out more dough for your next pizza. We begin this hour with the latest results from last night's pivotal primaries in Alaska and Wyoming. Wyoming's Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, an outspoken critic of former President Trump, ousted by her Trump-backed challenger by a more than 2-to-1 margin, NBC News projects. After her defeat, Cheney saying in an exclusive interview on NBC's Today Show that she is not counting out a presidential bid in the future. In her defiant concession speech, she vowed her work is far from over.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
We have a team of reporters here to break down the latest results. We'll dive more into the consequences of the Wyoming race with NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar in just a moment. But let's go to begin on NBC News Capitol Hill with correspondent Ali Vitale, who's in Anchorage, Alaska, for us today. Ali, let's start with the special election there. Votes we know still coming in. Alaska voters used ranked choice voting for the first time yesterday. And this race includes a potential political comeback for former Governor Sarah Palin. She has been out of politics for years. So where does this race stand now today, and how is this new system of ranked choice voting actually working out?
A potential political comeback here, Morgan, because we aren't going to know the results here for at least a week, in part because so many voters here vote by mail, but also because of that new ranked choice voting system. Not something that all of the candidates were happy about, certainly on the Republican side of this equation. You've heard Donald Trump talk about this as another example of a rigged system. I spoke with another of Sarah Palin's challengers in that House race, Nick Begich, who's also vying for that House seat. He said he's no fan of this system, but that he would accept the election results that yield from it. And again, we don't have those yet, even this morning after Election Day. But Sarah Palin's releasing a statement, again, expressing her displeasure with this system. I'll put it up for you on the screen and read from it. She says, today's the first test of the crazy, convoluted, undesirable ranked choice voting system. She tells everyone who's watching, quote, from the outside tonight, to please learn from Alaska's mistake. She says that voters are confused and angry and feel disenfranchised by this cockamamie system. Of course, the experts that I've talked to about ranked choice voting, not only that it's a secure way of voting, but that experts say that it's a way for voters to actually have their vote count more, because they're not just picking in the binary, choosing only one candidate, and if that candidate loses, their voice is lost. Instead, they're able to rank their votes, in this case 1, 2, and 3, between the 3 candidates that they were choosing between. And then when the third candidate is eliminated, their vote for second choice will then be divvied up between the 2 candidates that are left. And so it is a way, according to experts, to get more small d Democratic representation through the system of voting. And again, not everyone a fan of it, but most of the voters that I've spoken to, even if they were a little bit skeptical, they were optimistic that it would yield a positive result.
You described that optimism, but I do want to turn to the Senate race. Former President Trump has also loomed large over that matchup, Allie. We know that NBC News projects incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski, a top target of Trump's after she voted to impeach him, will in fact advance to the general election, along with Trump-endorsed candidate Kelly Tshibaka. So you caught up with Murkowski yesterday. What did she say to you about the race and really about Trump's influence right now?
Well, look, that's been the open question here in Alaska, is how influential is someone from, in the words of Alaskans, the lower 48, people who don't live here, who are trying to make their political preferences known. In some cases, we know the power of Trump's endorsement. In other cases, though, this was a really interesting night of multiple candidates trying to answer the question of how powerful is Trump, and 2 candidates hoping for entirely different answers to that. Palin was hoping that Trump would be very powerful here. She had his endorsement. Murkowski hoping that Trump is not powerful at all, because, of course, he's not a fan of hers. And frankly, in talking to her yesterday, the same is true for her. Listen.
I hope that we do not become the party of Donald Trump.
I wonder if you can just respond really quickly to if you think the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago was justified.
I don't know. I think there's probably information that could help alleviate some of the anxiety and the concerns from the public right now that would be contained in an affidavit. And so we're divided enough around this country. We're polarized enough around this country. If there's more information that needs to be learned and shared, I think that would help us all.
Morgan, I love making news on Election Day, and that was the first time that we heard Senator Murkowski weigh in on the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. So notable there that she's calling to see what's in the affidavit as this situation moves forward, too.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you so much. I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar. Ben, I know you're there in D.C., and I want to play some more of what Liz Cheney had to say on NBC's Today Show this morning, and we'll talk on the other side.
I'm going to be making sure that people all around this country understand the stakes of what we're facing, understand the extent to which we've now got one major political party, my party, which has really become a cult of personality. And we've got to get this party back to a place where we're embracing the values and the principles on which it was founded. I don't think that anybody in any political party should support election deniers.
So, Ben, given this reaction from Cheney and also what we heard from another top Trump target just now, Lisa Murkowski, in the previous segment, where would you say this leaves the future of the Republican Party at this point?
Well, I think it leaves the future of the party where it was yesterday. It's in flux. I mean, you have this Republican Party over, 6 or so years has remade itself around Donald Trump pretty strikingly. They've adopted his hardline approach to politics. They have remade structurally things like fundraising and the messaging around Donald Trump. They've embraced the divisive sort of attack dog politics that Trump embodies. So I think you have this sort of double-edged sword that Republicans still are trying to
to figure out. On one hand, Trump has brought more people into the fold for Republicans than anyone has in quite some time. He's really helped their online fundraising catch up with Democrats, too. But at the same time, the question of the long term, he's hurting the party with swing voters. The 2020 election denial continues to loom large in these elections and seems to be hurting Republicans. So it's this double-edged sword that I just don't think Republicans have a good answer to yet.
All right, we will find out if they get that answer close to the midterms. NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar. Ben, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton says his ex-boss had a habit of mishandling top secret documents. Bolton and other former officials say Trump's actions also created national security risks. He sat down with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Hi there, Ken.
Good morning, Morgan. One of the mysteries about this investigation into classified documents at Mar-a-Lago is how did those documents get there? Who helped put them there? And NBC News has been doing some reporting talking to former senior Trump administration officials, intelligence officials, who are telling us that Donald Trump had a cavalier and ad hoc relationship with government records, and that he would routinely ask for and keep highly classified documents. Here's more.
Exclusive new details about how classified documents may have ended up at Mar-a-Lago.
The president had a habit of asking to retain sensitive documents. And from time to time, he did that, and we didn't know what happened to them. And it was always a concern that because he didn't really fully understand the risks to sources and methods and other dangers of revealing classified information, that it might get out to the wrong people.
Donald Trump's former national security advisor speaking exclusively to NBC News about what he says was the former president's penchant for hoarding secret records. A week after court records showed the FBI seized highly classified documents at Trump's Florida compound, John Bolton says Trump made clear he wanted to keep certain documents for himself, regardless of classification.
Frequently, the briefers were reluctant to bring documents that they thought the president might ask to keep.
Other former senior Trump aides telling NBC News the president's approach to presidential records was slapdash and ad hoc, and he had little regard for state secrets. Trump once tweeted out what Bolton and a former senior intelligence official say was a highly classified photo of a damaged Iranian missile site. And, as NBC News reported at the time, provided classified information to Russian officials in the Oval Office. 3 former officials with first-hand knowledge said Trump would regularly show uncleared people a highly classified set of letters he exchanged with the North Korean leader. Multiple former officials said the president also had a habit of ripping up records that aides would have to retrieve from trash cans and tape back together. The former officials tell NBC News that when Trump finally realized he was leaving office, he ordered aides to stuff documents in banker boxes to be taken to his Florida compound. One person who was there told NBC News it was a chaotic exit and that both staff and movers piled everything into the moving trucks. When they got to Mar-a-Lago, they piled everything there in this storage room, except for things like the First Lady's clothes. Everything in the box went there. A Trump spokesman rejecting the criticism, and Trump now saying everything he took home with him was declassified. But experts say that's not the case. They note that even when Trump proclaimed records declassified while he was president, the rest of the government didn't always agree.
We were asking for records relating to Carter Page and the FISA warrants applications that were underway. And at one point, the White House via Trump had issued a press release. I think he had tweeted about it as well to say, well, I'm going to declassify this information. And that was rejected by the judge here in Washington, D.C. in federal court, saying that was not sufficient as proof of declassification.
Even if Trump is right, experts say, the records were the property of the U.S. government. Why they were in Trump's Mar-a-Lago compound is now the crux of the Justice Department's investigation. And Morgan, experts are telling me that Donald Trump didn't pack those boxes himself. He had help. And so that suggests that the Justice Department may have a number of people in their sights in terms of trying to figure out who got those classified documents out of the White House and why and for what purpose. Morgan?
Rudy Giuliani, former President Trump's former personal attorney, is facing an Atlanta grand jury today over his role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Now, Giuliani's testimony comes as Georgia prosecutors ramp up their investigation into post-election interference by Trump and his allies. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from just outside that courthouse there in Atlanta. Blaine, Rudy Giuliani was informed just yesterday that he's a target in this investigation. So do we expect to learn about what he'll say or even what he won't say? What's on the table?
And those are good questions, Morgan. We don't expect to know very much. This is all a very secretive process. Right now, he is testifying before the grand jury. We do know that it got started around 9 o'clock this morning, so we're talking about hour 2 hours in or so. But that's about all that we know. We know that this is happening behind closed doors, not expected to get a glimpse of exactly what's being said. But you raise the question of what he will or won't say. That's an important question because in the days leading up to this, his attorney has made it clear that Giuliani plans to invoke at least attorney-client privilege when it comes to any conversations that Giuliani had with former President Trump. And then, of course, the question of, especially now that he's being named a target in this investigation, will he essentially plead the fifth and refuse to answer questions?
Blaine, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has taken heat for former President Trump's allies, and I know that you spoke to her exclusively very recently. What did she say about where this investigation in her mind is going and whether more people close to Trump will be called to testify?
She says that's almost a certainty, that there will be more subpoenas. I asked her if it would be former White House officials, family members. She said essentially anything's possible, so she's not ruling out anything. You know, this grand jury can be convened for up to a year, so we're talking about May of next year. Now, she has indicated that she hopes to wrap it up sometime this year, but she's also said that she's going to take as much time as she feels is necessary to complete a thorough investigation. Here's a little bit of what she told me during that exclusive interview. Take a look.
I think that people thought that we came into this as some kind of game. This is not a game at all. What I am doing is very serious. It's very important work, and we're going to do our due diligence in making sure that we look at all aspects of the case.
Morgan, one quick thing to point out is that Rudy Giuliani, when he arrived with his attorney, he walked right in here in the front door. That was something that was rather unexpected. Typically, to this point, we've seen witnesses kind of go underground or try and go around cameras. He used the most public entrance here. So we are standing by, watching for him to walk out, and we will certainly ask him a lot of questions about what happened inside once he exits, Morgan.
I know you will. Blaine Alexander on the ground for us there. Blaine, thank you so much. Ukrainian soldiers are rapidly running out of the supplies they need to fight off Russian forces. So coming up just after the break, we're taking a look at how Ukraine is now crowdsourcing efforts to outfit its military. Don't go anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession. I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The war in Ukraine is approaching its 6th month of battle. That means supplies are now extremely hard to come by for many Ukrainian troops who are there on the front lines. Some soldiers are even resorting to crowdsourcing in order to get the necessary equipment they need for battle. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine. Hi there.
Morgan, we've talked so much in the last 5 months about the HIMARS and the fighter jets and the long-range artillery that Ukraine says it needs from the U.S. and other countries to fight Russia. But now that this war is approaching its 6th month, we found that Ukraine's needs are much more basic than you might think.
On a typical ambulance shift, Dr. Eduardo Kika says he treats as many as 5 troops injured on the front lines, some with chest wounds from shrapnel or landmines who can't breathe on their own. He's practicing using an artificial ventilation device that Ukraine didn't always have, recently donated and now saving lives.
What are the biggest needs in terms of medical equipment right now in Ukraine?
Tourniquets, sponges to control bleeding, and bandages. On the front lines, our soldiers need painkillers.
For months, the world has heard Ukraine's calls for long-range rockets and artillery, the U.S. sending billions in heavy weapons. But as the war approaches the 6-month mark, Ukraine's supplies of many basic necessities are running low, leading crafty Ukrainians to crowdsource their way through a war that has no end in sight.
Typically, a military could provide its own troops with the basics needed on the battlefield. But as more and more Ukrainians join this fight, some of them are turning to surplus shops like this.
Some citizens are taking matters into their own hands by sponsoring individual troops, like Dmytro Kazmierchuk, a former taxi driver who's at this Odessa market buying gloves, goggles, and shirts for 6 soldiers fighting near Donetsk.
Ukraine wasn't ready for this war. We never thought that our neighbor, who turned out to be our enemy, would resort to a full-scale invasion.
Kazmierchuk says Ukraine had enough provisions for its active duty forces before the war, less than 200,000 according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies. But since Russia invaded, Ukraine has mobilized hundreds of thousands more reservists and others. President Zelensky says Ukraine's forces now total 700,000. In May, President Zelensky launched the national charity drive United 24, asking donors from around the world to sponsor everything from uniforms and body armor to X-ray machines, or even to mail their own toy drones to Ukraine. At Ukraine's presidential offices, I asked top Zelensky advisor Mikhailo Podolyak whether Ukraine has the basics it needs. He says with a front line more than 600 miles long, Ukraine is burning through ammunition and small arms, protective gear, first aid kits, and even food, imploring foreign nations to keep sending more. In the capital of Kyiv, the tables are packed at this Georgian restaurant, but the chef is long gone, deployed to the front lines without basic equipment like night vision goggles and a vehicle. His restaurant now devoting 10% of all bills to get him what he needs.
All Ukrainian people help our army. And if they looking for a way to help, they have this way.
To the national charity drive that President Zelensky has driven, there are, of course, a number of non-governmental organizations as well as nonprofits like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, as well as UNICEF, who are working on the ground here to try to get Ukraine's military and civilian population what they need to survive this war. All of them very eager for help from people around the world.
All right, Josh Letterman there reporting on the ground for us. Josh, thank you. And stay with us because coming up, NASA is preparing for takeoff. Details on its Artemis test flight to the moon coming up next.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Harry Styles!
T-minus 12 days until NASA's newest and most powerful rocket lifts off for its moonshot 50 years after the first lunar walk. Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon, but first, an uncrewed test flight around the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello covers space. Hey, Tom, you have spent a lot of time the last few weeks at Mission Control there in Houston, where they seem pretty excited about this return to the moon. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I think this is cool stuff. Yeah, you're right. NASA is excited. The potential astronauts who might be chosen to go, they're excited. NASA's international partners are a big part of this. They're excited to be a part of this human lunar mission coming up. And the first part of that trip to the moon is set for the end of the month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon.
Oh,
astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, is this cool or what? Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 male and female dummies, 4 total, loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's effects on the human body so they know exactly what the astronauts can expect when they do go up in a couple of years. Morgan?
Well, speaking of the human body, I mean, Tom, when humans do head back to the moon, why is NASA sending them to the coldest part?
Yeah, because NASA is targeting a landing zone on the moon's south pole because they believe there's water ice there. And that can be used to power future missions to Mars and maybe sustain a moon colony. Water is key to everything. And the fact that they think they've found water ice on the solar pole is on the southern pole, rather, is a critical finding.
Critical. All right, let's find out more. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, thank you as always. And here's what's poppin' now. Solange Knowles is making history, becoming the first black woman to compose music for the New York City Ballet. The singer-songwriter composed an original score that will be used in the Fall Fashion Gala's 10th anniversary celebration. Now, this event is set to begin on September 28th at Lincoln Center here in New York City. A group of TikTok creators trying to influence change in Amazon's worker policies. The group is refusing to work with Amazon until the company meets the demands of the Amazon labor union. Now, the campaign is called People Over Prime, and it's made up of 70 TikTok influencers who have a combined 51 million followers, according to their site. The Amazon union has asked for a number of changes, including a $30 an hour minimum wage and putting an end to what they see as the company's union-busting tactics. And coming up next, how to preserve your savings during back-to-school season amid increasing inflation. We'll give you all the tips and tricks just after the break. Stay with us.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's back to school time for students and for adults. It's a good time for us to go back to the basics and get a checkup, of course, on our finances. A steady climb in prices for food, gas, and just about everything else has put families in a bind, but there are some strategies to help in the near and the long term. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to help. Sharon, let's talk about inflation. What are some tips to fight this and really stay within our monthly budgets as we look ahead?
You know, people hear about inflation and they hear the main number for the consumer price index. That's not necessarily your inflation rate. You may be paying a little bit more, a little bit less in some areas for the same goods and services. So one of the first things to do is look at what you're spending right now. Go back and look at July of 2022. How much were you spending? How does that compare to what you were spending in July of 2021? How much has it gone up, or maybe down, likely up?
I was going to say, I don't know. That's very likely
up. And that is your inflation rate. But going through that helps you figure out where you may want to cut back because you were overspending or because it's just gotten so pricey, maybe you don't need that as much.
And Sharon, it feels like fall is sort of this reset, right? I mean, we talk about kids going back to school. Well, all of us are still at work. But, you know, what exactly is a financial checkup and why is fall the right time to do it?
Well, you're going back to the basics. A lot of college students are going back to school. You know, people need to go back to the basics of what they need to do with their financial lives and giving yourself that financial checkup, figuring out what changes you can make because of rising interest rates, because of rising prices, because of volatile markets. this is an opportunity for you to go back and reset and review your finances.
And what about sort of long-term security plans? I know we've talked a lot about 401ks and savings. What kind of strategies should young people who are just beginning their careers really compare to people who are closer to retirement age and want to take that final leap?
Well, I think one of the first steps for younger people, and this is good for everyone though, is to become savvier when it comes to spending. Avoid things like the lifestyle creep. I got a little bit of a raise. I got a new job.
I got that T-shirt and the coffee mug.
Exactly. So don't let that eat into your income so much that you really can't save what you need to. And think about things to make you more organized. Use one credit card and put limits on your debit and credit card so you know how much you're spending and you're not overspending. That can help a lot. For people who are older, this is the time to really think about making sure you're investing and saving. Yes, you need that retirement fund, and you also need the emergency fund. And you have to have a mix of stocks and bonds for the long term, as well as cash on hand for any emergencies. Also, getting someone to talk to, I think, is really important. You can use online investment tools. There are brokerage firms and nonprofit agencies that can provide that. Do some of that work yourself and then talk to someone. Talk it out, because your situation is going to be different than what you could probably show online.
I'm going to tell you, I can talk it out with one Miss Sharon Epperson right here on NBC News Now. Sharon, thank you as always.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Sharon. California is experiencing its worst drought in over 1,000 years, causing some pretty serious tomato troubles. On top of soaring inflation, which we were just talking about with Sharon, the crop shortage is now spiking prices of a number of household favorites, even things like ketchup and spaghetti sauce. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins me now with more on this very saucy shortage. Hey there, Sam. Tell us more.
The puns are just everywhere. Morgan, hello. Good morning. Good to be with you. And I got to tell you, is there a more beautiful sight for some people than an entire row of pizzas? Many of these do come with tomato sauce. It's kind of important for pizza. And what we're learning right now, whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, there's a lot of debate both ways. It is fundamental to a whole host of products, whether you're talking about ketchup, salsa, soup, spaghetti sauce, all of that. And they've already been going up, Morgan, because of inflation. But now you're looking at California with a drought it has not seen in 1,200 years. Talk to the man who orders ingredients here at this pizzeria. He said something happened 2 weeks ago that had never happened before. He called the supplier, asked for tomatoes. There were none. He says he has never seen them.
In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned, these fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as a quarter of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami.
Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now, but it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation.
Sam, right now we're sort of seeing these spiked prices, but do the farmers think this will eventually lead to empty shelves in our stores? I mean, even where our favorite tomato products used to be.
Right. I don't think empty shelves right now is the concern, but just at what price point is this going to push all of these products up? Because right now the harvest is still going on, Morgan, but they're seeing anticipated increased production costs of 20 to 25%. So you got to figure at least that much more on top of the inflation we've already seen. The peak for tomato production was in 2015, 14.4 million tons of tomatoes. This year, the projection was 11.7, and the farmers do not believe that is going to be hit. Obviously, that would be problematic.
Yeah,
Morgan?
all right. Oof. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, thank you. Get some lunch there behind you. We may think of the internet as something that everyone has. You've got it at home, it's on your phone. You may be watching this show right now via broadband, but millions of Americans do not have regular, reliable internet service. That's something the head of the Federal Communications Commission is working right now to change. So let's go ahead and bring in Noah Pransky, our national politics editor for our sister network, LX News. Hi there, Noah. Tell us a little bit more about the story.
Well, you know, anytime we have an opportunity to sit down with a newsmaker, we have a million different places to choose. And at LX News, we like to choose some place that's a little more relevant to the conversation. So when we had a chance to sit down with Jessica Rosenworcel from the FCC, we chose a parking lot in Queens.
I had the signal a second ago.
I know.
And now I've got nothing. I'm chilling in the back seat outside of McDonald's in New York City.
A lot of networks in New York, Xfinity Wi-Fi.
But most of them locked.
Most of them locked.
I'm with Jessica Rosenworcel, the head of the Federal Communications Commission. Finally connected here.
You are connected.
There is nothing easy about finding rogue Wi-Fi, but we have the option to get it at our homes. Millions of other American families do not. Rosenworcel calls it the homework gap, the chasm between American families that have home broadband and the 27 million who have not, either due to no connectivity or no ability to afford it.
What frustrates me is that we don't have it in 100% of our households. I just don't think we can rest until we do. We got to find a way to make that happen. We can't treat it like it's a luxury good. It's a necessity.
Since Rosenworcel took over the agency in 2021, the FCC has signed on nearly 13 million low-income families to a new program that subsidizes the cost of home internet bills that they may not otherwise be able to afford. And thanks to $42 billion in funding from the bipartisan infrastructure deal, it's also helping to build out broadband where it doesn't yet exist in rural communities. Rosenworcel's kind of a big deal, having oversight over pretty much everything in your life that's connected to a wireless spectrum. Your cell phone, your email, your television, your garage door opener, your credit card at the gas pump, and vulgarity over the airwaves. Remember this one?
I think so much of the last 5 years have been about these devices. And I think going forward, the wireless universe isn't going to focus on devices as much as things. You'll have billions of devices connected in the Internet of Things.
Smart sensors everywhere, from our traffic lights to our trash bins, from our pets to our amber waves of grain. And as part of the effort to close the homework gap, Wi-Fi on wheels too, in your kid's school bus. So yeah, Rosenworcel's got a lot on her plate, and she's kind of a big deal.
The Federal Communications Commission oversees communications technology, and there are, by some measures, that's 1/6 of the economy in the United States. It is a big deal.
Okay, so I learned a lot there, Noah. And Jessica, as you mentioned, is a big deal. Also calling for why hasn't she brought net neutrality back? I mean, that's something that's a pretty top priority for a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, President Biden has said he wants to go back to the Obama-era standard of net neutrality, which prohibits internet service providers from playing favorites, basically. However, you need 3 out of 5 votes on the FCC, and right now there are 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. It's a deadlock. The 5th nominee blocked by Republicans right now, so the Democrats can't get a majority, which means they can't go back to net neutrality, which means for Rosenworcel, anything she wants to get done there is bipartisan or bust.
Wow. All right. Noah Pransky, really interesting. Thank you for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. All right, drivers might be in for more relief at the gas pump. The price of crude oil is hitting a 6-month low, and fears of a recession are still weighing on prices, scaring a lot of energy investors. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what's actually causing these prices to fall? And really, are we going to kind of sort of see these lower prices continue?
All right, so Morgan, the gasoline prices, the highs that we saw earlier this summer back in June, did lead some Americans to maybe be more cost conscious about fuel use. So demand was maybe hurt a little bit on that front. On the supply side of things, the war between Ukraine and Russia is still keeping certain oils off the market for buyers like the U.S. who've put embargoes and sanctions on Russian oil. But other oil producing countries like the U.S. and Saudi Arabia seem to be putting out more oil supply. We've got also recent stats that shows Saudi Arabia, that oil output there rose to a 2-year high. It's producing more product, it's exporting more products, so it might be a little bit too early to say whether a downtrend in fuel prices is fully established. But earlier this morning, we did get data from the U.S. Department of Energy that showed that weekly oil and gasoline inventories actually fell, indicating maybe demand is picking up. But gasoline prices, as you point out, Morgan, they're still around $3.94 a gallon right now. That's far below the $5.02 that we saw back in June, but they're still higher than they were a year ago. So yes, relief at the pump, but it remains to be seen whether that's going to be a longer-term trend that we can bank on.
Don, we've talked about these gas prices. Let's now talk about food. I know that you have data showing the best and the worst cities for restaurants. I'm on the edge of my seat. Who made the list?
Okay, so what it is, Morgan, this is data around the number of people who are dining out at restaurants now compared to the same time back in 2019 pre-pandemic.
Okay.
So restaurant reservations platform OpenTable compiled this data, and during the month of July, this is July data, the cities that showed some of the biggest gains in diners were places like in Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Austin, Nashville, Scottsdale, Arizona. The data, though, looked at, again, at each day in July and then did a comparison over the same days in July in 2019. Then they averaged all the days over the month. It shows where restaurants have done reasonably well compared to then. Meanwhile, as you're seeing on the graphics there, places like Minneapolis, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, New York, and Chicago have seen fewer diners on average in July for the month compared to the same time in 2019. So it kind of gives you an idea of where restaurants are doing relatively better compared to where they were pre-pandemic, as opposed to still struggling to kind of get back on their feet, Morgan.
Oh, Dom, there are also these new reports of layoffs at Apple. What's happening there?
Okay, so Apple has reportedly laid off around 100 contractor-based staffing positions for recruiters during the past week. It's an apparent attempt to slow down the company's hiring and spending activity. That's according to a data from Bloomberg, citing sources familiar. Now, Apple did not offer a solid comment on the layoffs when we asked about the report. But Apple, remember, not the only company that's looking to change their cost structure. Firms like Microsoft, Morgan, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, and others have also made similar moves to try to cut down costs.
All right, NBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much. Sure. And stay with us, because just after the break, spawned by a crippling drought in Nevada, more and more human remains are found in a shrinking Lake Mead. We're hearing from one family who believes their brother may be among those discovered decades after his death. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Police are trying to identify at least 4 sets of human remains found in Nevada's Lake Mead. The family of a Las Vegas man believes his remains are one of those discovered over just the last 3 months. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum has more on the investigation 64 years after his death.
In 1958, it was front page news on the Las Vegas Sun. Danny Collard drowned. The 22-year-old son of a Las Vegas casino owner was with a friend on Lake Mead when they were thrown from their 17-foot speedboat. The throttle was stuck on full, and the boat became a mad demon doing figure eights. The friend was saved. Danny was not.
I said, "Is Danny dead?" And she said, "Yes. Yes."
Annette Bigger was 11 years old when her brother died. She says their father used every source possible to recover Danny's body.
And he was told that we would never find Danny. It was impossible because that portion of Lake Mead was so deep.
64 years of doubt is being erased as Lake Mead evaporates. In May, a discovery on the beach.
Another set of human remains have been found.
I couldn't believe it was Danny.
The Clark County coroner says human remains were found on May 7th in Colville Bay.
There was an exact match of the location, Colville Bay.
And the bones belonged to a man between the ages of 23 and 38.
Well, that's a bullseye. My dad was 22 and a half.
Todd Collard was almost 3 years old when his dad died. He says his father wore partial dentures after a car crash, and the skull found at Lake Mead is missing teeth.
There was like one single thing convincing to me was the denture. He very much enjoyed teasing my mother. He would take his tongue and push the dentures out. She hated that.
Collard says he reached out to the police, who sent him to the coroner, and he says he was told it could take months to get a positive identification.
It's 64 years old. There was no foul play. They have plenty of things on their plate. I get it. But hopefully they can find some time for this one.
No matter how it turns out, we want to get, our family wants to get to resolution.
I'm Perry Russum.
Coming up, there's a surge in black families deciding to homeschool their children. A deep dive into that, prompting that shift. That's coming up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
All right, so children are heading back to school this week, but after the pandemic, the classroom has changed for a lot of students. In fact, this year, we're seeing a surge in Black parents who are deciding to homeschool their kids. Some are making that choice because of these culture wars we're seeing. Others making it due to COVID closures. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with the details. Antonio, I mean, we talked a little bit about what's driving this surge, but what are you seeing?
Well, frankly, Morgan, Black parents are fed up with their public school systems, and a growing number of them are starting to see homeschooling as another way forward. And, you know, the pandemic wasn't the first moment that Black families started to get frustrated with schools, but it gave them the perfect excuse to walk away. Take a look.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school lessons about plants and animals. They are the Melanin Village, a collective of Black families that have decided to homeschool, many driven away from public schools after the pandemic exposed inequities.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
Before COVID, only 3% of Black students were homeschooled. In 2021, it shot up to 16%.
And once you do it,
Brunea Fairchild says many aren't going back.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks. It's not accurate. It's not honoring to the African-American experience.
Fairchild founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. They've served over 450 families since 2020. Thousands attend their conferences. Village parents were fed up with schools that had few teachers that looked like their kids. Many offended as districts struggled to teach about race. And at least 36 states passed or proposed laws to restrict those conversations in school.
When you look at the state of schools right now, are Black kids being served?
Our current system is not designed in a way to serve Black children.
In Detroit, Bernita Bradley says her homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families with 20 more expected to join this fall. They include Sharice Powell, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
Black families are starting to realize, I don't think this is the best situation.
We don't have times when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Victoria Bradley says she was being bullied relentlessly in Detroit schools. At 15, she asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out.
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Homeschoolers hope that their groups inspire schools to get creative and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen? I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out. No.
I mean, that's a sentiment a lot of parents can probably empathize with, right? They don't want their kid to be that guinea pig. But are the public schools seeing this and then sort of making any effort to actually bring these students, many talented students, back into the fold?
On a large scale, not yet. From the researchers and the families that we've spoken to, they're not seeing the schools really recognize this problem quite yet. And perhaps that's just because we're still, coming out of the pandemic. Right. But on an individual level, some of the parents tell me that they do think that public schools in some communities are starting to reach back out to these families to try to bring them back into the fold. And in fact, some homeschooling families say they only plan to do it for a short amount of time. We're going to homeschool for 3-4 years, and then we want our kid to go back into the high school and be back in the normal public school experience. It's not always for forever, but they want to see the public schools get inspired and change a little bit of what they do and take a piece of what these families have figured out.
And are the parents telling you they would have made the same decision if they were given the same option over again?
I think the majority of the parents that I met with wish that, in fact, they had started homeschooling earlier than they did. The parents in Detroit absolutely felt that way.
Why?
In New Jersey, so many of the parents had come to that decision from different places. Well, in Detroit, the public schools there for years have been, in many cases, failing. I mean, almost failing to function and have the teachers and the accreditation that they need. And so for those families, they feel like, oh, I shouldn't have waited even one more year, set my child behind, right? In New Jersey, a lot of the families there said that their kids were in districts where, say, they were the only Black kid in the classroom.
Wow.
And they wish their kids could have had a different social experience.
Awesome reporting, Antonia. Antonia, thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, higher ambitions. Congresswoman Liz Cheney tells NBC News she's thinking about a run for the White House after losing her Republican primary, plus search details. A hearing is set to discuss unsealing even more documents regarding the search of President Trump's Florida home. What could be revealed if that affidavit goes public. Inflation nation, prices skyrocketing for essentials. Financials, the financial fall checkup you can do to help make sure you can save some extra money and keep it in your account. Historic flight, we take you behind the scenes of NASA's mission to the moon as its mega rocket prepares to take flight. We begin this hour with the latest political fallout from big primary races in Alaska and in Wyoming. Outspoken Trump critic Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney ousted from her House seat after Republican voters rallied behind Trump's hand-picked candidate. Cheney, though defiant, in defeat.
This primary election is over, but now the real work begins.
Overnight, Cheney launching a new leadership pack vowing to keep up the fight against Trump and says that she's also not ruling out a possible presidential run. Meanwhile, over in Alaska, another top Trump target, incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski and her Trump-backed challenger are set to both advance to the general election in that state's Senate battle. We have an entire team of reporters here to break down those latest results for us. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki here at the big board with us. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's live for us in Jackson, Wyoming. Vaughn, former President Trump quickly took to his Truth Social platform, congratulating the candidate that he endorsed and adding, quote, now Liz Cheney can finally disappear into the depths of political oblivion. Vaughn, how realistic is that? I mean, it sounds like Cheney's saying this is only the beginning, that she's ramping up. I mean, what's her message now? And really, what does this defeat mean for her political future?
Right. I think it's twofold. Number one, what are Liz Cheney's intentions and hopes for herself? And number two are what is the actual wiggle room that she has to mount a true political operation that could be influential and could make a difference within the Republican Party or even beyond. I think those are the questions that we don't have an answer to. We know that Liz Cheney is going to serve out the rest of her term as vice chair of the January 6th Select Committee. She said that she has much work that they still intend to do and still much that they intend to present to the American public. On the other hand, you mentioned that she started this leadership pack here. They're transferring about $7 million of her campaign cash that was left over in their coffers to this leadership pack. And as you'll hear here in an exclusive interview that she gave on the Today Show with Savannah Guthrie, she has every intention of doing, quote, whatever it takes to make sure Donald Trump never returns to the White House again. Take a listen to some of this interview.
Donald Trump continues to pose a very grave threat and risk to our republic. And I think that defeating him is going to require a broad and united front of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And that's what I intend to be part of.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. I'm not going to make any announcements here this morning. I am absolutely going to continue this battle. I think it's the most important thing I've ever been involved in, and I think it's certainly the most important challenge that our nation has faced in recent history, and maybe since the Civil War.
Morgan, unlike any other Republican who has tried to take on Donald Trump in a substantive way, Liz Cheney has refused to capitulate at any point over the last year and a half, saying that she would consistently stand behind her principles and making the case to the American public that she, in her time here in Congress, has worked to uphold the Constitution and hold power to account here. At the same time, to what extent, if she were to run a presidential race, how much support does she actually have in a potential Republican primary? Here in Wyoming, her own backyard, she's about to have been beat by about 38 percentage points. She struggled to convince even her own neighbors that have known her and her family for the better part of 50 years.
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard on the ground for us there. Vaughn, as always, thank you. Let's go and bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, let's talk political consequences here. Wyoming, Alaska, very big deal. What stood out to you about these results?
Yeah, I think a couple of things here. First of all, talking about that Cheney result in Wyoming, Vaughn mentions 38 points here Cheney's going to lose by. I mean, also, this really kind of looks like Trump versus Biden in Wyoming looked like. And, one of the things we were talking about in the run-up to this race here was you can register if you're a Democrat, if you're an independent, you could register up to the day of the election as a Republican to take part in this primary. Cheney campaign was encouraging that. And there are some signs here that Democrats and some independents actually did do that to try to support Liz Cheney. This was extremely high turnout overall for a Republican primary. On the Democratic side, there actually was a Democratic primary in Wyoming yesterday. The turnout was tiny. I'm talking about 7,500 people. So I think one of the things you see here is you take a look at this map. Liz Cheney won 2 counties. Teton County, that's where Jackson is. Albany County, where the University of Wyoming is. Those are the same 2 counties that Joe Biden carried in Wyoming in 2020. Everything else in the state was overwhelmingly for Trump, and everything else in the state was overwhelmingly for Hageman last night. So I think this really kind of ended up being like a mini general election here. There were a lot of Democrats who were involved, a lot of independents who were involved. And that's, I think, where the bulk of Cheney's support probably came from in this. What she didn't demonstrate was that among Republicans, folks who weren't Republican, who didn't just become Republicans to vote in this primary, longstanding Republican voters, she did not win over significant or meaningful support. So I think that's something to keep in mind when you talk about, is she trying to have a future here in the Republican primary? I think a lot of Democrats and a lot of independents actually were made up the bulk of her support, or at least a big part of her support last night. She joins the list here. These are the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump. Their electoral fate in 2022. Trump's going to end up getting rid of at least 8 of them. 4 chose to retire, 4 lost primaries. There are 2 here, Valadeo in California and Newhouse in Washington State, who will advance to the general election. Notably, both of them did it through a very different kind of primary. They call it the top 2 primary. Democrats, Republicans, all the candidates on the same ballot, top 2 advanced to the general election. Those 2 got through open top 2 primaries. Speaking of which, similar situation in Alaska last night. That's the Senate race. Lisa Murkowski voted to convict Donald Trump in the U.S. Senate, running for re-election. Alaska has instituted a top 4 system. The top 4 candidates, you see the top 3 here, get through to the general election, and then they'll do ranked choice voting in the general election. And you can kind of see it's an interesting dynamic. We still have votes coming in. Murkowski running in first, the Trump-backed Kelly Tshibaka running in second. You look at combined, that's nearly 85% of the vote between the 2 of them. It almost looks like the voters in Alaska kind of already figured out among themselves that this is functionally a 2-person race here. So a lot of Democrats were voting for one of the Republicans in this race. And the unresolved piece of drama here in Alaska is that House race, the House race here where Sarah Palin's trying to make her big comeback. We have not called it yet, but what's likely to happen here is the Democrat Mary Peltola will finish in first. Palin looks like she may finish second here. And then in about 2 weeks, they'll do ranked choice voting, meaning if Begich, the other Republican, finishes third, the second choice preference of his voters will be reallocated to Palin or Peltola, and that'll determine the winner of this race. So Sarah Palin's comeback bid looks like it may survive last night. The question is, will it survive ranked choice voting in about 2 weeks?
I'm really interested to see how that ranked choice voting ends up. But I think more importantly, what you're giving us is sort of the first real data we have on this Trump effect, right? And how it, maybe the canary in the coal mine of how it actually plays out. Steve, this is great. Thank you. We really
no problem.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, and stay with us here right now. Former President Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is testifying before an Atlanta grand jury. He's testifying over his role to overturn the 2020 election. And this is all just 2 days after being notified that he's a target in the DA's criminal investigation. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now live from just outside that courthouse in Atlanta. Blaine, if you can just bring us up to speed here, what do we know about what's happening inside that courthouse at this point?
Well, Morgan, we know very little about what's happening. This is by nature a secretive process. He is testifying under oath in front of a grand jury. We do know a little bit about the timing. It's been a bit more than 3 hours since he walked in. He entered these courtroom doors just behind me at about 8:30 this morning, and he's still inside. So we do know that we're kind of in hour 3 or stretching into hour 3 of the testimony that started around 9 o'clock this morning. But aside from that, we're not expecting to know very much, one, about the questions that were asked, but perhaps more specifically about what he answered or whether he answered any questions. You know, his attorney's already given some insight that he doesn't plan to address any conversations that Giuliani had between Giuliani and former President Trump. That's something that's going to be off the table. He's going to assert attorney-client privilege there. But of course, the other question is just how far will he go and how intense will the questioning be, Morgan?
All right, NBC's Blaine Alexander outside that courthouse for us. Blaine, as always, thank you for keeping us up to speed. A major hearing has been set for tomorrow, deciding whether to unseal the affidavit used to search former President Donald Trump's home. The Justice Department asking the judge to keep that document sealed, citing risk to their ongoing investigation. But the Trump team and media organizations, including NBC News, are asking the judge to release it. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now for more. Ken, what exactly can we expect to hear in tomorrow's arguments? What's at the heart of this hearing?
Well, Morgan, a group of news organizations, including NBC News, is asking the judge to unseal this affidavit, at least in part. And the Justice Department has argued adamantly that that should not happen. And in doing that, they really revealed a lot about the scope of their investigation. They've said that, releasing this affidavit would compromise the identities of witnesses, sensitive law enforcement information, that they have this ongoing grand jury investigation. Let me read you some more. They are saying, if disclosed, the affidavit would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation, providing specific details about its direction and likely course. In addition, information about witnesses is particularly sensitive given the high-profile nature of this matter and would impact their willingness to cooperate. So what this tells us is two things. One, it's unlikely the judge is going to unseal this affidavit because whenever the DOJ comes in and says we need to protect an investigation, they're giving great deference. And two, it appears that this matter is about more than simply taking back the classified documents from Mar-a-Lago. What they're clearly saying here is there is an ongoing grand jury investigation. They've talked to some witnesses. They'd like to talk to more witnesses. And we can, I think, clearly one of the issues here is how did those classified documents get to Mar-a-Lago and what was done with them, Morgan?
And Ken, a senior Justice Department official tells NBC News that Attorney General Merrick Garland considered the search warrant for weeks. But if the documents that Trump allegedly had were so important to national security, why did it take the Attorney General so long to go and get them?
That's a great question that I think a lot of people are asking. And I think what I understand from these circumstances is that it wasn't really about the urgency of getting the documents back. In fact, once they realized exactly what level of classified documents were at Mar-a-Lago, I have little doubt that the FBI took steps to make sure that those documents were secure. And that I think, Merrick Garland considered this decision as to whether to seek a search warrant for weeks because it was one of the most momentous decisions that any modern attorney general had to make. And he needed to consult with his top officials and with the FBI director, Chris Wray, and ultimately he decided to go forward. But what this tells you is it wasn't just about getting the documents. Again, it's about a host of other things. There's other equities in this investigation, and that they had a handle on the security of the documents, but there were other issues they needed to consider.
And Ken, speaking of that, the Justice Department says that it's actually open to releasing more documents related to the probe besides just that affidavit. So just briefly, what might those documents actually be?
There are various other elements of the search warrant. I don't have it in front of me, but it's pretty technical, Morgan, and it's not likely to be any more revelatory than the documents we already have. The real thing we would love to see as journalists and as curious people is the affidavit, which is essentially laying out the whole scope of the investigation. We're not likely to see that. But if criminal charges are ever filed in this case, then we would have a chance to see it, Morgan.
All right, Ken Delaney, and unpacking it all for us there from D.C. Ken, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Just under $4 billion in student debt has been canceled by the Biden administration. It applies to borrowers who attended ITT Technical Institute. This is all coming after it was discovered the school misled students about the quality of their programs to profit from federal student loan programs. The Department of Education says about 210,000 students who attended ITT since 2005 will have their loans canceled. Coming up next, supplies needed to outfit frontline soldiers are running low in Ukraine. Now the embattled nation is crowdsourcing efforts to prepare its military for battle. Stay with us.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The war in Ukraine is approaching its 6th month of battle. That means supplies are now extremely hard to come by for many Ukrainian troops who are there on the front lines. Some soldiers are even resorting to crowdsourcing in order to get the necessary equipment they need for battle. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine. Hi there.
Morgan, we've talked so much in the last 5 months about the HIMARS and the fighter jets and the long-range artillery that Ukraine says it needs from the U.S. and other countries to fight Russia. But now that this war is approaching its 6th month, we found that Ukraine's needs are much more basic than you might think.
On a typical ambulance shift, Dr. Eduardo Kika says he treats as many as 5 troops injured on the front lines, some with chest wounds from shrapnel or landmines who can't breathe on their own. He's practicing using an artificial ventilation device that Ukraine didn't always have, recently donated and now saving lives.
What are the biggest needs in terms of medical equipment right now in Ukraine?
Tourniquets, sponges to control bleeding, and bandages. On the front lines, our soldiers need painkillers.
For months, the world has heard Ukraine's calls for long-range rockets and artillery, the U.S. sending billions in heavy weapons. But as the war approaches the 6-month mark, Ukraine's supplies of many basic necessities are running low, leading crafty Ukrainians to crowdsource their way through a war that has no end in sight.
Typically, a military could provide its own troops with the basics needed on the battlefield. But as more and more Ukrainians join this fight, some of them are turning to surplus shops like this.
Some citizens are taking matters into their own hands by sponsoring individual troops, like Dmytro Kuzmierchuk, a former taxi driver who's at this Odessa market buying gloves, goggles, and shirts for 6 soldiers fighting near Donetsk.
Ukraine wasn't ready for this war. We never thought that our neighbor, who turned out to be our enemy, would resort to a full-scale invasion.
Kazmierczuk says Ukraine had enough provisions for its active duty forces before the war, less than 200,000 according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies. But since Russia invaded, Ukraine has mobilized hundreds of thousands more reservists and others. President Zelensky says Ukraine's forces now total 700,000. In May, President Zelensky launched the national charity drive United 24, asking donors from around the world to sponsor everything from uniforms and body armor to X-ray machines, or even to mail their own toy drones to Ukraine. At Ukraine's presidential offices, I asked top Zelensky advisor Mikhailo Podolyak whether Ukraine has the basics it needs. He says with a front line more than 600 miles long, Ukraine is burning through ammunition and small arms, protective gear, first aid kits, and even food, imploring foreign nations to keep sending more. In the capital of Kyiv, the tables are packed at this Georgian restaurant, but the chef is long gone, deployed to the front lines without basic equipment like night vision goggles and a vehicle. His restaurant now devoting 10% of all bills to get him what he needs.
All Ukrainian people help our army. If they looking for a way to help, they have this way.
In addition to the national charity drive that President Zelensky has driven, there are, of course, a number of non-governmental organizations as well as nonprofits like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, as well as UNICEF, who are working on the ground here to try to get Ukraine's military and civilian population what they need to survive this war. All of them very eager for help from people around the world.
All right, Josh Letterman there reporting on the ground for us. Josh, thank you. And stay with us because coming up, NASA is preparing for takeoff. Details on its Artemis test flight to the moon coming up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
T-minus 12 days until NASA's newest and most powerful rocket lifts off for its moonshot 50 years after the first lunar walk. Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon, but first, an uncrewed test flight around the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello covers space. Hey, Tom, you have spent a lot of time the last few weeks at Mission Control there in Houston, where they seem pretty excited about this return to the moon. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I think this is cool stuff. Yeah, you're right. NASA is excited. The potential astronauts who might be chosen to go, they're excited. NASA's international partners are a big part of this. They're excited to be a part of this human lunar mission coming up. And the first part of that trip to the moon is set for the end of the month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon. All astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, is this cool or what? Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 male and female dummies, 4 total, loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's effects on the human body so they know exactly what the astronauts can expect when they do go up in a couple of years. Morgan?
Well, speaking of the human body, I mean, Tom, when humans do head back to the moon, why is NASA sending them to the coldest part?
Yeah, because NASA is targeting a landing zone on the moon's south pole because they believe there's water ice there. And that can be used to power future missions to Mars and maybe sustain a moon colony. Water is key to everything. And the fact that they think they've found water ice on the solar pole is on the southern pole, rather, is a critical finding.
Critical. All right, let's find out more. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, thank you as always. And here's what's poppin' now. Solange Knowles is making history, becoming the first black woman to compose music for the New York City Ballet. The singer-songwriter composed an original score that will be used in the Fall Fashion Gala's 10th anniversary celebration. Now, this event is set to begin on September 28th at Lincoln Center here in New York City. A group of TikTok creators trying to influence change in Amazon's worker policies. The group is refusing to work with Amazon until the company meets the demands of the Amazon labor union. Now, the campaign is called People Over Prime, and it's made up of 70 TikTok influencers who have a combined 51 million followers, according to their site. The Amazon union has asked for a number of changes, including a $30 an hour minimum wage and putting an end to what they see as the company's union-busting tactics. And coming up next, how to preserve your savings during back-to-school season amid increasing inflation. We'll give you all the tips and tricks just after the break. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's back to school time for students and for adults. It's a good time for us to go back to the basics and get a checkup, of course, on our finances. A steady climb in prices for food, gas, and just about everything else has put families in a bind, but there are some strategies to help in the near and the long term. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to help. Sharon, let's talk about inflation. What are some tips to fight this and really stay within our monthly budgets as we look ahead?
You know, people hear about inflation and they hear the main number for the consumer price index. That's not necessarily your inflation rate. You may be paying a little bit more, a little bit less in some areas for the same goods and services. So one of the first things to do is look at what you're spending right now. Go back and look at July of 2022. How much were you spending? How does that compare to what you were spending in July of 2021? How much has it gone up or maybe down, likely up?
I was going to say, that's very likely
up. And that is your inflation rate. But going through that helps you figure out where you may want to cut back because you were overspending or because it's just gotten so pricey, maybe you don't need that as much.
And Sharon, it feels like fall is sort of this reset, right? I mean, we talk about kids going back to school. Well, all of us are still at work. But, what exactly is a financial checkup and why is fall the right time to do it?
Well, you're going back to the basics. A lot of college students are going back to school. People need to go back to the basics of what they need to do with their financial lives and giving yourself that financial checkup, figuring out what changes you can make because of rising interest rates, because of rising prices, because of volatile markets. This is an opportunity for you to go back and reset and review your finances.
And what about sort of long-term security plans? I know we've talked a lot about 401ks and savings. What kind of strategies should young people who are just beginning their careers really compare to people who are closer to retirement age and want to take that final leap?
Well, I think one of the first steps for younger people, and this is good for everyone though, is to become savvier when it comes to spending. Avoid things like the lifestyle creep. I got a little bit of a raise. I got a new job.
I got that T-shirt and the coffee mug.
Exactly. So don't let that eat into your income so much that you really can't save what you need to. And think about things to make you more organized. Use one credit card and put limits on your debit and credit card so you know how much you're spending and you're not overspending. That can help a lot. For people who are older, this is the time to really think about making sure you're investing and saving. Yes, you need that retirement fund, and you also need the emergency fund. And you have to have a mix of stocks and bonds for the long term, as well as cash on hand for any emergencies. Also, getting someone to talk to, I think, is really important. You can use online investment tools. There are brokerage firms and nonprofit agencies that can provide that. Do some of that work yourself and then talk to someone. Talk it out because your situation is going to be different than what you could probably show online.
I'm going to tell you I can talk it out with one Miss Sharon Epperson right here on NBC News Now. Sharon, thank you as always.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Sharon. California is experiencing its worst drought in over 1,000 years, causing some pretty serious tomato troubles. On top of soaring inflation, which we were just talking about with Sharon, the crop shortage is now spiking prices of a number of household favorites, even things like ketchup and spaghetti sauce. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins me now with more on this very saucy shortage. Hey there, Sam. Tell us more.
The puns are just everywhere. Morgan, hello. Good morning. Good to be with you. And I got to tell you, is there a more beautiful sight for some people than an entire row of pizzas? Many of these do come with tomato sauce. It's kind of important for pizza. And what we're learning right now, whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, there's a lot of debate both ways. It is fundamental to a whole host of products, whether you're talking about ketchup, salsa, soup, spaghetti sauce, all of that. And they've already been going up, Morgan, because of inflation. But now you're looking at California with a drought it has not seen in 1,200 years. Talk to the man who orders ingredients here at this pizzeria. He said something happened 2 weeks ago that had never happened before. He called the supplier, asked for tomatoes. There were none. He says he has never seen them.
In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned. These fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as 1/4 of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami.
Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now, but it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation.
Sam, right now we're sort of seeing these spiked prices, but do the farmers think this will eventually lead to empty shelves in our stores? I mean, even where our favorite tomato products used to be.
Right. I don't think empty shelves right now is the concern, but just at what price point is this going to push all of these products up? Because right now the harvest is still going on, Morgan, but they're seeing anticipated increased production costs of 20 to 25%. So you got to figure at least that much more on top of the inflation we've already seen. The peak for tomato production was in 2015, 14.4 million tons of tomatoes. This year the projection was 11.7, and the farmers do not believe that is going to be hit. Obviously, that would be problematic.
Yeah,
Morgan?
All right. Oof. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, thank you. Get some lunch there behind you. We may think of the internet as something that everyone has. You've got it at home, it's on your phone. You may be watching this show right now via broadband, but millions of Americans do not have regular, reliable internet service. That's something the head of the Federal Communications Commission is working right now to change. So let's go ahead and bring in Noah Pransky, our national politics editor for our sister network, LX News. Hi there, Noah. Tell us a little bit more about the story.
Well, anytime we have an opportunity to sit down with a newsmaker, we have a million different places to choose. And at LX News, we like to choose some place that's a little more relevant to the conversation. So when we had a chance to sit down with Jessica Rosenworcel from the FCC, we chose a parking lot in Queens. I had the signal a second ago.
I know.
And now I've got nothing. I'm chilling in the back seat outside of McDonald's in New York City.
A lot of networks in New York, Xfinity Wi-Fi.
But most of them locked.
Most of them locked.
I'm with Jessica Rosenworcel, the head of the Federal Communications Commission. Finally connected here.
You are connected.
There is nothing easy about finding rogue Wi-Fi, but we have the option to get it at our homes. Millions of other American families do not. Rosenworcel calls it the homework gap, the chasm between American families that have home broadband and the 27 million who have not, either due to no connectivity or no ability to afford it.
What frustrates me is that we don't have it in 100% of our households. I just don't think we can rest until we do. We've got to find a way to make that happen. We can't treat it like it's a luxury good. It's a necessity.
Since Rosenworcel took over the agency in 2021, the FCC has signed on nearly 13 million low-income families to a new program that subsidizes the cost of home internet bills that they may not otherwise be able to afford. And thanks to $42 billion in funding from the bipartisan infrastructure deal, it's also helping to build out broadband where it doesn't yet exist in rural communities. Rosenworcel's kind of a big deal, having oversight over pretty much everything in your life that's connected to a wireless spectrum. Your cell phone, your email, your television, your garage door opener, your credit card at the gas pump, and vulgarity over the airwaves. Remember this one?
I think so much of the last 5 years have been about these devices. And I think going forward, the wireless universe isn't going to focus on devices as much as things. You'll have billions of devices connected in the Internet of Things.
Smart sensors everywhere, from our traffic lights to our trash bins, from our pets to our amber waves of grain. And as part of the effort to close the homework gap, Wi-Fi on wheels too, in your kid's school bus. So yeah, Rosenworcel's got a lot on her plate, and she's kind of a big deal.
The Federal Communications Commission oversees communications technology, and there are, by some measures, that's 1/6 of the economy in the United States. It is a big deal.
Okay, so I learned a lot there, Noah. And Jessica, as you mentioned, is a big deal. Also calling for why hasn't she brought net neutrality back? I mean, that's something that's a pretty top priority for a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, President Biden has said he wants to go back to the Obama-era standard of net neutrality, which prohibits internet service providers from playing favorites, basically. However, you need 3 out of 5 votes on the FCC, and right now there are 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. It's a deadlock. The 5th nominee blocked by Republicans right now, so the Democrats can't get a majority, which means they can't go back to net neutrality, which means for Rosenworcel, anything she wants to get done there is bipartisan or bust.
Wow. All right. Noah Pransky, really interesting. Thank you for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. All right, drivers might be in for more relief at the gas pump. The price of crude oil is hitting a 6-month low, and fears of a recession are still weighing on prices, scaring a lot of energy investors. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what's actually causing these prices to fall? And really, are we going to kind of sort of see these lower prices continue?
All right, so Morgan, the gasoline prices, the highs that we saw earlier this summer back in June, did lead some Americans to maybe be more cost conscious about fuel use. So demand was maybe hurt a little bit on that front. On the supply side of things, the war between Ukraine and Russia is still keeping certain oils off the market for buyers like the U.S. who've put embargoes and sanctions on Russian oil. But other oil producing countries like the U.S. and Saudi Arabia seem to be putting out more oil supply. We've got also recent stats that shows Saudi Arabia, that oil output there rose to a 2-year high. It's producing more product, it's exporting more products, so it might be a little bit too early to say whether a downtrend in fuel prices is fully established. But earlier this morning, we did get data from the U.S. Department of Energy that showed that weekly oil and gasoline inventories actually fell, indicating maybe demand is picking up. But gasoline prices, as you point out, Morgan, they're still around $3.94 a gallon right now. That's far below the $5.02 that we saw back in June, but they're still higher than they were a year ago. So yes, relief at the pump, but it remains to be seen whether that's going to be a longer-term trend that we can bank on.
Don, we've talked about these gas prices. Let's now talk about food. I know that you have data showing the best and the worst cities for restaurants. I'm on the edge of my seat. Who made the list?
Okay, so what it is, Morgan, this is data around the number of people who are dining out at restaurants now compared to the same time back in 2019 pre-pandemic.
Okay.
So restaurant reservations platform OpenTable compiled this data, and during the month of July, this is July data, the cities that showed some of the biggest gains in diners were places like in Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Austin, Nashville, Scottsdale, Arizona. The data, though, looked at, again, at each day in July and then did a comparison over the same days in July in 2019. Then they averaged all the days over the month. It shows where restaurants have done reasonably well compared to then. Meanwhile, as you're seeing on the graphics there, places like Minneapolis, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, New York, and Chicago have seen fewer diners on average in July for the month compared to the same time in 2019. So it kind of gives you an idea of where restaurants are doing relatively better compared to where they were pre-pandemic, as opposed to still struggling to kind of get back on their feet, Morgan.
Oh, Dom, there are also these new reports of layoffs at Apple. What's happening there?
Okay, so Apple has reportedly laid off around 100 contractor-based staffing positions for recruiters during the past week. It's an apparent attempt to slow down the company's hiring and spending activity. That's according to a data from Bloomberg, citing sources familiar. Now, Apple did not offer a solid comment on the layoffs when we asked about the report. But Apple, remember, not the only company that's looking to change their cost structure. Firms like Microsoft, Morgan, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, and others have also made similar moves to try to cut down costs.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much.
Sure.
And stay with us, because just after the break, spawned by a crippling drought in Nevada, more and more human remains are found in a shrinking Lake Mead. We're hearing from one family who believes their brother may be among those discovered decades after his death. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Police are trying to identify at least 4 sets of human remains found in Nevada's Lake Mead. The family of a Las Vegas man believes his remains are one of those discovered over just the last 3 months. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum has more on the investigation 64 years after his death.
In 1958, it was front-page news on the Las Vegas Sun. Danny Collard drowned. The 22-year-old son of a Las Vegas casino owner was with a friend on Lake Mead when they were thrown from their 17-foot speedboat. The throttle was stuck on full, and the boat became a mad demon doing figure eights. The friend was saved. Danny was not.
I said, "Is Danny dead?" And she said, "Yes. Yes."
Annette Bigger was 11 years old when her brother died. She says their father used every source possible to recover Danny's body.
And he was told that we would never find Danny. It was impossible because that portion of Lake Mead was so deep.
64 years of doubt is being erased as Lake Mead evaporates. In May, a discovery on the beach.
Another set of human remains have been found.
I couldn't believe it was Danny.
The Clark County coroner says human remains were found on May 7th in Colville Bay.
There was an exact match of the location, Colville Bay.
And the bones belonged to a man between the ages of 23 and 38.
Well, that's a bullseye. My dad was 22 and a half.
Todd Collard was almost 3 years old when his dad died. He says his father wore partial dentures after a car crash, and the skull found at Lake Mead is missing teeth.
If there was like one single thing convincing to me, was the denture. He very much enjoyed teasing my mother. He would take his tongue and push the dentures out. She hated that.
Claude says he reached out to the police, who sent him to the coroner, and he says he was told it could take months to get a positive identification.
It's 64 years old. There was no foul play. They have plenty of things on their plate. I get it. But hopefully they can find some time for this one.
No matter how it turns out, we want to get, our family wants to get to resolution.
I'm Perry Russum.
Coming up, there's a surge in black families deciding to homeschool their children. A deep dive into that, prompting that shift. That's coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
All right, so children are heading back to school this week, but after the pandemic, the classroom has changed for a lot of students. In fact, this year, we're seeing a surge in black parents who are deciding to homeschool their kids. Some are making that choice because of these culture wars we're seeing. Others making it due to COVID closures. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with the details. Antonia, I mean, we talked a little bit about what's driving this surge, but what are you seeing?
Well, frankly, Morgan, black parents are fed up with their public school systems, and a growing number of them are starting to see homeschooling as another way forward. And, you know, the pandemic wasn't the first moment that black families started to get frustrated with schools, but it gave them the perfect excuse to walk away. Take a look.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school lessons about plants and animals. They are the Melanin Village, a collective of Black families that have decided to homeschool, many driven away from public schools after the pandemic exposed inequities.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
Before COVID, only 3% of Black students were homeschooled. In 2021, it shot up to 16%.
And once you do it,
Brennea Fairchild says many aren't going back.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks. It's not accurate. It's not honoring to the African-American experience.
Fairchild founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. They've served over 450 families since 2020. Thousands attend their conferences. Village parents were fed up with schools that had few teachers that looked like their kids. Many offended as districts struggled to teach about race. And at least 36 states passed or proposed laws to restrict those conversations in school.
When you look at the state of schools right now, are Black kids being served?
Our current system is not designed in a way to serve Black children.
In Detroit, Bernita Bradley says her homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families with 20 more expected to join this fall. They include Sharice Powell, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
These Black families are starting to realize, I don't think this is the best situation.
We don't have times when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Victoria Bradley says she was being bullied relentlessly in Detroit schools. At 15, she asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out.
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Homeschoolers hope that their groups inspire schools to get creative and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen? I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out.
I mean, that's a sentiment a lot of parents can probably empathize with, right? They don't want their kid to be that guinea pig. But are the public schools seeing this and then sort of making any effort to actually bring these students, many talented students, back into the fold?
On a large scale, not yet. From the researchers and the families that we've spoken to, they're not seeing the schools really recognize this problem quite yet. And perhaps that's just because we're still, coming out of the pandemic.
Right.
But on an individual level, some of the parents tell me that they do think that public schools in some communities are starting to reach back out to these families to try to bring them back into the fold. And in fact, some homeschooling families say they only plan to do it for a short amount of time. We're going to homeschool for 3-4 years, and then we want our kid to go back into the high school and be back in the normal public school experience. It's not always for forever, but they want to see the public schools get inspired and change a little bit of what they do and take a piece of what these families have figured out.
And are the parents telling you they would have made the same decision if they were given the same option over again?
I think the majority of the parents that I met with wish that, in fact, they had started homeschooling earlier than they did. The parents in Detroit absolutely felt that way.
Why?
In New Jersey, so many of the parents had come to that decision from different places. Well, in Detroit, the public schools there for years have been, in many cases, failing. I mean, almost failing to function and have the teachers and the accreditation that they need. And so for those families, they feel like, I shouldn't have waited even one more year, set my child behind, right? In New Jersey, a lot of the families there said that their kids were in districts where, say, they were the only Black kid in the classroom.
Wow.
And they wish their kids could have had a different social experience.
Awesome reporting, Antonia. Antonia, thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey there, everyone. Good Wednesday. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn is off today. Right now on NBC News Now, primary results. Congresswoman Liz Cheney loses her Republican primary to a challenger endorsed by former President Trump. What she's vowing to do next in a new interview today. And criminal probe. Rudy Giuliani testifying before a Georgia grand jury as the target of an investigation into possible 2020 election interference. Well, the district attorney there is telling us about where the probe is heading. Back to homeschool, a growing number of black parents are deciding to teach their kids at home. The reason for the uptick in homeschooling and what the kids think about that change. Plus, tomato troubles, prices of ketchup and spaghetti sauce all on the rise. We'll tell you what's behind the shortage that could make you shell out more dough for your next pizza. We begin this hour with the latest results from last night's pivotal primaries in Alaska and Wyoming. Wyoming's Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, an outspoken critic of former President Trump, ousted by her Trump-backed challenger by a more than 2-to-1 margin, NBC News projects. After her defeat, Cheney saying in an exclusive interview on NBC's Today Show that she is not counting out a presidential bid in the future. In her defiant concession speech, she vowed her work is far from over.
I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it.
We have a team of reporters here to break down the latest results. We'll dive more into the consequences of the Wyoming race with NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar in just a moment. But let's go to begin on NBC News Capitol Hill with correspondent Ali Vitale, who's in Anchorage, Alaska, for us today. Ali, let's start with the special election there. Votes we know still coming in. Alaska voters used ranked choice voting for the first time yesterday. And this race includes a potential political comeback for former Governor Sarah Palin. She has been out of politics for years. So where does this race stand now today, and how is this new system of ranked choice voting actually working out?
A potential political comeback here, Morgan, because we aren't going to know the results here for at least a week, in part because so many voters here vote by mail, but also because of that new ranked choice voting system. Not something that all of the candidates were happy about, certainly on the Republican side of this equation. You've heard Donald Trump talk about this as another example of a rigged system. I spoke with another of Sarah Palin's challengers in that House race, Nick Begich, who's also vying for that House seat. He said he's no fan of this system, but that he would accept the election results that yield from it. And again, we don't have those yet, even this morning after Election Day. But Sarah Palin's releasing a statement, again, expressing her displeasure with this system. I'll put it up for you on the screen and read from it. She says, today's the first test of the crazy, convoluted, undesirable ranked choice voting system. She tells everyone who's watching, quote, from the outside tonight, to please learn from Alaska's mistake. She says that voters are confused and angry and feel disenfranchised by this cockamamie system. of course, the experts that I've talked to about ranked choice voting, not only that it's a secure way of voting, but that experts say that it's a way for voters to actually have their vote count more, because they're not just picking in the binary, choosing only one candidate, and if that candidate loses, their voice is lost. Instead, they're able to rank their votes, in this case 1, 2, and 3, between the 3 candidates that they were choosing between. And then when the third candidate is eliminated, their vote for second choice will then be divvied up between the 2 candidates that are left. And so it is a way, according to experts, to get more small d Democratic representation through the system of voting. And again, not everyone a fan of it, but most of the voters that I've spoken to, even if they were a little bit skeptical, they were optimistic that it would yield a positive result.
You described that optimism, but I do want to turn to the Senate race. Former President Trump has also loomed large over that matchup, Allie. We know that NBC News projects incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski, a top target of Trump's after she voted to impeach him, will in fact advance to the general election, along with Trump-endorsed candidate Kelly Tshibaka. So you caught up with Murkowski yesterday. What did she say to you about the race and really about Trump's influence right now?
Well, look, that's been the open question here in Alaska, is how influential is someone from, in the words of Alaskans, the lower 48, people who don't live here, who are trying to make their political preferences known. In some cases, we know the power of Trump's endorsement. In other cases, though, this was a really interesting night of multiple candidates trying to answer the question of how powerful is Trump, and 2 candidates hoping for entirely different answers to that. Palin was hoping that Trump would be very powerful here. She had his endorsement. Murkowski hoping that Trump is not powerful at all, because, of course, he's not a fan of hers. And frankly, in talking to her yesterday, the same is true for her. Listen.
I hope that we do not become the party of Donald Trump.
I wonder if you can just respond really quickly to if you think the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago was justified.
I don't know. I think there's probably information that could help alleviate some of the anxiety and the concerns from the public right now that would be contained in an affidavit. And so we're divided enough around this country. We're polarized enough around this country. If there's more information that needs to be learned and shared, I think that would help us all.
Morgan, I love making news on Election Day, and that was the first time that we heard Senator Murkowski weigh in on the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. So notable there that she's calling to see what's in the affidavit as this situation moves forward, too.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you so much. I do want to go in and bring in NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Ben, I know you're there in D.C., and I want to play some more of what Liz Cheney had to say on NBC's Today Show this morning, and we'll talk on the other side.
I'm going to be making sure that people all around this country understand the stakes of what we're facing, understand the extent to which we've now got one major political party, my party, which has really become a cult of personality. And we've got to get this party back to a place where we're embracing the values and the principles on which it was founded. I don't think that anybody in any political party should support election deniers.
So, Ben, given this reaction from Cheney and also what we heard from another top Trump target just now, Lisa Murkowski, in the previous segment, where would you say this leaves the future of the Republican Party at this point?
Well, I think it leaves the future of the party where it was yesterday. It's in flux. I mean, you have this Republican Party over, 6 or so years has remade itself around Donald Trump pretty strikingly. They've adopted his hardline approach to politics. They have remade structurally things like fundraising and the messaging around Donald Trump. They've embraced the divisive sort of attack dog politics that Trump embodies. So I think you have this sort of double-edged sword that Republicans still are trying to figure out. On one hand, Trump has brought more people into the fold for Republicans than anyone has in quite some time. He's really helped their online fundraising catch up with Democrats, too. But at the same time, the question of the long term, he's hurting the party with swing voters. The 2020 election denial continues to loom large in these elections and seems to be hurting Republicans. So it's this double-edged sword that I just don't think Republicans have a good answer to yet.
All right, we will find out if they get that answer close to the midterms. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Ben, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton says his ex-boss had a habit of mishandling top secret documents. Bolton and other former officials say Trump's actions also created national security risks. He sat down with NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Hi there, Ken.
Good morning, Morgan. One of the mysteries about this investigation into classified documents at Mar-a-Lago is how did those documents get there? Who helped put them there? And NBC News has been doing some reporting, talking to former senior Trump administration officials, intelligence officials, who are telling us that Donald Trump had a cavalier and ad hoc relationship with government records, and that he would routinely ask for and keep highly classified documents. Here's more. Exclusive new details about how classified documents may have ended up at Mar-a-Lago.
The president had a habit of asking to retain sensitive documents. And from time to time, he did that, and we didn't know what happened to them. And it was always a concern that because he didn't really fully understand the risks to sources and methods and other dangers of revealing classified information, that it might get out to the wrong people.
Donald Trump's former national security advisor speaking exclusively to NBC News about what he says was the former president's penchant for hoarding secret records. A week after court records showed the FBI seized highly classified documents at Trump's Florida compound, John Bolton says Trump made clear he wanted to keep certain documents for himself, regardless of classification.
Frequently, the briefers were reluctant to bring documents that they thought the president might ask to keep.
Other former senior Trump aides telling NBC News the president's approach to presidential records was slapdash and ad hoc, and he had little regard for state secrets. Trump once tweeted out what Bolton and a former senior intelligence official say was a highly classified photo of a damaged Iranian missile site. And, as NBC News reported at the time, provided classified information to Russian officials in the Oval Office. 3 former officials with first-hand knowledge said Trump would regularly show uncleared people a highly classified set of letters he exchanged with the North Korean leader. Multiple former officials said the president also had a habit of ripping up records that aides would have to retrieve from trash cans and tape back together. The former officials tell NBC News that when Trump finally realized he was leaving office, he ordered aides to stuff documents in banker boxes to be taken to his Florida compound. One person who was there told NBC News it was a chaotic exit and that both staff and movers piled everything into the moving trucks. When they got to Mar-a-Lago, they piled everything there in this storage room, except for things like the First Lady's clothes. Everything in the box went there. A Trump spokesman rejecting the criticism, and Trump now saying everything he took home with him was declassified. But experts say that's not the case. They note that even when Trump proclaimed records declassified while he was president, the rest of the government didn't always agree.
We were asking for records relating to Carter Page and the FISA warrants applications that were underway. And at one point, the White House, via Trump, had issued a press release. I think he had tweeted about it as well, to say, well, I'm going to declassify this information. And that was rejected by the judge here in Washington, D.C. in federal court, saying that was not sufficient as proof of declassification.
Even if Trump is right, experts say, the records were the property of the U.S. government. Why they were in Trump's Mar-a-Lago compound is now the crux of the Justice Department's investigation. And Morgan, experts are telling me that Donald Trump didn't pack those boxes himself. He had help. And so that suggests that the Justice Department may have a number of people in their sights in terms of trying to figure out who got those classified documents out of the White House and why and for what purpose. Morgan?
Rudy Giuliani, former President Trump's former personal attorney, is facing an Atlanta grand jury today over his role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Now, Giuliani's testimony comes as Georgia prosecutors ramp up their investigation into post-election interference by Trump and his allies. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from just outside that courthouse there in Atlanta. Blaine, Rudy Giuliani was informed just yesterday that he's a target in this investigation. So do we expect to learn about what he'll say or even what he won't say? What's on the table?
And those are good questions, Morgan. We don't expect to know very much. This is all a very secretive process. Right now, he is testifying before the grand jury. We do know that it got started around 9 o'clock this morning, so we're talking about hour 2 hours in or so. But that's about all that we know. We know that this is happening behind closed doors, not expected to get a glimpse of exactly what's being said. But you raise the question of what he will or won't say. That's an important question because in the days leading up to this, his attorney has made it clear that Giuliani plans to invoke at least attorney-client privilege when it comes to any conversations that Giuliani had with former President Trump. And then, of course, the question of, especially now that he's being named a target in this investigation, will he essentially plead the fifth and refuse to answer questions?
Blaine, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has taken heat for former President Trump's allies, and I know that you spoke to her exclusively very recently. What did she say about where this investigation in her mind is going and whether more people close to Trump will be called to testify?
She says that's almost a certainty, that there will be more subpoenas. I asked her if it would be former White House officials, family members. She said essentially anything's possible, so she's not ruling out anything. You know, this grand jury can be convened for up to a year, so we're talking about May of next year. Now, she has indicated that she hopes to wrap it up sometime this year, but she's also said that she's going to take as much time as she feels is necessary to complete a thorough investigation. Here's a little bit of what she told me during that exclusive interview. Take a look.
I think that people thought that we came into this as some kind of game. This is not a game at all. What I am doing is very serious. It's very important work, and we're going to do our due diligence in making sure that we look at all aspects of the case.
Morgan, one quick thing to point out is that Rudy Giuliani, when he arrived with his attorney, he walked right in here in the front door. That was something that was rather unexpected. Typically, to this point, we've seen witnesses kind of go underground or try and go around cameras. He used the most public entrance here. So we are standing by, watching for him to walk out, and we will certainly ask him a lot of questions about what happened inside once he exits, Morgan.
I know you will. Blaine Alexander on the ground for us there. Blaine, thank you so much. Ukrainian soldiers are rapidly running out of the supplies they need to fight off Russian forces. So coming up just after the break, we're taking a look at how Ukraine is now crowdsourcing efforts to outfit its military. Don't go anywhere.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The war in Ukraine is approaching its 6th month of battle. That means supplies are now extremely hard to come by for many Ukrainian troops who are there on the front lines. Some soldiers are even resorting to crowdsourcing in order to get the necessary equipment they need for battle. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine. Hi there.
Morgan, we've talked so much in the last 5 months about the HIMARS and the fighter jets and the long-range artillery that Ukraine says it needs from the U.S. and other countries to fight Russia. But now that this war is approaching its 6th month, we found that Ukraine's needs are much more basic than you might think. On a typical ambulance shift, Dr. Eduardo Kika says he treats as many as 5 troops injured on the front lines, some with chest wounds from shrapnel or landmines who can't breathe on their own. He's practicing using an artificial ventilation device that Ukraine didn't always have, recently donated and now saving lives.
What are the biggest needs in terms of medical equipment right now in Ukraine?
Tourniquets, sponges to control bleeding, and bandages. On the front lines, our soldiers need painkillers.
For months, the world has heard Ukraine's calls for long-range rockets and artillery, the U.S. sending billions in heavy weapons. But as the war approaches the 6-month mark, Ukraine's supplies of many basic necessities are running low, leading crafty Ukrainians to crowdsource their way through a war that has no end in sight. Typically, a military could provide its own troops with the basics needed on the battlefield. But as more and more Ukrainians join this fight, some of them are turning to surplus shops like this. Some citizens are taking matters into their own hands by sponsoring individual troops, like Dmytro Kuzmierchuk, a former taxi driver who's at this Odessa market buying gloves, goggles, and shirts for 6 soldiers fighting near Donetsk.
Ukraine wasn't ready for this war. We never thought that our neighbor, who turned out to be our enemy, would resort to a full-scale invasion.
Kuzmierchuk says Ukraine had enough provisions for its active duty forces before the war, less than 200,000 according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies. But since Russia invaded, Ukraine has mobilized hundreds of thousands more reservists and others. President Zelensky says Ukraine's forces now total 700,000. In May, President Zelensky launched the national charity drive United 24, asking donors from around the world to sponsor everything from uniforms and body armor to X-ray machines, or even to mail their own toy drones to Ukraine. At Ukraine's presidential offices, I asked top Zelensky advisor Mikhailo Podolyak whether Ukraine has the basics it needs. He says with a front line more than 600 miles long, Ukraine is burning through ammunition and small arms, protective gear, first aid kits, and even food, imploring foreign nations to keep sending more. In the capital of Kyiv, the tables are packed at this Georgian restaurant, but the chef is long gone, deployed to the front lines without basic equipment like night vision goggles and a vehicle. His restaurant now devoting 10% of all bills to get him what he needs.
All Ukrainian people help our army, and if they looking for a way to help, they have this way.
In addition to the national charity drive that President Zelensky has driven, there are, of course, a number of non-governmental organizations as well as nonprofits like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, as well as UNICEF, who are working on the ground here to try to get Ukraine's military and civilian population what they need to survive this war. All of them very eager for help from people around the world.
All right, Josh Letterman there reporting on the ground for us. Josh, thank you. And stay with us because coming up, NASA is preparing for takeoff. Details on its Artemis test flight to the moon coming up next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
T-minus 12 days until NASA's newest and most powerful rocket lifts off for its moonshot 50 years after the first lunar walk. Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon, but first, an uncrewed test flight around the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello covers space. Hey, Tom, you have spent a lot of time the last few weeks at Mission Control there in Houston, where they seem pretty excited about this return to the moon. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I think this is cool stuff. Yeah, you're right. NASA is excited. The potential astronauts who might be chosen to go, they're excited. NASA's international partners are a big part of this. They're excited to be a part of this human lunar mission coming up. And the first part of that trip to the moon is set for the end of the month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon. All astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, is this cool or what? Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 male and female dummies, 4 total, loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's effects on the human body so they know exactly what the astronauts can expect when they do go up in a couple of years. Morgan?
Well, speaking of the human body, I mean, Tom, when humans do head back to the moon, why is NASA sending them to the coldest part?
Yeah, because NASA is targeting a landing zone on the moon's south pole because they believe there's water ice there. And that can be used to power future missions to Mars and maybe sustain a moon colony. Water is key to everything. And the fact that they think they've found water ice on the solar pole is on the southern pole, rather, is a critical finding.
Critical. All right, let's find out more. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, thank you as always. And here's what's poppin' now. Solange Knowles is making history, becoming the first black woman to compose music for the New York City Ballet. The singer-songwriter composed an original score that will be used in the Fall Fashion Gala's 10th anniversary celebration. Now, this event is set to begin on September 28th at Lincoln Center here in New York City. A group of TikTok creators trying to influence change in Amazon's worker policies. The group is refusing to work with Amazon until the company meets the demands of the Amazon labor union. Now, the campaign is called People Over Prime, and it's made up of 70 TikTok influencers who have a combined 51 million followers, according to their site. The Amazon union has asked for a number of changes, including a $30 an hour minimum wage and putting an end to what they see as the company's union-busting tactics. And coming up next, how to preserve your savings during back-to-school season amid increasing inflation. We'll give you all the tips and tricks just after the break. Stay with us.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's back to school time for students and for adults. It's a good time for us to go back to the basics and get a checkup, of course, on our finances. A steady climb in prices for food, gas, and just about everything else has put families in a bind, but there are some strategies to help in the near and the long term. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to help. Sharon, let's talk about inflation. What are some tips to fight this and really stay within our monthly budgets as we look ahead?
You know, people hear about inflation and they hear the main number for the consumer price index. That's not necessarily your inflation rate. You may be paying a little bit more, a little bit less in some areas for the same goods and services. So one of the first things to do is look at what you're spending right now. Go back and look at July of 2022. How much were you spending? How does that compare to what you were spending in July of 2021? How much has it gone up or maybe down, likely up?
I was going to say, that's very likely
up. And that is your inflation rate. But going through that helps you figure out where you may want to cut back because you were overspending or because it's just gotten so pricey, maybe you don't need that as much.
And Sharon, it feels like fall is sort of this reset, right? I mean, we talk about kids going back to school. Well, all of us are still at work. But, you know, what exactly is a financial checkup and why is fall the right time to do it?
Well, you're going back to the basics. A lot of college students are going back to school. You know, people need to go back to the basics of what they need to do with their financial lives and giving yourself that financial checkup, figuring out what changes you can make because of rising interest rates, because of rising prices, because of volatile markets. This is an opportunity for you to go back and reset and review your finances.
And what about sort of long-term security plans? I know we've talked a lot about 401ks and savings. What kind of strategies should young people who are just beginning their careers really compare to people who are closer to retirement age and want to take that final leap?
Well, I think one of the first steps for younger people, and this is good for everyone though, is to become savvier when it comes to spending. Avoid things like the lifestyle creep. I got a little bit of a raise. I got a new job.
I got that T-shirt and the coffee mug.
Exactly. So don't let that eat into your income so much that you really can't save what you need to. And think about things to make you more organized. Use one credit card and put limits on your debit and credit card so you know how much you're spending and you're not overspending. That can help a lot. For people who are older, this is the time to really think about making sure you're investing and saving. Yes, you need that retirement fund, and you also need the emergency fund. And you have to have a mix of stocks and bonds for the long term, as well as cash on hand for any emergencies. Also, getting someone to talk to, I think, is really important. You can use online investment tools. There are brokerage firms and nonprofit agencies that can provide that. Do some of that work yourself and then talk to someone. Talk it out, because your situation is going to be different than what you could probably show online.
I'm going to tell you, I can talk it out with one Miss Sharon Everson right here on NBC News Now. Sharon, thank you as always.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Sharon. California is experiencing its worst drought in over 1,000 years, causing some pretty serious tomato troubles. On top of soaring inflation, which we were just talking about with Sharon, the crop shortage is now spiking prices of a number of household favorites, even things like ketchup and spaghetti sauce. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins me now with more on this very saucy shortage. Hey there, Sam. Tell us more.
The puns are just everywhere. Morgan, hello. Good morning. Good to be with you. And I got to tell you, is there a more beautiful sight for some people than an entire row of pizzas? Many of these do come with tomato sauce. It's kind of important for pizza. And what we're learning right now, whether you consider this a fruit or a vegetable, there's a lot of debate both ways. It is fundamental to a whole host of products, whether you're talking about ketchup, salsa, soup, spaghetti sauce, all of that. And they've already been going up, Morgan, because of inflation. But now you're looking at California with a drought it has not seen in 1,200 years. Talk to the man who orders ingredients here at this pizzeria. He said something happened 2 weeks ago that had never happened before. He called the supplier, asked for tomatoes. There were none. He says he has never seen them. In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned, these fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as a quarter of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami. Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now, but it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation.
Sam, right now we're sort of seeing these spiked prices, but do the farmers think this will eventually lead to empty shelves in our stores? I mean, even where our favorite tomato products used to be.
Right. I don't think empty shelves right now is the concern, but just at what price point is this going to push all of these products up? Because right now the harvest is still going on, Morgan, but they're seeing anticipated increased production costs of 20 to 25%. So you got to figure at least that much more on top of the inflation we've already seen. The peak for tomato production was in 2015, 14.4 million tons of tomatoes. This year the projection was 11.7, and the farmers do not believe that is going to be hit. Obviously, that would be problematic.
Yeah,
Morgan?
all right. Oof. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, thank you. Get some lunch there behind you. We may think of the internet as something that everyone has. You've got it at home, it's on your phone. You may be watching this show right now via broadband, but millions of Americans do not have regular, reliable internet service. That's something the head of the Federal Communications Commission is working right now to change. So let's go ahead and bring in Noah Pransky, our national politics editor for our sister network, LX News. Hi there, Noah. Tell us a little bit more about the story.
Well, you know, anytime we have an opportunity to sit down with a newsmaker, we have a million different places to choose. And at LX News, we like to choose some place that's a little more relevant to the conversation. So when we had a chance to sit down with Jessica Rosenworcel from the FCC, we chose a parking lot in Queens.
I had the signal a second ago.
I know.
And now I've got nothing.
I'm chilling in the back seat, outside of McDonald's in New York City.
A lot of networks in New York, Xfinity Wi-Fi.
But most of them locked.
Most of them locked.
I'm with Jessica Rosenworcel, the head of the Federal Communications Commission.
Finally connected here.
You are connected.
There is nothing easy about finding rogue Wi-Fi, but we have the option to get it at our homes. Millions of other American families do not. Rosenworcel calls it the homework gap, the chasm between American families that have home broadband and the 27 million who have not, either due to no connectivity or no ability to afford it.
What frustrates me is that we don't have it in 100% of our households. I just don't think we can rest until we do. We got to find a way to make that happen. We can't treat it like it's a luxury good. It's a necessity.
Since Rosenworcel took over the agency in 2021, the FCC has signed on nearly 13 million low-income families to a new program that subsidizes the cost of home internet bills that they may not otherwise be able to afford. And thanks to $42 billion in funding from the bipartisan infrastructure deal, it's also helping to build out broadband where it doesn't yet exist in rural communities. Rosenworcel's kind of a big deal, having oversight over pretty much everything in your life that's connected to a wireless spectrum. Your cell phone, your email, your television, your garage door opener, your credit card at the gas pump, and vulgarity over the airwaves. Remember this one?
I think so much of the last 5 years have been about these devices. And I think going forward, the wireless universe isn't going to focus on devices as much as things. You'll have billions of devices connected in the Internet of Things.
Smart sensors everywhere, from our traffic lights to our trash bins, from our pets to our amber waves of grain. And as part of the effort to close the homework gap, Wi-Fi on wheels too, in your kid's school bus. So yeah, Rosenworcel's got a lot on her plate, and she's kind of a big deal.
The Federal Communications Commission oversees communications technology, and there are, by some measures, that's 1/6 of the economy in the United States. It is a big deal.
Okay, so I learned a lot there, Noah. And Jessica, as you mentioned, is a big deal. Also calling for why hasn't she brought net neutrality back? I mean, that's something that's a pretty top priority for a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, President Biden has said he wants to go back to the Obama-era standard of net neutrality, which prohibits internet service providers from playing favorites, basically. However, you need 3 out of 5 votes on the FCC, and right now there are 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. It's a deadlock. The 5th nominee blocked by Republicans right now, so the Democrats can't get a majority, which means they can't go back to net neutrality, which means for Rosenworcel, anything she wants to get done there is bipartisan or bust.
Wow. All right. Noah Pransky, really interesting. Thank you for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. All right, drivers might be in for more relief at the gas pump. The price of crude oil is hitting a 6-month low, and fears of a recession are still weighing on prices, scaring a lot of energy investors. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what's actually causing these prices to fall? And really, are we going to kind of sort of see these lower prices continue?
All right, so Morgan, the gasoline prices, the highs that we saw earlier this summer back in June, did lead some Americans to maybe be more cost conscious about fuel use. So demand was maybe hurt a little bit on that front. On the supply side of things, the war between Ukraine and Russia is still keeping certain oils off the market for buyers like the U.S. who've put embargoes and sanctions on Russian oil. But other oil producing countries like the U.S. and Saudi Arabia seem to be putting out more oil supply. We've got also recent stats that shows Saudi Arabia, that oil output there rose to a 2-year high. It's producing more product, it's exporting more products, so it might be a little bit too early to say whether a downtrend in fuel prices is fully established. But earlier this morning, we did get data from the U.S. Department of Energy that showed that weekly oil and gasoline inventories actually fell, indicating maybe demand is picking up. But gasoline prices, as you point out, Morgan, they're still around $3.94 a gallon right now. That's far below the $5.02 that we saw back in June, but they're still higher than they were a year ago. So yes, relief at the pump, but it remains to be seen whether that's going to be a longer-term trend that we can bank on.
Don, we've talked about these gas prices. Let's now talk about food. I know that you have data showing the best and the worst cities for restaurants. I'm on the edge of my seat. Who made the list?
Okay, so what it is, Morgan, this is data around the number of people who are dining out at restaurants now compared to the same time back in 2019 pre-pandemic.
Okay.
So restaurant reservations platform OpenTable compiled this data, and during the month of July, this is July data, the cities that showed some of the biggest gains in diners were places like in Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Austin, Nashville, Scottsdale, Arizona. The data, though, looked at, again, at each day in July and then did a comparison over the same days in July in 2019. Then they averaged all the days over the month. It shows where restaurants have done reasonably well compared to then. Meanwhile, as you're seeing on the graphics there, places like Minneapolis, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, New York, and Chicago have seen fewer diners on average in July for the month compared to the same time in 2019. So it kind of gives you an idea of where restaurants are doing relatively better compared to where they were pre-pandemic, as opposed to so struggling to kind of get back on their feet, Morgan.
On down, there are also these new reports of layoffs at Apple. What's happening there?
Okay, so Apple has reportedly laid off around 100 contractor-based staffing positions for recruiters during the past week. It's an apparent attempt to slow down the company's hiring and spending activity. That's according to a data from Bloomberg, citing sources familiar. Now, Apple did not offer a solid comment on the layoffs when we asked about the report, but Apple, remember, not the only company that's looking to change their cost structure. Firms like Microsoft, Morgan, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, and others have also made similar moves to try to cut down costs.
All right, NBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much. Sure. And stay with us, because just after the break, spawned by a crippling drought in Nevada, more and more human remains are found in a shrinking Lake Mead. We're hearing from one family who believes their brother may be among those discovered decades after his death. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Police are trying to identify at least 4 sets of human remains found in Nevada's Lake Mead. The family of a Las Vegas man believes his remains are one of those discovered over just the last 3 months. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum has more on the investigation 64 years after his death.
In 1958, it was front-page news on the Las Vegas Sun. Danny Collard drowned. The 22-year-old son of a Las Vegas casino owner was with a friend on Lake Mead when they were thrown from their 17-foot speedboat. The throttle was stuck on full, and the boat became a mad demon doing figure eights. The friend was saved. Danny was not.
I said, "Is Danny dead?" And she said, "Yes. He is."
Annette Bigger was 11 years old when her brother died. She says their father used every source possible to recover Danny's body.
And he was told that we would never find Danny. It was impossible because that portion of Lake Mead was so deep.
64 years of doubt is being erased as Lake Mead evaporates. In May, a discovery on the beach.
Another set of human remains have been found.
I couldn't believe it was Danny.
The Clark County coroner says human remains were found on May 7th in Colville Bay.
There was an exact match of the location, Colville Bay.
And the bones belonged to a man between the ages of 23 and 38.
Well, that's a bullseye. My dad was 22 and a half.
Todd Collard was almost 3 years old when his dad died. He says his father wore partial dentures after a car crash, and the skull found at Lake Mead is missing teeth.
If there was like one single thing convincing to me, was the denture. He very much enjoyed teasing my mother. He would take his tongue and push the dentures out. She hated that.
Collard says he reached out to the police, who sent him to the coroner, and he says he was told it could take months to get a positive identification.
It's 64 years old. There was no foul play. They have plenty of things on their plate. I get it. But hopefully they can find some time for this one.
No matter how it turns out, we want to get, our family wants to get to resolution.
I'm Perry Russum.
Coming up, there's a surge in black families deciding to homeschool their children. A deep dive into that, prompting that shift. That's coming up next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right, so children are heading back to school this week, but after the pandemic, the classroom has changed for a lot of students. In fact, this year, we're seeing a surge in Black parents who are deciding to homeschool their kids. Some are making that choice because of these culture wars we're seeing. Others making it due to COVID closures. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with the details. Antonia, I mean, we talked a little bit about what's driving this surge, but what are you seeing?
Well, frankly, Morgan, Black parents are fed up with their public school systems, and a growing number of them are starting to see homeschooling as another way forward. And, you know, the pandemic wasn't the first moment that Black families started to get frustrated with schools, but it gave them the perfect excuse to walk away. Take a look.
You guys want to feed some animals?
It may look like a simple summer outing, but these kids are at Terhune Orchards in New Jersey for a full day of school lessons about plants and animals. They are the Melanin Village, a collective of Black families that have decided to homeschool, many driven away from public schools after the pandemic exposed inequities.
Do you want to go to regular school?
No.
Not one person.
For a whole entire day, no.
Before COVID, only 3% of Black students were homeschooled. In 2021, it shot up to 16%.
And once you do it...
Brunea Fairchild says many aren't going back.
When did you decide that this is what you wanted for your kids?
I looked at the presentation of slavery and the Civil War in U.S. history textbooks. It's not accurate. It's not honoring to the African-American experience.
Fairchild founded the Melanin Village to share school materials and organize group activities with families like hers. They've served over 450 families since 2020. Thousands attend their conferences. Village parents were fed up with schools that had few teachers that looked like their kids. Many offended as districts struggled to teach about race. And at least 36 states passed or proposed laws to restrict those conversations in school.
When you look at the state of schools right now, are Black kids being served?
Our current system is not designed in a way to serve Black children.
In Detroit, Bernita Bradley says her homeschooling group, Engage Detroit, has 98 families with 20 more expected to join this fall. They include Sharice Powell, whose 14-year-old Tori needs extra support.
These Black families are starting to realize, you know, I don't think this is the best situation.
We don't have times when you've seen generations after generations fail. We don't have time to keep waiting.
Victoria Bradley says she was being bullied relentlessly in Detroit schools. At 15, she asked her mom, Bernita, to take her out.
When you transitioned to homeschooling, how did you start to feel about yourself?
I felt more confident. It was just like kind of like a sunshine, like the clouds opening a little bit.
Homeschoolers hope that their groups inspire schools to get creative and ensure they are welcoming all kinds of learners.
Do you think the schools are going to listen? I mean, the system, does it see what's happening?
I think on individual scales that yes, that there are schools who will. Now, if we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out. No.
I mean, that's a sentiment a lot of parents can probably empathize with, right? They don't want their kid to be that guinea pig. But are the public schools seeing this and then sort of making any effort to actually bring these students, many talented students, back into the fold?
On a large scale, not yet. From the researchers and the families that we've spoken to, they're not seeing the schools really recognize this problem quite yet. And perhaps that's just because we're still, you know, coming out of the pandemic.
Right.
But on an individual level, some of the parents tell me that they do think that public schools in some communities activities are starting to reach back out to these families to try to bring them back into the fold. And in fact, some homeschooling families say they only plan to do it for a short amount of time. We're going to homeschool for 3-4 years, and then we want our kid to go back into the high school and be back in the normal public school experience. It's not always for forever, but they want to see the public schools get inspired and change a little bit of what they do and take a piece of what these families have figured out.
And are the parents telling you they would have made the same decision if they were given the same option over again?
You know, I think the majority of the parents that I met with wish that, in fact, they had started homeschooling earlier than they did. The parents in Detroit absolutely felt that way.
Why?
In New Jersey, so many of the parents had come to that decision from different places. Well, in Detroit, the public schools there for years have been in many cases failing. I mean, almost failing to function and have the teachers and the accreditation that they need. And so for those families, they feel like, oh, I shouldn't have waited even one more year, set my child behind, right? In New Jersey, a lot of the families there said that their kids were in districts where, say, they were the only black kid in the classroom.
Wow.
And they wish their kids could have had a different social experience.
Awesome reporting, Antonia. Antonia, thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, out of the House, Republican voters in Wyoming send Liz Cheney packing over her clashes with former President Donald Trump. How that critical primary race is setting the stage for November. Rudy on the stand, former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani appearing before a grand jury in Georgia. What he said in court about the Trump team's efforts to interfere with the 2020 election. CDC overhaul. The agency lays out a new plan to fix itself after its troubled response to COVID-19. What's changing and how soon? And Watch This Space will take you inside the latest steps of NASA's mission to send humans back to the moon. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York, 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west, and we begin with the primary defeat of Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. NBC News projecting Cheney, once one of the most powerful Republicans in Congress, lost her primary race in Wyoming. Cheney's Trump-endorsed opponent, Harriet Hageman, will go on to face the Democratic nominee in November. Now, Cheney has been quite passionate in her opposition to former President Trump, and she says her fight against him is not over yet.
I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months.
All right, leading us off this hour, MSNBC anchor Chris Jansing in Wyoming and senior political editor Mark Murray as well in Washington. So, Chris, I'll start with you here. No surprise, Liz Cheney lost that primary race. Quite frankly, she was expected to lose it. We talked about that yesterday. What's the temperature now on the ground there among voters in Wyoming?
I would say it's hot. Look, even though, as you point out, that folks here knew it was coming, the polls had been suggesting it for a long time, this is a political earthquake. This, Liz Cheney, she was the heir to a political dynasty here. She won her last two primaries by an average of 50 points. So this is somebody who, until she turned on Donald Trump, was well known and well liked. And you really saw the stark divide last night. I spent hours at Harriet Hegman, the winner's headquarters, and you see that on one side are people who truly do not believe that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Liz Cheney represents the other side, not just people who say Joe Biden is indeed the legitimate president, but they believe that Donald Trump continuing to question it is dangerous. And that is where we find Liz Cheney right now. She had time to adjust to the idea that she was going to lose. People who are close to her will tell you that she knew when she came into this that she was going to pay a heavy price. The question is now what's next for her, but also what might this mean for the midterms, Aaron?
So let's talk a little bit about what's next possibly here, Chris. Liz Cheney didn't really mince words when she talked about the former president this morning on Today's Show. Talk to us about what else she had to say and what we do know about a possible 2024 run for Cheney.
Well, look, a lot of folks all around the country gave her a lot of money. She has millions left. She's going to put that toward a PAC that is going to be specially targeted to educating the American people, she says, about the importance of democracy, but also to defeating Donald Trump. But there's another big question that's out there about her political future. And take a listen to what she said.
I believe that Donald Trump continues to pose a very grave threat and risk to our republic. And I think that defeating him is going to require a broad and united front of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And that's what I intend to be part of.
The question is, will she be a part of it by running herself? She knows that it's a very difficult thing to win a Republican primary without broad support. And she also knows that she still has a target on her back for Donald Trump. So we're going to have to wait and see how she works against Trump going forward, Aaron.
Yeah, to be continued for sure. Chris Jansing for us in Wyoming today. Chris, thank you. I want to bring in NBC senior political editor Mark Murray now. And Mark, I want to dig into sort of the broader implications here, the Wyoming primary race included in that. I'll put up a map for our viewers to see at home. These are all the states where Trump-endorsed candidates have won primaries this year, right? We're talking about Senate, House, and state races. Many of these are in those traditional battleground states we often talk about. You know, it's important to note here that many of these Trump-endorsed candidates are also election deniers. They believe that Trump actually won the 2020 election, or at least they're saying that. You know, in a sense, Trump is building a wall here, right? I mean, talk to us about the strategy he seems to be using, this coalition that he wants to send to Washington, people who think like him and talk like him, and the political impact that could have.
Aaron, he's continuing to reinvent the Republican Party in his own image, even after what occurred on January 6th. And he and his candidates have won many more contests than have lost so far this primary season, as we're kind of coming to a conclusion here. Now, there have been some notable Republicans who've been able to defeat Trump-backed primary challenges. Look at Brian Kemp in Georgia or Nancy Mace in South Carolina. But what made them different than Liz Cheney is that neither Kemp nor Mace ended up really running directly against Donald Trump. Liz Cheney, from her perch on the House January 6th committee, has been running against Trump, and we saw the result of that last night.
And Mark, we're also following the primary race in Alaska, the races, I should say, in Alaska. Sarah Palin among 4 people advancing to the November election for a House seat there. Then we have Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski also pulling off a win in her race in a way. You know, overall, it was a big win for the Republican Party last night, right? Talk to us a little bit about the impact these results are going to have on both parties ahead of the midterms.
So Murkowski, who ended up voting to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial, isn't out of the woods yet. She ends up advancing to a top 4 primary that will be decided by ranked choice voting in November against one Trump-backed challenger in that contest. And Aaron, as it goes to Sarah Palin, and while we're kind of looking ahead to that other, the thing to watch is it goes to ranked choice voting in this House special election, which won't be decided for weeks. So that'll be interesting to continue to watch.
All right, Mark Murray for us in Washington today. Mark, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's talk about Rudy Giuliani. He's testifying before a grand jury in Georgia today. Donald Trump's former attorney was told that he was a target of a criminal investigation into possible interference during the 2020 election in that state. Meanwhile, we are less than 24 hours away from a hearing about whether to unseal the affidavit from the FBI search of Trump's Florida estate. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander and Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley as well. Blaine, first to you here. Giuliani's testimony was done in secret. We know that. That's pretty standard fare for a grand jury hearing. What do we know, though, about today's hearing?
Well, Aaron, we do know, as far as we know, that it's still going on. You know, he entered this courthouse behind me more than 5 hours ago, so we're certainly talking about a rather lengthy time that he's spending at least receiving questions from the district attorney. Don't know, of course, the question is, how is he answering those? You know, his attorney gave some sort of indication of how he would at least answer questions pertaining to any conversations between Giuliani and former President Trump. He said that Giuliani would invoke attorney-client privilege and avoid talking about those at all. But, of course, the other question is, how will he answer the questions that are put out before him? We do know that this is likely going to center in at least a large part around statements that he made in a series of legislative hearings where he put forth a number of false claims about Georgia's election. Aaron.
And Blaine, Jenna Ellis, a former legal advisor for Donald Trump, has also been ordered to testify there in the Georgia investigation. Do we have a handle yet on what prosecutors are hoping to learn from her?
It's going to be very similar to what they're likely asking Rudy Giuliani right now. It all centers around those hearings. You know, these happened back in December of 2020. Rudy Giuliani essentially did much of the speaking, but Jenna Ellis was there, and so we know that Fani Willis, the Fulton County DA, is going to be interested in her presence there, but also what role she had in planning those, in setting up those hearings, because as she wrote in her legal filing, the DA, essentially she believes that this is part of a plot here in Georgia and in other states to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Aaron.
All right. Blaine Alexander in Atlanta for us today. Blaine, thank you. Let's bring in our Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley, now in D.C. So, Julia, I want to talk about the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago here again. The former president says he wants that affidavit released. Have his attorneys said anything ahead of tomorrow's hearing where they make their case?
Well, yes, they have. And Trump himself keeps calling for transparency, saying, and his legal team have said that transparency is of utmost importance in this case, because they're making the argument that once the American public sees the basis for this FBI raid, they will then side with the former president and think that it was an FBI overreach. But if you talk to a lot of former DOJ officials, as I have, they say oftentimes there's nothing in an affidavit that's good for a defendant. Everything that goes on that document that's presented to a judge is very ironclad, and they don't want to go beyond what they know to be true. And it was at least the evidence that was presented to a judge that allowed him to sign off on that warrant that led to the raid. So at this point, it looks like they are calling for transparency, but they, of course, themselves don't know what was in that affidavit, nor do they know all of the materials that the FBI got from Mar-a-Lago.
And meanwhile, Julia, former Vice President Mike Pence also spoke publicly about the search for the first time. Can you walk us through what he had to say?
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty surprising to hear from Vice President Pence. There have been a lot of questions about him and what his relationship might look like to the former president, especially as we've gotten more information about the position Pence was in on January 6th. But he did come to the side of his former boss. Here's what he had to say.
This unprecedented action does demand unprecedented transparency. I also want to remind my fellow Republicans, we can hold the Attorney General accountable for the decision that he made without attacking rank and file law enforcement personnel at the FBI. The Republican Party is the party of law and order. Our party stands with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line at the federal and state and local level. And these attacks on the FBI must stop.
Aaron, it's a lot of history repeating itself with the outside party pointing to the AG appointed by the current president, saying that they are being political. Of course, that's something we talked a lot about during the Trump administration as well. But now those comments from Vice President Pence are clearly weighing on the side of his former boss, Trump.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in Washington today. Julia, thanks. Well, opening statements are taking place today in the second federal trial for R&B singer R. Kelly. Kelly facing multiple charges, including creating child pornography, luring minors to have sex, and obstructing justice. He's already been sentenced to 30 years in prison in a separate trial. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following that story for us today. So, Stephen, talk to us about what happened in court today. What arguments are being made there?
Well, Aaron, prosecutors' opening statements got right into these allegations in pretty simple and disturbing terms, saying that Kelly allegedly had sex with multiple children and made videotapes of himself doing just that. U.S. Attorney Jason Julian also saying that Kelly had a dark and hidden side not fully known to the public. Well, the hidden side he referred to, of course, those allegations with children. He went on to further detail the allegations, saying Kelly repeatedly had sex with multiple underage girls hundreds of times. He went on to outline one of those allegations, a girl that Kelly allegedly videotaped him having sex with when she was just 14. That age, something allegedly heard stated on one of those tapes that will be used as evidence. That allegation also laying the foundation for those charges against Kelly, conspiracy to obstruct justice. That is a key difference from the trial that he just had in New York. Kelly's attorney, meanwhile, launched into something of a public advocacy campaign even before today, tweeting last week that there was a media war on her client and calling the trial overkill. Today, she acknowledged that it could be difficult for jurors to forget anything they've heard about Kelly. Of course, he's very famous and has been for decades, but asked them to be unbiased. She went on to question why one of the alleged victims, though, was coming forward now, 2 decades later, and after a deal of immunity with prosecutors. And all of this, Aaron, comes after jury selection was a bit contentious this week, with Kelly's team accusing the government of trying to strike black jurors to deny Kelly a jury of his peers. Well, at the end of that process, about half of those 12 jurors impaneled were identified as black by the judge and the attorneys involved. 4 of the 6 alternates, meanwhile, are white, and 2 of them are black. Aaron?
All right, an interesting case to follow already. Stephen Romo for us in the newsroom today. Stephen, thank you. The CDC admitting to mistakes in its response to the COVID pandemic. Coming up, how the agency plans to be better prepared in the future.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The seduction,
Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. The CDC is planning a major overhaul of how that agency operates. The agency has faced a lot of criticism in the last 2 years. First, in the response to the COVID pandemic, and now to the monkeypox outbreak. Now, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says she wants the agency to do a few things in particular: hold itself more accountable, speak about public health issues in plain English, and share more scientific findings more quickly. All of it to help the agency prepare for future public health emergencies. I want to bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez now. He is an emergency physician and the former pandemic and emerging threats coordinator under President Barack Obama. Dr. Ramirez, what do you make of what we heard from the agency today, this announcement about an overhaul of sorts?
Well, I think it's certainly a step in the right direction, and aspirationally, it's in the right direction, Aaron. I think Director Walensky, after this very thorough review, is really making it clear that she hears and she understands the problems that not only, folks within government, but the greater public, have come to see over the last 2 years, which is that CDC, unfortunately, has been slow to publish this data, and it's been very hard for the public, I think, to understand some of the nuance that they've tried to communicate. And so I think aspirationally, all of these changes that she's trying to make are all in the right direction.
Yeah, I think a lot of people maybe didn't understand exactly what the CDC's function was prior to COVID. What more do you think needs to be done to try to revamp the government response to health crises, and not just at the CDC?
Well, the real challenge, I think, that faces CDC, and honestly, not just CDC, this is something that faces all of us in academic medicine, is that it is extremely difficult to communicate complex scientific issues at a speed that is so fast, that's faster than, the Twitter sphere, for example. And so it's not only difficult to communicate that quickly, but the margin for error is so small. So if you make a mistake in public health, it takes a very long time to regain public trust. And that's something that CDC is going to struggle with these changes. It's something that all of us in academic medicine are going to continue to struggle with.
All right, Dr. Mario Ramirez, we appreciate your time and your perspective today. Thank you. Well, there is more bad news for the housing market today. Mortgage applications are at their lowest level in more than 2 decades. That, of course, as demand for homes continues to drop. CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick is joining me now to talk a little bit more about this. So, Diana, this report is coming just a day after we learned that new construction was down in July. We talked about that yesterday. So what are the key takeaways for you from what we're learning today?
Well, it's really, Aaron, just another data point in a slew of them that we're getting this week, pointing to a housing recession. Look, we just came off of an epic housing boom induced by the pandemic and also induced by record low mortgage rates for about 2 years. Then suddenly mortgage rates pop up, really up 40% just since the beginning of this year. And that hits affordability, it cuts demand, and it puts housing into a correction/recession. Aaron?
And Diana, what are the experts saying about home prices right now then? Are there any signs that it might get a little easier for folks to be able to buy a home?
Well, historically, in a normal market, when you see sales start to pull back, you see prices pull back about 6 months after. But we're not really seeing that now because of this really strange dynamic in the market of supply and demand. We have been underbuilding in the housing market for over a decade. And we heard that same thing today from the CEO of one of the largest real estate firms.
What we haven't yet seen is prices dropping compared to a year ago. List prices are getting cut, but in part, I think because there's a lot of demand still for housing demographically and not enough supply of housing, we haven't seen prices go down.
Now, we did hear from the home builders on Monday in their sentiment survey that some were starting to cut prices on newly built homes about 5%. But when you say 5% and you're looking at prices up 20% from a year ago and up 30+% from the start of the pandemic, it's really just not enough to get a lot of those buyers back in. So we'll just wait and see down the road if prices do ease a bit more. But my guess is they will not, Aaron.
Yeah, you do the math, it makes it pretty plain. CNBC's Diana Olick today. Diana, thank you. A prolonged mega drought forces drastic measures. Coming up, what's being done to preserve limited water resources.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A more than 2 decades-long drought is causing some major problems in parts of the Southwest. We're talking about water, a resource that every American depends on every day. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
In the grips of a prolonged and historic drought, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation announcing unprecedented water cuts to states along the Colorado River, the lifeblood of the American West, serving some 40 million people. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river as Nevada loses 8%.
It's a complex problem, not only in natural resources, but politically, economically, socially.
Climate change has only intensified a 23-year mega drought in the now critically low water levels, snaking from the Rocky Mountains through the parched Southwest. The river water sustains some of the largest cities in the country, but some 80% is used to grow produce that feeds the nation.
We must be conscious of the fact that we deal with finite resources and we need to manage accordingly.
Downriver, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are just a quarter full. Hydropower production could soon be threatened.
Water cuts made by the federal government come after the 7 states involved couldn't reach an agreement on their own. Future cuts impacting even more states seem inevitable.
Hoping to avoid a catastrophic river collapse, Arizona and Nevada face a tightening tap, a crisis threatening to trickle down to more of the country.
And there is an alarming new report out about the future of heat waves in this country. The nonprofit research group First Street Foundation found that an extreme heat belt is developing from Texas to as far north as Chicago. That area covers more than 100 million people. I want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been going through this report for us. So, Bill, this report says heat indexes in some states could reach 125 degrees by 2053. Walk us through some of what stood out to you in this research.
Yeah, let's first explain the heat index and why that is an important measure. So here's our current heat index out there right now. So the worst of it is at Corpus Christi. It feels like 106. Shreveport feels like 105. Remember, this study was looking at areas that could hit 100 and 25. That's a whole different ballgame than what you see on the map out there today. So we know what the danger zones are, what our bodies can handle. So if you're outside for a long period of time at 80 degrees, maybe some fatigue, maybe some dehydration. When it gets up to about 90, you can get some heat cramps. Heat exhaustion is possible, especially with vulnerable possibilities. When we get up there to where we are today, about 100 to 110, you get heat exhaustion likely and heat stroke is possible. But when we take this scale all the way up to 125, it doesn't take long. It's not just the elderly. It's not just the children. It's everyone has a chance for developing heat stroke and heat illness due to exposure. So here's what the study looked at. The hottest days. They looked at the 7 hottest days anywhere in the country, and they put it into their computers, and they turned out the numbers. So this is for next summer. They think just a few spots here and there have a chance of hitting 125. Maybe in a standard year, maybe 1 or 2 places happens now. So this isn't all that shocking. But when we fast forward 30 years from now, and this isn't worst case scenario, this is kind of middle of the road for carbon emissions. If we kind of like do a little bit but not a lot, notice how large of an area will experience 125 heat index days at least once, and a few spots in here will have 2 or 3 days like that. And Aaron, the reason that's important is 125 is really when we start to see the illness and the deaths from the heat.
So what's the solution here, Bill? Is there something that climate experts say we can do now to stop this from happening?
Well, if you talk to most climate experts, they would tell you we need to cut greenhouse gas emissions to 0 immediately. And here's the big issue. If you go out and drive your car today, the carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere, what comes out of that tailpipe and goes up into the air, goes into our atmosphere for 120 years. So what you emit today is going to be up there well after we're gone, and it continues to build on itself. It's called the half-life. Now, methane is a more powerful greenhouse gas, but its half-life is much shorter. So these are the projections that we get every 6 years. The world's greatest scientists and climatologists all get together, and they give us their projections. Worst-case scenario would be we warm up about another 6 degrees from right now by the end of this year, by the end of this century. So hopefully we don't do that, Aaron, but it's possible.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns today. Thank you, Bill. A former top Trump official is offering new insight into the administration's record-keeping habits. Up next, how it could impact the DOJ investigation into the former president.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. The man who attacked Salman Rushdie admits that he's surprised the author survived. Hadi Matar admitted in an interview from jail that he didn't think Rushdie would survive the attack that happened on August 12th. Matar denied being on contract with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. He says he became familiar with Rushdie after watching lectures on the internet. The National Transportation Safety Board has released new details about what led to a co-pilot jumping out of a plane during an emergency landing. 23-year-old Charles Crooks jumped out of that plane after it flew below the tree line. Crooks' co-pilot noticed he was visibly shaken during the descent. His body was found hours later. And here's a 911 misdial for the ages. A California emergency operator picked up a call last weekend. Nobody said anything, though, and the call was disconnected. Well, they traced the call to a local zoo, and officers went to investigate. The caller turned out to be a capuchin monkey named Route. Investigators say he somehow got a hold of somebody's cell phone. Just bananas. These sorts of things can happen. Except fun. dials on the cell phone. Speakerphone, probably. Now to an NBC News exclusive surrounding the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton now weighing in on the FBI's investigation. He says former President Trump was known to take and keep top secret information. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney had a chance to speak with Ambassador Bolton. Ken, what did he tell you?
Well, Aaron, one of the enduring mysteries of the documents found at Mar-a-Lago is how did classified documents get there? Donald Trump didn't pack those boxes himself. Who collected this stuff? How did they come to be there? John Bolton and other former senior officials shed some light on the habits and mores of the Trump White House in terms of classified documents. Here's more.
Mr. Trump, can we have a word, sir? Can we have
Exclusive new details about how classified documents may have ended up at Mar-a-Lago.
The president had a habit of asking to retain sensitive documents. And from time to time, he did that, and we didn't know what happened to them. And it was always a concern that because he didn't really fully understand the risks to sources and methods and other dangers of revealing classified information, that it might get out to the wrong people.
Donald Trump's former national security advisor speaking exclusively to NBC News about what he says was the former president's penchant for hoarding secret records. A week after court records showed the FBI seized highly classified documents at Trump's Florida compound, John Bolton says Trump made clear he wanted to keep certain documents for himself, regardless of classification.
Frequently, the briefers were reluctant to bring documents that they thought the president might ask to keep.
Other former senior Trump aides telling NBC News the president's approach to presidential records was slapdash and ad hoc, and he had little regard for state secrets. Trump once tweeted out what Bolton and a former senior intelligence official say was a highly classified photo of a damaged Iranian missile site. And, as NBC News reported at the time, provided classified information to Russian officials in the Oval Office. 3 former officials with first-hand knowledge said Trump would regularly show uncleared people a highly classified set of letters he exchanged with the North Korean leader. Multiple former officials said the president also had a habit of ripping up records that aides would have to retrieve from trash cans and tape back together. The former officials tell NBC News that when Trump finally realized he was leaving office, he ordered aides to stuff documents in banker boxes to be taken to his Florida compound. One person who was there told NBC News it was a chaotic exit and that both staff and movers piled everything into the moving trucks. When they got to Mar-a-Lago, they piled everything there in this storage room, except for things like the First Lady's clothes. Everything in the box went there. A Trump spokesman rejecting the criticism, and Trump now saying everything he took home with him was declassified. But experts say that's not the case. They note that even when Trump proclaimed records declassified while he was president, the rest of the government didn't always agree.
We were asking for records relating to Carter Page and the FISA warrants applications that were underway. And at one point, the White House via Trump had issued a press release. I think he had tweeted about it as well, to say, well, I'm going to declassify this information. And that was rejected by the judge here in Washington, D.C. in federal court, saying that was not sufficient as proof of declassification.
Even if Trump is right, experts say, the records were the property of the U.S. government. Why they were in Trump's Mar-a-Lago compound is now the crux of the Justice Department's investigation.
So, Ken, you did mention there that President Trump claimed that these declassified documents, he declassified the documents before he took them to Mar-a-Lago. Did Ambassador Bolton have anything to say about that?
He said it's almost certainly a lie, Aaron, this notion that Donald Trump had a standing declassification order for any documents taken out of Mar-a-Lago. He said he was the national security advisor. He never heard anything about it. Others we've talked to who were in the government at that time had no idea. If there was such an order, Aaron, the agencies would have had to know that so they could mitigate any possible damage from the declassification of all these top secret documents. Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney and for us in Washington today. Ken, thank you. Doctors and nurses at Boston Children's Hospital are working on edge today. Their workplace has been targeted for harassment by far-right activists. They're making false claims about medical treatment for transgender youth. NBC News reporter Phil McCausland is following this story for us and joins us now. So, Phil, how did these threats start, and do we know who's behind them?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's first best to recognize that Boston Children's Hospital, right, is one of the largest pediatric hospitals in the country. I mean, anti-trans activists have targeted them in the past because they have provided gender-affirming care for a long time now. But these recent allegations are particularly troubling. And they've gotten more extreme as they're really targeting one aspect, which is gender-affirming surgeries to children under 18. Now, Boston Children's Hospital does not provide these surgeries. Fact-checking organizations have debunked this. The hospital has put out a denial about it. But these anti-trans groups and right-wing internet personalities have really persisted in these claims. One notable persona, Libs of TikTok, which has really gained a lot of steam for its claims that LGBTQ teachers are, grooming children. It's really playing a particularly outsized role in spreading these scare tactics and really spreading fear among doctors and the patients they're supposed to treat.
Which is an awful thing to think about for folks who are every day supposed to be able to focus on saving lives there. So, Phil, what is the hospital doing? How's the hospital working to keep the staff safe there?
Yeah, well, I think safety is increasingly a real concern here, right? And it takes such a big role now because there's a real great fear among the staff as well as the patients. These are hostile phone calls, they're getting emails, and there's a real sense that these could become much more extreme as this goes forward. So the hospital has sent out some internal guidance, to its staff on how to deal with internet harassment. And it said it's working with police as well to ensure the safety of its staff. But it's really a scary situation. Talking to trans advocates, they also say there's a real concern that this could have a chilling effect on the profession and treatment centers as well. We've seen treatment centers in Texas, for example, close. So any kind of lack of oversight might drive people underground where they might seek more dangerous treatments and more dangerous procedures.
All right, NBC's Phil McCausland for us today. Phil, thanks. Let's turn overseas now. New satellite images from the war in Ukraine showing what appears to be extensive damage to a Russian ammunition depot in Crimea. Now, this is the second suspected Ukrainian attack on a Russian-controlled facility in the past week. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Poltava, Ukraine for us again today. So, Josh, what exactly do we know about this incident, and is Ukraine actually taking responsibility?
Not publicly. In fact, Ukraine has been very coy about whether or not it was responsible for this attack, not saying one way or another, even as President Zelensky's aides hint that there could be more attacks in Crimea, even potentially targeting a key bridge that Russia has built from Crimea into Russia proper. And tonight, the intelligence agency here in Ukraine is saying that in the wake of that attack, that explosion at that ammunition depot, as well as one on an airbase about a week ago, that Russia is starting to move its aircraft and its helicopters in Crimea further inland, or even moving some of them back into mainland Russia because they realize that now the Crimean area is under threat from Ukraine's military, Aaron.
Now, we know, Josh, that Russia annexed Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula, back in 2014. What, if anything, has President Putin had to say about this attack on that military facility?
Nothing at all. And perhaps that is not surprising that President Putin does not want to acknowledge publicly that Crimea is now vulnerable to the Ukrainian military. In the past, Putin has called Crimea a sacred place. He's called it Russia's holy land. And perhaps nothing has done more to reaffirm the support within Russia for President Putin in the last several years than that annexation of Crimea. So President Putin clearly does not want to acknowledge publicly that it is now under threat, and that the Ukrainians appear to have people in Crimea who are able to carry out these attacks, despite the fact that it is a real bastion for Russia's military right now.
Meanwhile, Josh, there is still a lot of fighting going on in Ukraine's eastern region and the southern region, too. Sort of bring us up to speed on the battle for control there.
Well, we've seen continued shelling in both areas, but we have not really seen significant Russian gains in the last several weeks. They have been holding their ground, but not really able to advance very much. And meanwhile, both the Ukrainians and the Russians have been surging troops down into the south in anticipation of what Ukraine has signaled would be a major counteroffensive to start pushing Russian troops out of areas like Kherson, the first city to fall to Russia during the war, as Ukraine signaled they wanted to go on the counteroffensive. Russia started putting more troops there to prepare for that. So everyone is really girding themselves right now for a major battle in the south. But so far, apart from those attacks in the Crimean Peninsula we were just discussing, we haven't seen large-scale Ukrainian efforts start yet to really push Russia, I should say, out of that territory, Aaron.
Josh Letterman for us in Ukraine again today. Josh, thank you. Well, this week marks 1 year since Kabul fell and evacuations began in Afghanistan. Now the general who was in charge of the withdrawal is speaking and reflecting on the end of America's longest war. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby is joining us now with that story. So, Courtney, what did the general say? What did he have to say about America's decision to evacuate Afghanistan?
So now that General Frank McKenzie is retired, he's working at University of South Florida, actually, he said time to step back and reflect on something that he says he still to this day thinks about every single day, the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And one of the things that he looks back and he wishes that he could change was he says he wishes that the U.S. had started taking Americans out of that country earlier than they did. Here's what he had to say about it, Aaron.
I wish we had begun to bring people out earlier. You always go back and you examine that. Wish we had seen that coming. I wish we had done that different. There's all kinds of things that I would do differently. But I would tell you, I believe that what happened in August of last year occurred when we decided to leave completely in April of that year. And that's not a military decision. That's a political decision.
General McKenzie says that it was a whole of government response that really caused what he calls a failure in Afghanistan. Everything from the military not getting bin Laden early on to a decision to announce a withdrawal date later on, Aaron.
But did he say anything about, any major regrets about the actual exit, the U.S. exit, and how that went down?
He did. In addition to the fact that he says that he wishes that they had started bringing Americans and Afghans out earlier than they did, he also talked about how the lost opportunities that existed and that how he thought from the beginning the Biden announcement in April of 2021 that they wanted to maintain a diplomatic presence without a relatively robust U.S. military presence was just a recipe for disaster. Here's how he explained it, Aaron.
I've thought about it every day. It's something that I spent a lot of time considering. The lost opportunities, what it meant, the loss of human beings, American and others, that occurred over not only the last part of the evacuation, but also the course of a 20-year war. I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero, and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible.
So a lot of our viewers may not actually understand exactly what he was talking about there, because we talk about the full withdrawal from Afghanistan. But remember, in April of 2021, President Biden announced that he wanted U.S. troops to leave that country. All U.S. bases would be turned over to the Afghans. But he wanted to maintain a diplomatic presence, an embassy in Kabul. With that, there would be about 650 U.S. troops that would stay there. That's what General McKenzie is saying was not a feasible solution, trying to maintain that small presence and a diplomatic presence in Kabul.
All right, Courtney Kuby for us in D.C. today. Courtney, thank you. Well, NASA's next stop may be closer than you think. Up next, the new plans to send humans back to the moon.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Well, NASA's mega moon rocket has made its way to the launch pad. It took nearly 10 hours for the Artemis rocket to make that 4-mile trip from the assembly building. NASA's hoping that Artemis will one day carry humans back to the moon. But before that, there is an unmanned test flight in less than 2 weeks now. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Are you excited? Because NASA is excited. The potential astronauts who might be going to the moon are excited. NASA's international partners, who are a big part of this, they're excited to be part of a human lunar mission. And the first part of that return trip to the moon is set for the end of the month. Now at Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. The Artemis rocket, named after the Greek god's twin sister of Apollo, preparing for NASA's first human mission to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
We're going to Mars and we're going back to the moon in order to learn to live, to work, to survive. How do you keep humans alive in those hostile conditions?
But first, this critical test flight set for August 29th. The Artemis rocket will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding at 17,000 miles per hour to a 42-day mission to orbit the moon. If the test flight goes well, humans could be on a lunar orbit flight within 2 years. Then, a moon landing in 2025 or 26. And a lot has changed in the 50 years since humans were last there. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion carries 4, with a big upgrade. There's room for a toilet. That matters when you're spending days in cramped quarters. Eventually, Orion will dock with a new space station that will orbit the moon. Astronauts will then descend to the lunar surface in a newly designed lunar lander.
We're going to send a diverse crew. We're going to have the first woman and the first person of color, and we're going to have international astronauts, so a much more diverse population, reflective of how we are today.
And virtually every astronaut is hoping they're chosen to go. Captain Victor Glover spent 168 days on the space station.
I wanted to walk on and work on the surface of the moon. All astronauts should want to do the mission. And now that going to the moon is becoming a part of the mission set, I think we're all really excited that that's a reality.
Eventually, just like Apollo, Orion will parachute back to Earth, landing off San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Again, no astronauts will be involved in this test flight, but NASA is putting 4 female and 4 male dummies loaded with sensors on board to monitor the flight's impact on the human body for future astronauts. Orion's orbit will be as close as 60 miles above the moon, then 280,000 miles from Earth, and that will be the furthest that any human spacecraft has ever traveled. Back to you.
And there is much more news ahead. We're back after a short break.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You know, your credit score is a key part of your financial stability. So what can you do to improve your score and keep it up? Our partners at LX News explain.
Here's the thing. If you don't have good credit, you can't buy this, rent that, or open one of these. Why? Because lenders don't believe you'll pay them back even if your friend Chuck puts in a good word for you. That's what credit is. It's a number to represent the trust lenders have in you to pay them back. And if you have bad credit, like this number or lower, it will be very hard to get someone to lend to you or let you have practically anything. It's legit to question how fair the credit card system is, especially for communities of color. But let's talk about how to increase your score no matter who you are or your financial situation. First, let's look at what makes up a credit score. The largest portion, 35%, is made up of payment history. Make your payments on time. It's the fastest way to get your score up. Think about it. If your friend Chuck lent you $500 to help you start your personalized pet portrait business on Etsy, and then a few months later you asked him to spot you for your tickets to a monster truck rally, do you think he'd spot you? Probably not, unless you paid him back for his Etsy loan. But sadly, your business didn't take off like you thought it would. Turns out kitties and canines don't carry a lot of cash for things. Another 30% of your credit is made up by how much money you owe in loans. A general rule is that you should keep your spending under 30% of your total credit allowance at all times. So if your credit card has a limit of $1,000, then it may not be a good idea to spend $750 of that on that random vintage item that showed up in your feed yesterday. You may ask, can't I just open another credit card? Well, yes, but new accounts make up for 15% of your score. So when you apply for a new credit card or loan, some lenders will issue a hard inquiry on your credit to see if they can trust you. Hard inquiries ding your credit score for a few months, so it's a good idea to open only one new credit account at a time. If it's a credit card, be a little pickier about which ones you open. Look for benefits that suit you, like travel points or cash back. Keep in mind, though, too many cards can get you into trouble. It's tempting to charge it when you're short on cash. Moving on, 10% of your score is made up by the length of your credit history. If you're new to borrowing money, your score may be low because of it. But once you open a credit card or take out a loan and start start making payments, your score should start to creep up. Then the final 10% is made up by diversity of credit, meaning lenders want to see that you have a variety of loans and debt and not just a ton of credit cards. This could be mortgage loans, student loans, car loans, credit card payments, even unpaid medical bills following the incident at the monster truck rally, etc. Now you know how credit scores are made, but do you know your current credit score? A lot of people think looking it up will ding your credit, which is not true. If you do it right, you can check your score for free once a year with annualcreditreport.com, which takes its info from the 3 recognized credit bureaus. There are also budgeting apps that have the bureau's scores integrated so that you can see your score every time you visit the app without dinging your credit. Plus, you can add all of your accounts, credit, loans, bank accounts, investments, in one place to see your total net worth, even if it makes you feel sad. Some apps will even categorize your spending to show you a breakdown of how you spend your money, which is helpful when creating budgets and sticking to them. You'll be notified when you overspend in certain categories, like entertainment. Yes, it's counting every Fast and Furious DVD you ironically purchased last Friday. Your bank account does not care if it was a joke or if you just really have a thing for Vin Diesel. It all counts. So now you know how to find your score. Sick. But how do we make it higher? Well, you could start by getting a higher credit limit. Let us explain. Since you should keep your spending under 30% of your total credit allowance, having a higher credit limit gives you more wiggle room to spend. You can do this by calling your credit card issuer and asking very sweetly if they can do so without hitting you with a hard credit inquiry. Another trick to make your credit score higher is to apply for a secured credit card, which acts more like a debit card, but it helps your credit. This card is backed up by a cash deposit, meaning you pay your credit limit up front and then use the card to pay from that. With this card, you can't spend more than you have, and all of your payments are on time. And don't forget to enroll in AutoPay. It's an easy way to never miss a payment, and some credit card companies will even give you a discount for using it. So it's a win-win. When it comes to having a high credit score, a lot of it is about not getting dinged. Things that will hit your score include closing your accounts, signing up for more loans you can't afford, or having too many accounts open at once. Keeping cards open and not putting any expenses on them is better for your credit than closing them altogether. But it's a good idea to not have more than 4 credit cards open at one time, so it's important to treat credit card searches like romantic relationships. Look into the benefits and make sure they're what you'll want for a long time. We know credit scores are tricky, but it's super important for homeowning, car renting, and so many other things. We hope these tips will help you and your credit score to stay positive in these trying times.
And we're back after a quick break.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Right now on NBC News Now, parting shots. Liz Cheney doubling down on her clash with former President Donald Trump after losing a critical primary race. How she says she's preparing for a bigger fight. Seal or no seal? A judge prepares to decide whether to make the affidavit from the FBI Mar-a-Lago search public. What that document could reveal. You snooze, you win. Why middle school and high school students in one state are now getting to sleep later. And Help Unleashed, inside the mission to rescue 4,000 beagles from a medical facility. What it took to save these pups. It is noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we begin this hour with the political fallout after two major primaries. Liz Cheney soundly defeated by Harriet Hageman in the Wyoming House primary. Hageman was endorsed by former President Donald Trump and has pushed conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. Cheney was once the third highest-ranking Republican in Congress, but she has clashed openly with Trump by voting to impeach him and serving on the January 6th committee. Still, she says her fight is far from over.
I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months.
And Alaska's primary results are still coming in, but former governor and vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin will advance in that state's first use of ranked choice voting. And Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski will be on the ballot this November as well. She fended off 18 primary challengers despite drawing fire from Trump supporters by voting to impeach him. Leading us off this hour, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale in Anchorage, Alaska. So, Ali, let's start with what happened in Alaska last night. Senator Murkowski will go up against Kelly Tshibaka, who was endorsed by former President Trump, as we said. What's been the reaction so far there?
Well, look, this is pretty much what we expected here. The three women on your screen are the three people who have advanced in a top four primary system on the Republican Senate side of this electoral equation. We expected Murkowski to do just fine on this Judgment Day. The real test is going to come in November when the ranked choice voting system comes into play there. This was just a moment of whittling down that very large primary field so that voters would have their top four to choose between. Eventually, when it comes to November, then they will have the opportunity to rank people 1 through 4, and that's how the victor of eventually will be decided. But look, when it comes to Murkowski, the open question here in Alaska was frankly the same one that Cheney was trying to answer in Wyoming. The idea of how powerful is Donald Trump, and when voters say that people like Murkowski or Cheney who don't toe the party line, when they say they're not Republican enough, what they really mean is they're not pro-Trump enough. It's something I asked Murkowski about yesterday, and it's clear she's talking about Trump in the larger sense, but also in relation to those FBI searches of Mar-a-Lago. Listen to what she told me.
I hope that we do not become the party of Donald Trump.
I wonder if you can just respond really quickly to if you think the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago was justified.
I don't know. I think there's probably information that could help alleviate some of the anxiety and the concerns from the public right now that would be contained in an affidavit. And so we're divided enough around this country. We're polarized enough around this country. If there's more information that needs to be learned and shared, I think that would help us all.
Look, Murkowski there not sounding like most of the other people on Capitol Hill where I typically spend my time, where a lot of Republicans have said they don't think that the FBI and the DOJ are in the right at all here when it comes to Trump. But you heard Murkowski weighing in for the first time here just hours before the polls closed, saying she wants to see that affidavit. She thinks it would be helpful. Yeah.
And Ali, I want to ask you about Sarah Palin, too. She put out a statement railing against Alaska's new ranked choice voting system you mentioned a minute ago. What are her complaints exactly? And do voters agree with her, does it appear?
Yeah, she's never been a fan of this system, despite the fact that this is something that voters in 2020 voted to institute. Palin, Trump, the other Republican who's vying for that House seat, Nick Begich, they've all told me that they're not fans of this particular kind of voting system. Begich, though, we should point out, told me that he would respect the election results because he did still believe that they were credible. Palin, though, and I'll put this statement up on the screen for you there, says that today is the first test, today meaning yesterday, of the crazy, convoluted, undesirable ranked choice voting system, and telling everyone who might be watching from outside Alaska, learn from Alaska's mistake, that voters are confused, angry, and feel disenfranchised. I have to tell you, that's not what I've heard from voters here on the ground. There might be some anticipation, some anxiety because it's new. But at the same time, there's been optimism around this. And for Palin's point, there were two things that were at play here last night. The first was setting up a primary field, a pick 4 primary field for November. The person who's going to run in November is going to do the full 2 years of a congressional term. The race that is still undecided last night and that we don't know who has yet won, that it was Palin, Begich, and then a Democrat, that's for someone who's going to go to Congress imminently, and that was done by ranked choice voting.
All right, Ali Vitale live for us in Anchorage, Alaska again today. Ali, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar now. Ben, Liz Cheney's loss is still reverberating across the political world today. I want to play a little more of what we heard from her this morning, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
I believe that Donald Trump continues to pose a very grave threat and risk to our republic. And I think that defeating him is going to require a broad and united front of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And that's what I intend to be part of.
So, Ben, I think it's obvious that Trump has been building his coalition across the country with the endorsements we've seen in all these different races, primary races. Is there really a place for Liz Cheney to mount a coalition from within the Republican Party to counter Donald Trump?
Well, I think yesterday's results prove that there's not that much room for her, at least in the elected Republican Party. As you said, Trump's strength continues to grow. Folks who spoke out against him, folks who voted to impeach him, largely are either retiring or losing their races. So he's really shifting a lot of what we're seeing is sort of the representatives that are coming to Congress in this next cycle, and also in governor's races, secretaries of states, what have you. I think the real question, though, is what does Cheney do next, and how can she be effective? If her number one goal is to deprive Donald Trump the Oval Office again, as she said during that interview, how does she do that? Can she do that by running in a presidential primary, or will we just see kind of the same thing we saw in 2016, where a bunch of candidates who weren't Trump split up that vote and Trump won? And if she runs in a presidential race as an independent, is she going to siphon off voters from Trump, hurting his chances to become the president? Or is she just going to siphon off voters who were going to vote for Biden if they weren't given another option? So I think there's a lot of questions for what Cheney's next move is, and I don't think there are a lot of answers just yet.
Yeah, you laid out all the questions we're going to be asking a lot of over the next 2 years here. Ben Camisar in Washington for us. Ben, thank you. Now, former Vice President Mike Pence now says he would consider an invitation to appear before the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. Pence has been a central figure in the committee's efforts to tell the story of the events leading up to the January 6th attack. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is joining us now. So, Ali, Mike Pence made the comments at an event in New Hampshire this morning. Talk to us about how significant it would be for the committee that's doing this investigation.
Yeah, Aaron, really, this was the moment that made everyone's ears perk up in that audience this morning. And that's because this has been a very thorny topic that former Vice President Mike Pence has consistently avoided talking about. So this was really the most direct response we've ever gotten from him on this topic. Listen to exactly what he had to say.
It would be unprecedented in history for a vice president to be summoned to testify on Capitol Hill. But as I said, I don't want to prejudge. If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
So the real gut check here, Aaron, is that Pence added in this speech that he would have to, quote, reflect on the unique role he was serving as vice president, essentially alluding to the fact that some of his conversations with former President Trump are protected under executive privilege and not safe to disclose and make public. But there are so many other angles that he could shed light on with the January 6th committee, even after the January 6th committee has interviewed his closest advisors, closest staffers who were with him on January 6th. As far as whether this actually does happen, we reached out to the committee to ask. They're declining to comment. But this could definitely be something that committee members are mulling over for the rest of the month as they prepare to come back in September for more hearings. So there's definitely a possibility that this could happen, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on Capitol Hill today. We'll be watching. Ali, thank you. Now, former President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, is appearing before a grand jury in Georgia today. State prosecutors are investigating his role in potential election interference during the 2020 campaign. Giuliani's lawyer says that he is a target of the investigation. Now, his appearance comes one day before a federal judge in Florida hears arguments about unsealing the affidavit from the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is outside the courthouse in Atlanta for us today. Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is in Washington as well. Blaine, I'll start with you here. I see a little bit of activity happening there at the courthouse. Bring us up to speed. What's going on?
Well, we were waiting to see when, if, how Rudy Giuliani would leave this courthouse. That's kind of been the biggest question. The only glimpse, Aaron, that we've been able to get throughout the day of what's going on is him entering and him exiting. So let's talk about his entrance. Let's talk about the fact that, you know, of the many, at least 3 entrances into the courthouse, Rudy Giuliani chose the most public one. You know, instead of a number of the witnesses up until this point had chosen to go underground, use different entrances, whatever they could to kind of stay away from reporters and the media gathered, he chose literally the most public entrance, walking up the courthouse steps, walking in through the front door, and then inside for the better part of 6 hours. Now, of course, the question remains, is he going to come out the front door, the side? We're staking out all of those and waiting to figure that out. But as for the testimony, Aaron, all of that is happening behind closed doors. All of that is secretive. We did get a little bit of insight into what questions he was not willing to answer from Giuliani's own legal counsel, who essentially said that Giuliani wasn't going to try and answer any questions that dealt with conversations between him and former President Trump, that he would claim attorney-client privilege in those instances. But with him coming in to Atlanta as a target now, not a witness, but a target of this investigation, certainly that raises questions as to how he would engage with prosecutors inside.
Well, you've been following this investigation very closely, Blaine. What are the next steps here? Who else do prosecutors want to hear from?
Well, next week we are, at least 2 people are currently on the list. And what's interesting about this, Aaron, is it's getting even closer to former President Trump's inner circle. We've got Senator Lindsey Graham, who's scheduled to testify on Tuesday. He was ordered by a judge to testify. Now, the senator said he's going to fight that, but he's scheduled on Tuesday. And then just 2 days later, a judge just today has ordered Jenna Ellis to come down and testify before this grand jury here in Atlanta. Jenna Ellis, a less high-profile name, but she's somebody who was a legal advisor to the former president and somebody who the DA certainly wants to hear from. You know, she would be looking at Ellis's role in kind of setting up or arranging the legislative panels where Rudy Giuliani spoke in December of 2020 and laid forth a number of false claims about Georgia's election. That's why the DA says that she wants to hear from her. Those 2 people, again, certainly higher profile and closer to the former president than any known witnesses that have spoken before this grand jury so far. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Atlanta for us today. Blaine, thank you. Let's bring in Ken Delaney now in Washington as we look at this hearing that's set for tomorrow, Ken, about the Mar-a-Lago search and the affidavit there. What kind of preparations are happening at the Justice Department ahead of that hearing tomorrow?
Well, Aaron, they've already prepared and filed a brief making their legal arguments for why they believe this affidavit should remain sealed. What remains now is oral arguments, and so we'll hear from presumably a Justice Department lawyer tomorrow, and we'll also hear from perhaps a lawyer representing media organizations, including NBC News, who are arguing to unseal the affidavit because we believe there's a public interest in seeing it. But the Justice Department has been very forceful in saying that making public this affidavit of probable cause would compromise their ongoing investigation, would expose the identities of witnesses, would expose grand jury information that's supposed to be protected by law. So even if by some miracle the judge rules that this thing should be unsealed, the Justice Department would then ask to black out sensitive information. So it's unlikely that we would see this tomorrow regardless of what happens.
At the same time, Ken, the New York Times is reporting that the FBI interviewed former Trump White House lawyers Pat Cipollone, Patrick Philbin, names that we're familiar with. They were interviewed in connection to the boxes of sensitive documents that were found and taken from Mar-a-Lago. The Times also citing 3 people familiar with the matter there. NBC News has not independently confirmed that report. But what would the significance be of those 2 people in particular talking with the FBI about this?
And I should add, Aaron, that I've reached out to both men and have not heard back from them. The significance would be that these lawyers were among Donald Trump's representatives to the National Archives. They no longer are. There's been a change there. But they would have some knowledge and involvement in the relationship in terms of transferring documents from the White House to the National Archives, the normal procedures, and also, they were the White House counsel and deputy, so they presumably would have overseen the process of making sure that all the documents got to the right place and classified documents didn't go to the wrong place. And something clearly broke down here, and so the DOJ wants to talk to everybody involved in how these documents got transferred, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in D.C. for us today. Thanks, Ken. Well, it's been nearly 2 weeks since a 16-year-old girl disappeared from a party in California. Why investigators are pulling back on their search efforts now. That's next.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Investigators are planning to scale back the search for a missing teen from California. Kylie Rodney disappeared more than a week ago after leaving a party near Lake Tahoe. Her friends and her family are desperate for information as investigators comb through thousands of tips for any good leads. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following the story and joins us in the newsroom now. Maya?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, police still have not found 16-year-old Kylie Rodney, who went missing on August 7th. Her family is now increasing the reward to find her as officials wait for new information. The search for missing California teenager Kylie Rodney enters a new phase.
We are going to have to switch modes and kind of focus on the investigative end and try to figure out where do we go from there.
The Placer County Sheriff's Office telling NBC News it's stopping search and rescue efforts for now until the investigation turns up new leads. The Rodney family upping the reward for information listed on FindKylie.com to $75,000. The 16-year-old was attending a party with hundreds of others at a campground near Lake Tahoe on Friday, August 5th, when she was last seen around midnight. Her phone, last pinged around 12:30 a.m. Saturday morning, according to police, showed her location near Prosser Lake, in the vicinity of the party. Investigators believe the phone ran out of battery or was shut off. Her mother recounting the last conversation she had with Kylie.
I asked her to wake me up when she got home, like she always does, and she said, okay, and thanks, Mama, love you. And that's the last I ever heard from her.
And Kylie's father sharing this message.
Extremely concerned. It's an absolute nightmare. This is every parent's nightmare.
Now, no trace of Kylie or the silver Honda she drove to the campground in. Police releasing several photos of Rodney, including this one, taken just hours before the party, and this photo of the hoodie she's said to have been wearing when last seen. Police saying they received a video of her in that sweatshirt at the party, but have not released it yet.
If anyone has more video that they have not submitted, please, there's no small amount of information for us.
Kylie's best friend Magdalene, who's assisting the search, spoke to our Sacramento affiliate.
I just want her to come back and be okay and just to know that she's loved.
Over the weekend, Rodney's hometown of Truckee, California, coming together for a concert in her honor.
Country for Kylie is about hope.
It is about community. It is about keeping our spirits high.
Police say they're concerned that some of the high school and college students who were also at this party might not want to come forward with information because of underage drinking and drug use that could have been going on. But authorities are insisting that right now, sharing anything helpful is most important. Aaron.
All right, Maya Eaglin in the newsroom now. Maya, thanks. Still to come, the state where kids are sleeping in, how hitting that snooze button could make students more successful in the classroom.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A new survey finds most apps for reproductive health are not ready if law enforcement asks for user data. The Mozilla Foundation found that only 1 of 25 apps that tracks users' periods, pregnancies, and fitness have comprehensive policies explaining when they would need to turn over information. Pregnancy data has become a huge issue since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Some fear data from these apps could be used as evidence in abortion investigations. Well, back to school time is upon us, but students in one state are getting to hit snooze and sleep in. And as NBC's Aaron McLaughlin tells us, a lot of parents and teachers say it's about time.
Hey there, California is now the first state in the nation to require most high schools and middle schools to delay their start time. They're doing it right here at San Gabriel High School. And experts say this is an important step to combating the growing health crisis of teen sleep deprivation. It's the first week of school in San Bernardino, California. And 17-year-old Josiah Reyes gets to sleep in an extra hour, thanks to a new mandate in the Golden State, requiring most middle schools to start no earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools at 8:30, all to help students get more sleep.
I think it's way better. Just being able to wake up a little later, getting even saving that hour, it really does make a difference because I still go to bed around the same time.
Do you feel more rested?
I feel way more rested, yeah.
His school, Summit High, used to start at 7:30. Now with that extra hour, Josiah even has time to eat breakfast, giving him a needed boost in his AP classes.
Before they changed your school start time, problems thinking, problems functioning.
Yeah, it was always a routine at this point, wanting to fall asleep in second period, because second period I was already done, I'm out.
He's not alone. Today, 70% of teens are sleep deprived. And while social media may poke fun at the problem, it's no joke. Studies link it to everything from lower grades to higher risks for obesity, depression, and suicidal thoughts.
This is a public health issue.
Advocate Lisa Lewis helped petition for later school start times in California. In her new book, The Sleep Deprived Teen, she documents 3 decades of research showing how it helps teens.
When schools shift to later start times, attendance goes up, tardies and absences go down, grades go up. It boosts their emotional resiliency.
Though the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends teens get between 8 to 10 hours of sleep, changes in their circadian rhythms actually prevent them from becoming sleepy before 11 p.m.
They're not biologically able to. Even if you were to, tell them they had to go to bed at 9, chances are they're just going to lay there and stare at the ceiling.
What do you say to critics that would say, well, if school starts later, kids are just going to stay up later?
The research shows that they do stay up slightly later, but they more than make up for it with the additional sleep that they're able to gain.
Summit High senior Amaris Zarate says sleeping later has helped her be more attentive, including in cheer practice and on her drive home. One study found when schools went to later start times, drowsy driving accidents among teens dropped by 70%.
Because I have more sleep, I'm able to actually pay attention to what everyone else is doing around me.
You feel more alert.
Yes.
And safer.
Yes.
Her mom, Ashley, says it's even improved their relationship.
She's waking up a lot friendlier in the morning. She's not cranky. I'm actually able to interact with her a lot more.
So why do schools start so early? Back in the 1950s, most started around 9 a.m. But in the 70s, budget cuts caused districts to consolidate bus routes and stagger the start times for elementary, middle, and high schools.
Oftentimes they put the older kids in that earliest time slot, thinking, oh, well, teens should be best able to handle that. Well, now we know having a later start time is what is recommended for them.
Nationwide, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts are also considering mandates for later school start times. These teens say the change is long overdue.
Could you use more sleep?
All the time. All the time I can use more sleep. But I think I'm getting enough sleep, which is good.
Experts say there are steps parents can take to help their teens get more sleep. First, try and not overschedule your teenager with those after school or before school activities. Really make sleep a priority. Remember, teenagers need 8 to 10 hours of sleep. And finally, really limit the use of electronic devices about an hour before bed. That includes video games and cell phones, all things parents can do to help. Back to you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin's back with a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. A company owned by rapper Rick Ross's family is being fined more than $100,000 for labor violations. The U.S. Department of Labor says employees at 5 Boss Wing Enterprises locations were forced to pay for uniforms, safety trainings, and cash register shortages. They're also accused of violating child labor laws. A New York fire captain is retiring after he was accused of pressuring a black firefighter to go to a racist party. Rochester firefighter Jared Jones says the captain pressured him and 2 others to attend a party that mocked Juneteenth. He filed a notice last week signaling his intent to sue the city of Rochester and the fire department over the incident. And Elon Musk says he's not buying Manchester United just a few hours after tweeting that he would purchase the struggling English soccer club. He tweeted, quote, "This is a long-running joke on Twitter." Musk is currently in a court battle with Twitter after abandoning a $44 billion deal to buy the company. That's what's trending right now on NBCNews.com. Aaron.
All right, Maya, thank you. A teenage girl in Florida may be forced to give birth against her will. That's because an appeals court ruled that she wasn't mature enough to make the decision to have an abortion. Joining me now are NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides. Christian, let's start with you here. That Florida teen's fight for abortion. What can you tell us about her legal battle at this point?
Sure. Well, to provide some context, in Florida, if you are under 18, you need written consent in order to have an abortion, either from a parent or a legal guardian. But you can appeal to a judge, which is what this teenager did. According to court filings, this is a 16-year-old who doesn't have parents, lives with a relative, and has an appointed guardian. She had a hearing before Judge Jennifer Friedreichowitz, who is based out of Pensacola in Florida's Panhandle. Her first hearing was on August 10th, which is when she was denied. So then the teen appealed that decision this week, and a panel of 3 judges agreed with the original ruling. Here's what was written in the court filings: that she had not established by clear and convincing evidence that she was sufficiently mature to decide whether to terminate her pregnancy. Reading between the lines, it appears that the trial court wanted to give the minor, who was under extra stress due to a friend's death, additional time to express a keener understanding of the consequences of terminating a pregnancy. She was accompanied to the hearing by her caseworker and a guardian, both of whom apparently supported her decision. Aaron?
Danny, let me bring you in here and get your take on this. What options are left for this teen?
Left. Her options are go right back to the first judge who denied your original petition, because you can read right there in the appeals court opinion that the original judge just made a finding that, after talking to her, it's a close call, but I'm just not sure she's mature enough. And so this poor teen is getting zero advice, apparently, even though the government's apparently paying for a guardian ad litem, an advocate. There's another guardian involved. And no one has mentioned to her that instead of having to pro se appeal to the appeals court, just go back to court and satisfy whatever the judge wanted. The judge said, I'm making this ruling without prejudice. I just need some more information about your decision here. And apparently this poor teen, nobody is advising her. Yes, she inexplicably checked the I don't want a free attorney box on the form, but she would have had access to an attorney. Someone should tell her, go back and check that box, get an attorney. She is alone in this world, it appears, and all she needs to do, as far as I read this opinion, is go right back to the courthouse with a little more evidence.
All right, Danny, I'm going to ask you to hang with us here. Christian, we're also watching another abortion rights story out of Florida, this one involving a suspended prosecutor there. He's now fighting to get his job back. Talk to us about why he lost his job in the first place.
Well, look, this is Hillsborough County State Attorney Andrew Warren, who was first elected to his position in 2016. Background here is he's been a thorn to conservatives in Florida for a while now. Back in April of 2020, he supported the arrest of a mega church pastor who held in-person services at the height of the pandemic. Governor Ron DeSantis at the time signed an executive order allowing in-person services. He also declined to prosecute people arrested during the summer protests over police brutality in 2020. More recently, he made a pledge not to prosecute those who seek or perform abortions or those who provide gender-affirming treatments. Governor DeSantis accused the state attorney of neglect of duty and incompetence. Warren was escorted from his office by an armed deputy. Now he filed a federal lawsuit arguing Governor Ron DeSantis abused his power when suspending him from office, saying it violates his First Amendment right to free speech and that the governor retaliated against him for speaking out. Aaron?
Well, Danny, I want to play part of what Andrew Warren said earlier today when he announced this lawsuit. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We filed a lawsuit to make sure that even though Ron DeSantis is governor, the First Amendment still has meaning. Florida's Constitution still has meaning, and elections and democracy still have meaning.
So, Danny, how much of a legal leg does Warren have to stand on here?
This is such an interesting issue because prosecutors exercise their discretion all the time, elected prosecutors, to not prosecute, even though there may be a law requiring prosecution and even though they may have a suspect that they believe committed a crime, because for whatever reason, they don't feel it's justified. They don't feel the law is fair. The federal government is doing that right now with marijuana legislation. Marijuana is still illegal everywhere in the country under federal law, but the federal government is choosing not to prosecute. So in this case, you have a governor saying that, hey, you have to prosecute if you're an elected prosecutor. I can invoke my constitutional power to remove you for neglect of duty. And now this prosecutor has to fight to get his job back and say that this is really a violation of not only the Florida Constitution, but the federal Constitution as well.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos, Christian Benavides from our Miami station. Thank you both. Well, Pennsylvania is taking steps to protect LGBTQ plus individuals from conversion therapy. Now, GLAAD defines conversion therapy as any attempt to change a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. On Tuesday, the governor of Pennsylvania signed an executive order directing state agencies to no longer participate in that practice. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeva is following this story for us and joins us now. So, Joe, first, explain to us what exactly this executive order does.
Sure. So the order does two things. First, it directs state agencies to discourage this discredited practice of conversion therapy, and instead it tells them to promote the use of evidence-based practices to support LGBTQ people. And then second, it directs agencies to ensure that state funds aren't being used to provide or reimburse for this practice in any way. And it refers to the practice as junk science that has been shown to increase the risk of suicide and other negative mental health outcomes.
Joe, we also spoke with the Pennsylvania director for the Human Rights Campaign about what comes next after this executive order there. I want to play part of that conversation.
There are elections coming up, and we have the opportunity to add a lot of pro-equality members to the State House and State Senate. And I think if we're able to elect more pro-equality members, we would be able to take legislative steps to finish the work that Governor Wolf started yesterday.
So, Joe, from your reporting, what comes next for advocates who are hoping to end this practice of conversion therapy altogether?
Well, advocates are still calling for Pennsylvania and all other states to pass laws that completely ban this practice, and they'd also like to see a federal law that completely bans the practice as well.
All right, Joe Yerkeva with us today. Joe, we appreciate it. Thank you. Well, today the World Health Organization is talking about the rising threat of monkeypox. So far, more than 35,000 cases have been reported in 92 countries and territories. At the same time, there is growing concern about the spread of polio in and around New York City. A new CDC report suggests the virus may have been circulating for months. The potential threat is pushing more Americans to verify their vaccine records, which is proving hard to do in some states. NBC News health reporter Arya Bendix joining us in just a moment to talk about that. Let's bring in first NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal to talk a little bit about a couple of different things that are going on here. We'll start with the CDC, Doc, saying that there are now more than 12,000 cases of monkeypox confirmed in this country. Talk to us about the vaccine a little bit here. I mean, how effective is the smallpox vaccine for monkeypox?
So the short answer is we don't know. We don't have any real-world data on this vaccine and how effective it is on monkeypox. So if a patient comes to me and asks, if I get this vaccine, how much protection do I get? I can't give them a number right now, and that's something that scientists are working to figure out, is conducting these real-world studies to see how well the vaccine works. That being said, it's reasonable to assume there will be some level of protection given the earlier data we've seen before.
We've just now heard reporting about the first case of human-to-animal transmission of monkeypox. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so this was actually a case in Paris. It was a case report published in The Lancet, and they found that there was a dog that had slept with a gay couple, and he was their dog, and he had laid in bed about 12 days after they had gotten symptoms, and he got infected. He started to feel well, he started to feel unwell, and he started to develop those pustules, those pimple-like things we've seen before. And so that's, it's an Italian male greyhound. He's 4 years old. He's in Paris, and he's come down with the virus.
So not unheard of, not impossible for that sort of transmission to happen is what that tells us.
Not impossible. And the WHO has basically said today, this was expected. Don't be surprised if this happens again.
I want to talk about polio, too. We're watching these cases. The CDC says the virus has been circulating potentially for months in the New York City area. We've been wondering how concerned we should be about polio here. What are your thoughts?
So the short answer is if you've been vaccinated, if you've had those 4 shots before kindergarten, you don't need to worry right now. There's lifelong protection, we think, from these vaccines. So if you are vaccinated, you are okay. If you are not, especially areas like Williamsburg here in New York, where the vaccination rate's like 56%, please go get your shots.
On the issue of COVID-19, right? We know now the CDC is relaxing some of the guidelines around COVID-19. Do you expect that could be something that we would see expanded in other places, other countries? The World Health Organization hasn't weighed in yet?
Well, so they were asked about this today. They asked about the CDC relaxing the guidelines, learning to live with the virus, and kind of going forward from there. And their approach was a little bit different. They said it's not yet time for that. There's still a lot of virus circulating, especially worldwide. So they're not quite ready to make that step yet.
All right. We appreciate you running through all these issues that have popped up, and we're trying to learn more about Dr. Akshay Sayal. Thanks.
Yep.
Well, let's refocus the conversation on polio now. NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix joining us to talk about that. So, Aria, most Americans were vaccinated in early childhood, as Dr. Sayal just indicated. There's no federal database of vaccination records, though, for people to sort of figure that out. So how can we find our records?
Yeah, so it is difficult depending on which state you live in. We know that the easiest way, obviously, is to ask a parent or caregiver if they have your medical records on file. The next step would be to ask the healthcare provider who vaccinated you as a child. And if that doesn't work out, state health departments often have resources listed on their websites. If you're lucky, you might be in a state where you can actually just search through an online portal and get access to your records right away. But we do know that these state immunization registries don't stretch back very far. So if you're an adult, and particularly an older adult, they may not have your records, and that means, go straight to the healthcare provider.
That hurts. I searched for mine after I read your article, and apparently I'm too old. They don't have my records here in New York State anymore, but, I digress. Let's talk about students heading back to the classroom now. Are there any states that are seeing an uptick in polio vaccine requests with the school year starting?
Yeah, so nothing yet, but we do know that this is a generally busy time for vaccination requests in general. As you said, as kids return to school and they need that proof of vaccine to get into kindergarten. So it might be that it's just getting lost in the shuffle, or people might be asking their healthcare providers directly. And in that case, the state wouldn't have any record of a request on file.
Yeah, if folks are unsure about whether they received the vaccine, the polio vaccine in the past, is it safe to get it again?
Yeah, it is safe, according to the CDC, but you are going to want to check with your doctor first. They may recommend other steps, like getting antibody tested to see if you have evidence of the vaccine in your bloodstream. They may be able to access your records in ways that you weren't able to. And then sometimes they may recommend 3 shots for adults that aren't vaccinated or don't have any proof.
All right, some really good info there, Aria Bendix. We appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Well, still ahead, a little more relief for parents dealing with the baby formula shortage. Which stores say their supplies are getting back to normal? Next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
More than $16,000 in stolen luggage found by tracking an Apple AirTag. Police in Okaloosa County, Florida, say that AirTag was still active in lost luggage valued at nearly $2,000. Officials traced the tag and were led to a home of a 19-year-old airline subcontractor. Get this, though, there was another lost suitcase found in that subcontractor's possession, too. That one had more than $15,000 in jewelry inside. Police say the suspect has been charged with 2 counts of grand theft. And on the money this hour, new data out today showing the retail economy remains steady, and that's despite inflation at a nearly 40-year high. Kate Rogers tracking headlines from CNBC for us today. So, Kate, walk us through these new numbers we just got today. What are the big takeaways here?
Hey, Aaron, good to see you. So these are retail sales numbers for the month of July. The overall headline number was essentially flat. Now, economists were looking for a gain of 0.1%, so that's right in line there. If you strip out autos from the equation, we saw a gain of 0.4%. That's a little bit higher than economists were estimating. And then if you take out both autos and gasoline, the increase was 0.7%. It's an interesting month, of course, because gas prices, as we've all been talking about, have been, above $5 a gallon. In July, we saw that number dip to below $4 a gallon. So it does seem that people were taking the extra savings that they had from spending a little bit less money on gasoline and putting it elsewhere, because sales for e-commerce and also miscellaneous stores both saw increases of up 2% and 1% each. So people were using that money in different areas, it seems, but overall the spending was essentially flat.
Kate, we're also getting an update on the baby formula shortage we've been reporting on for months now. What do parents need to know at this point?
Yeah, parents are going to like this news. We heard from 2 major retailers this week, both Walmart and Target, talking about the formula supply at their stores improving. So Walmart is the country's largest retailer. Its CFO said during its earnings call that its supply had really improved in a big way in recent months. So that's definitely welcome news. Target also seeing its supply increase. And this, of course, comes after, months of parents looking for formula, these pandemic-induced shortages we've seen across the country that were only exacerbated by the Abbott Labs recall of their formula. So this is definitely a step in the right direction for a lot of parents that have been hunting for many, many months now for that formula.
Yeah, and finally, Kate, Airbnb is rolling out some new tech to try to keep parties from happening when they're not supposed to. What's changing here?
Yeah, so if you remember back during the pandemic, Airbnb had banned these house parties. They had some safety issues with them, and now they're testing out this technology in both the U.S. and Canada to try and really put a stop to these parties. So essentially what they're doing is looking for potentially high-risk people who would book on the site. Something that they would look for is how long the guest has had an account, how far the listing is from, where they're based, history of positive reviews, and then the length of the trip and when it's booked during the week versus a weekend. I guess a weekend would kind of signal that this could be a party situation versus coming during the week, which could be a normal vacation. There's also going to be a tip line for neighbors in the area that can let Airbnb know if they believe a party's going on.
Yeah, I guess we can call that a tip line. The folks who want to have the party will call it something else, but yeah, that'll work.
That's what they're calling it, exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. CNBC's Kate Rogers with us today. Kate, thank you, appreciate it. There is much more news ahead. We're back after a short break. You're watching NBC News Now. Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, are you tired of waiting around and standing in line? Well, now you don't have to thanks to professional line sitters. Ngozi Akeledo with our partners at LX News takes a look.
My pleasure. Enjoy the show. All right, pleasure meeting you.
My name is Robert Samuel, and I'm the CEO and owner of Same Old Line Dudes, a professional line sitting company here in New York City. We wait in long lines around the city. So Same Old Line Dudes started by accident in 2012. After I lost my job as a mobile salesman for being late, I spent most of the year depressed, and I decided to post an ad on Craigslist when the new iPhone came out. I decided to wait in line to be on the flip side of the iPhone experience. The guy who hired me ended up getting his order online, and he still paid me $100 just for waiting a couple of hours. And he encouraged me to sell my spot. I ended up making $325 that one night, just selling my spot. I decided that, maybe this could be something long-term and beneficial. And here we are 9.5 years later, and we're still going strong. Yeah, we stand in line for things in the city. Yeah, anything in the line, anything with a long line, you call us and we wait.
All right.
The process for waiting in line, after 9.5 years, we get to have a rhythm, and we know how many hours it takes for certain lines. So for instance, today's wait is for Music Man, and due to the popularity of the show, we start at 5 a.m. and wait until 10 a.m. when the tickets go on sale. During the final days of the original cast of Hamilton, that was our lengthiest wait. We were waiting upwards of 4 days. So it was a lot of sleeping bags, phone chargers, a lot of Uber Eats, where's the restrooms, and that kind of thing. Some of the other lines that we've waited for in New York City include Shakespeare in the Park, a lot of sample sales, autographs, bars, concerts. We've done the Macy's Day Parade, restaurants. We've actually even waited for a free picnic table to let somebody watch the fireworks.
We're all thinking, why didn't I think of that, right? Great idea. Well, it's one of the largest animal rescue operations ever. 4,000 beagles saved from a medical facility in Virginia. NBC News correspondent George Solis takes us inside the mission.
We're the best dogs in the world. Adorable? Absolutely. But for these wide-eyed, droopy-eared beagles, not everything is as it seems.
Hi, baby. Life just got better.
Unloaded, one by one, these dogs were once only known by their tattooed ID number. And that's because you're watching a once-in-a-lifetime rescue operation.
Next up, who's next?
4,000 beagles have been spared alive as test subjects for medical research around the globe, a practice still extremely common.
Where does this rescue and relocation effort rank among some of the operations that you guys have handled over the years?
I don't think most of us have ever seen approximately 4,000 dogs in one case, so this is huge. It's historic.
NBC News was invited inside the facility. On the day, 233 of these dogs arrived. It's a Herculean rescue effort a long time in the making. Last year, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, went undercover at Envigo, a massive breeding and research facility in Cumberland, Virginia.
Our investigation found that famished nursing mother dogs were deprived of food for up to 2 days, that animals were being hosed in cages with high pressure cold water, that puppies were dying by the hundreds.
PETA reported their findings to the USDA, citing Animal Welfare Act violations. And this past May, the Justice Department got involved, securing the surrender of thousands of dogs. Envigo declined an interview with NBC News, but their parent company Inotiv said in a statement it had reached a settlement with the DOJ and the USDA. The agreement states the company will not have to pay any fines or penalties, nor is it an admission of liability or wrongdoing. The facility will shut down once all 4,000 dogs have been removed.
This may be hard to believe, but this is about the only and first human interaction these puppies have had, and hopefully it will not be the last.
Temporarily housing this many dogs takes a makeshift village of kennels. Leading the charge is Senior Manager of Animal Care, Katie DeMay.
Currently, we have volunteers and staff in this building from all over the country.
Why was it so important for you guys to kind of share this slice of their journey?
Sure, it's important so people can see what goes into a mission of this scale.
The Humane Society says these dogs will soon travel to rescue and shelter partners across the country to be put up for adoption. A massive operation and twist of fate for these dogs, now on the way to the lives they deserve.
We hope they find some good homes. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, Donald Trump gets some electoral revenge, taking down Congresswoman Liz Cheney in her Wyoming primary. One of the last remaining elected Republicans willing to publicly take on Trump. What does it mean for the future of the party and the country? Plus, new pressure on the former president in multiple legal cases. Rudy Giuliani testifies before that special grand jury in Georgia today. And a federal judge gets set to decide whether to unseal a document at the heart of the FBI's Mar-a-Lago search. And 1 week before the Florida primary, a state court is denying a parentless teenager access to an abortion. What the emotionally fraught story says about medicine and the law in post-Roe America. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. The reshaping of the Republican Party and the purging of Donald Trump's rivals continued last night in Wyoming. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the most outspoken Republican critic of the former president, was soundly defeated in her primary, losing the race by nearly 40 points. The latest sign that a portion of the Republican Party that does not pledge loyalty to Donald Trump and his election lies appears to be shrinking or simply being driven underground. The winner in Wyoming, Trump-backed candidate Harriet Hageman, who called the 2020 presidential election rigged without ever providing any evidence. Cheney only carried 2 counties statewide, the same 2 counties Joe Biden carried in the 2020 election in Wyoming. The result is not a surprise, nor is Cheney's reaction to the result. But it doesn't make it any less consequential of a development for the future of the Republican Party. During her remarks last night, Cheney looked beyond her race to express her concern over the forces that led to her defeat.
If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same. Our survival is not guaranteed. History has shown us over and over again how poisonous lies destroy free nations.
Not long after the polls closed, Cheney converted her campaign account to a PAC named The Great Task and told my colleague Savannah Guthrie this morning that, yes, she is thinking about a run for president. Cheney may have a platform and the national attention right now, but losing this race does not make her stronger in a fight against Trump and Trumpism, at least inside the GOP. And she is no longer going to be fighting the fire from inside the House, literally and figuratively. This begs the question, who is going to pick up the anti-Trump mantle inside the elected Republican Party now? Who's left in the party, at least from its traditional power bases and networks, to take on Trump if he runs? The most decisive way to defeat Trumpism is if Republicans rally together to do it themselves and not hope that somehow the Democrats or the media or law enforcement agencies will do it for them. It's hard to believe that that person would come from the House. With Cheney's defeat, only 2 of 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump after January 6th will even be on the ballot this November. Doesn't seem like it will be coming from an elected governor either. Like everywhere else in the party, the Trump skeptic bench is thin and getting thinner. Larry Hogan is term limited in Maryland, and his handpicked successor was defeated by a Trump-backed opponent. And as for the Senate, much of the governing wing of the party is already headed for the exits in the Trump era, and arguably the only person with power in Washington after November who could be a foil to Trump is the Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell. But while opposing Trump sometimes very vocally, and it may be in the interest, he believes, the long-term interest of the Republican Party, it isn't in McConnell's short-term interest. If McConnell hopes to once again lead a Republican majority in the Senate next year, which would happen only if a new crop of Trump loyalists who won Senate primaries that in many cases McConnell opposed, win their races this November. So do we think he's likely to stick his neck out on that front? Liz Cheney acknowledged last night she could have easily won her primary, but she'd have to compromise her principles, and that was something she was not willing to do. She is pledging that she will continue to fight against an ideology she says has set the nation headed towards crisis, lawlessness, and violence. But who's going to join her inside the elected wing of the Republican Party? Vaughn Hilliard's on the ground for us in Wyoming. Vaughn, I want to start with you. I had a chance to talk with somebody you've spent a little time with, and we're going to hear from him in a few minutes, Tom Rice, who also, in many ways, he didn't try to run an anti-Trump primary vocally. He actually tried to run a very traditional Republican primary, but the two of them basically lost by the same math.
I look forward to your conversation with Tom Rice, because I think it's also poignant that not only is Tom Rice in South Carolina, but you've got Peter Meyer up in Michigan. You've got Jamie Herrera Butler in the state of Washington. You've got Liz Cheney here in Wyoming. Essentially every corner of this map, voters, Republican voters, have rejected folks who have spoken out against Donald Trump here. But also, I think symbolically, not only Liz Cheney, George P. Bush, he ran against Trump-endorsed Ken Paxton for Attorney General in Texas. He also lost his primary. You know, if you look at where the Republican Party has gone over the last 14 years, it's radically different. And I think that that's where Liz Cheney, as part of her interview with Savannah earlier, she acknowledged, you know, she wasn't even able to change the opinions of the folks in her own backyard about the smallest voting population there is in the country. And she couldn't convince her own folks in her own party to come on her side, despite 8 public hearings held by the January 6th Select Committee on national television with damning evidence against Donald Trump. She showed up with a 38 percentage point loss last night.
You know, Vaughn, it seems as if there are more Republican voters who sound like some of the Republican consultants that like give advice to like a Peter Meyer. He said, you know, I was told, you don't have to believe the election was stolen, just say it. I talked to some voters who seem to say this to me, Vaughn. Hang on. Look, I don't know. Look, I'm sure Trump lost, but don't give the Democrats a talking point. And that seemed to hurt Liz Cheney, you know, getting Democrats to help you. That was her real sin. This seems to be a weird place the GOP is headed.
Right, and I think that this has been the case the last 6-7 years now, Chuck, right, is that I think those folks, members of Congress who are in on it, right, know the truth, have led their voting population to actually believe the conspiracy theories, to actually legitimize them. You look at Iowa, right? I think it's a prime example. Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley, if it were not for playing into the big lie and continuing to lift up Donald Trump, I think anybody in this country would agree that they were respected statesmen here, right? Joni Ernst serving in the U.S. military. Chuck Grassley having represented his state for decades here. And yet when there is not that pushback, ultimately, this is what comes of it here. You know, John Barrasso congratulating Harriet Hageman on her win here in Wyoming, right? It's not like Liz Cheney had the 2 U.S. senators coming out in her defense here. No member of Congress came out to campaign on her behalf here. Mike Pence didn't come out to campaign on her behalf here. She was a lone ranger. Tom Rice, when out in South Carolina, he was trying to fend for himself after serving for 10 years in the U.S. Congress. Paul Ryan, the former speaker, was the only Republican that came out to campaign and defend him. And so when you're a Republican voter here and you're hearing from the folks that you respect and trust that the election was actually stolen, what are you supposed to believe? And I think that that's why you see Liz Cheney losing by 38 percentage points.
Vaughn Hilliard on the ground for us in Wyoming on the fight for control of the Republican Party. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. And joining me now is one of the impeachment 10 at South Carolina Republican Congressman Tom Rice. Congressman, it's good to see you. I appreciate you being here. But simple first question, your initial reaction to the primary defeat of your colleague Liz Cheney.
Well, Chuck, thank you for having me. And I was certainly disappointed to see Liz's loss. She is a brave and honest and loyal patriot.
Is it pretty safe to say if the two of you did not vote to impeach, you both would be coming back next January?
Well, you know, the seat doesn't belong to me and it doesn't belong to Liz. It belongs to the people. But I think our odds certainly went down when we voted to impeach.
What is the message, do you think, being sent now in these Republican primaries? I mean, of the 8, basically only 2 have survived. One wasn't targeted by the former president who has survived the primary process. But in both cases, David Valdayo and Dan Newhouse, they're in a different type of primary system. Does that explain it, pure and simple?
Chuck, I think that the question's pretty settled about whether Donald Trump has influence on the Republican base. It's very apparent that a majority of the Republican base have loyalty to Donald Trump as a litmus test. And I think that's a shame. His performance his candidates have performed very well in the primaries, but that doesn't necessarily play very well in the general election. And so we'll see how general election voters respond to this litmus test about denying that Trump lost the 2020 election. I mean, you know, in areas like Wyoming, which is very heavily Republican, and areas like my district in South Carolina, the Republican candidate's going to win. They're going to win the general election.
Right.
But on closer elections like Peter Meyer in Michigan and Jamie Herrera Butler in Washington State, I mean, those are two outstanding, thoughtful, brilliant, honest congressmen. And it's certainly a huge loss for the country that they lost in the primary. And it's going to be very difficult for the people who beat them to survive a general election challenge. So I think it hurts the Republican brand. And I think people in the Republican Party forget that, you know, yes, you need the base, but it takes more than the base to win an election. It takes moderates in the Republican Party. It takes independents and maybe even some moderate Democrats. And that's the way you win elections. You have to have a big tent and not just have this litmus test of loyalty to this very broken man.
What is your explanation of why you couldn't convince your constituents that going down this road with Trump was just not good for the country? You may feel loyal to him, but it really is not small c conservative.
Well, you know, I was loyal to him. I voted with him 94% of the time on the floor. I campaigned for him very heavily in 2020. I mean, I did as much as I know that I could do to make sure that Donald Trump was going to be the president. But when he lost, and through a 2-month temper tantrum following that, that culminated in the sacking of the United States Capitol and 4 or 5 people being killed and hundreds of Capitol police officers being beaten and injured, and he didn't lift a finger to stop it. When I saw all that happen, I couldn't support him anymore. It's clear to me that Trump was about Trump and not about the country. And I want a president who puts the country first. So no, I think it's a bad sign for the Republican Party. But in defense of the Republican Party, I have to say that, you know, the base is scared. And they saw what happened under Donald Trump when Republican policies were put into law and the resulting flourishing of the United States economy and foreign policy wins that we had and trade policy wins that we had. And you know, wages growing and unemployment at record lows across, and to see that in their eyes being swept away, they're fearful of that. And I think that's one reason why they don't trust the election process, because they can't believe that other people don't see it the same way. But unfortunately, they do.
Well, you're describing. I think you're describing blue America too. They don't quite get it either, right? We do have this miscommunication where there's just no way there's a majority for that, whatever that is, right, depending on where you're standing. But let me ask you this. I watched and
I got to say,
go ahead.
I got to say too that the last 3 presidents have not tried to bridge that gap. Yeah. I don't think Obama did it. I think it was more in your face. You know, remember when he said elections have consequences and you're going to take this.
Yeah.
And then Donald Trump certainly wasn't a bridge builder. And I think Joe Biden has made no effort to build bridges, rather than, you know, if he wanted to put together some kind of an economic package approaching Republicans and try to build bridges rather than holding out and seeing what he could get from Joe Manchin. I mean, we've got every president in my lifetime, up until Barack Obama, I believe, tried to build bridges to both parties. I think the American public has been, they're just sick of it. They're just sick of it.
Let me ask you this, though. It does feel as if that it is easier to rally folks to your side if you can make the case that the other side's mad. So, I mean, you know, own the libs is essentially. This is particularly a familiar pattern online, but you sort of see it where voters seem to be comfortable, maybe even voting against their own best interests, because it makes other people upset or mad. How do you get out of that dynamic?
You need a leader who wants to bring people together rather than tearing them apart. And I don't think Barack Obama was that. I certainly know that Donald Trump was not that, and I don't think Joe Biden's that. And I don't think Donald Trump, as a result, has any pathway to the presidency in the future. I think that's one of the reasons why he lost in 2020, that and COVID. He was just so divisive, and he just wore people out. And I don't think he has any pathway to the presidency in the future. He lost by 5 million popular vote in 2016. He lost by 7 million in 2020, and that was before January 6th. And now, after all that controversy and even more of the moderates and independents being turned off by that, I think he would lose by a whole lot more. He'll lose in a landslide if he runs it in 2024. He'll win the Republican nomination. That much is clear to me, particularly after these primary elections. But I think he'll lose in a landslide, and it'll hurt the Republican Party, and I think it'll hurt the country.
Do you fear? Let me ask you this.
Look, I think Donald Trump is Donald Trump's first concern.
Yeah, look, you took a strong stance that was clearly against the will of your party, as far as your party was concerned. Liz Cheney did. Are you concerned that no one else who's elected, who survives this, will take up this mantle next Congress? You know, so for instance, you know, we know how Mitch McConnell feels about Donald Trump. He's made it clear. But there's certain bridges he won't cross. And if you don't cross them, you're not going to. This virus lives inside the party, right? If you don't have the guts to confront Trump, you're never going to deal with this. Are you worried that there are going to be fewer people willing to publicly confront Trump because of what happened to you in your primary, or Liz Cheney in hers?
I hope not. I mean, I hope that there are people in both parties who are willing to confront their leadership and put their doing what's right for the country in front of keeping their job, or in front of fear of losing an election, or in front of towing the party line. I think we've got to have people who are willing to stand up to the party and say, no, you're going too far. Yeah. And certainly January 6th was too far for me. And, you know, you saw it on the Democrat side as well, with Manchin and Sinema holding up this Build Back Better program until just recently. I wish they'd have held out a little bit longer, because I think what they pass is not going to be good for the country. But that being said, you had them on that side being willing to stand up and say, no, this is going to.
But, you know, it's interesting you bring that as an example. What they did do is shrink the package. Do you see anybody in the Republican Party who's able to actually moderate the party from Trumpism by doing that? It doesn't look like there's an whatever you think of the Democrats, they were willing to accommodate their moderates. Are you fearing the Republicans aren't willing to accommodate theirs?
You know, I don't know how far they would have accommodated them come next election time. You know, Kyrsten Sinema and Manchin weren't facing a primary, but and you know, I don't know that the Democrats have a leader that's as vengeful and narcissistic as Donald Trump is, who's willing to go as far as he did. I don't know of any president in history, and certainly not in my
close.
lifetime, that would take up the mantle as far as going into individual congressional districts and campaigning against people who voted against him on an infrastructure package, or voted against him on impeachment, or voted against him on any other particular item. But you know, his capacity for spite and vengefulness is beyond any I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's certainly been weaponized with an electorate. Congressman Tom Rice, Republican from South Carolina, appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us. Very helpful.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Honored to be here.
You got it. Thank you, sir. With me now, New York Times Chief White House correspondent Peter Baker. He's also an NBC News political analyst. And Peter, Donald Trump went on a revenge tour sometime around the start of February in 2021. And the fruits of his labor, we now see. He's largely been successful at purging the elected Republican Party in more than I think some folks thought he would be. You confident that losses in November will somehow loosen his grip on the party?
I don't think anything is predictable at this point, Chuck. I think one thing we ought to be humble about is the fact that we have written off, or people have written off, Donald Trump before, saying, well, there's no way he could possibly survive this or recover from that. And he has demonstrated a continuing and sustained ability to exercise influence over the Republican base, and by extension, then the Republican Party and its elected office holders. So we'll see. Look, if for some reason the election this November turned out to be, a defeat for the Republicans when everything was on their side, there might be some rethinking and second guessing, right? Because, they should, by history standards, win the off-year election after a president's election. That's the normal standard thing. If for some reason they didn't take the House, that would be an earthquake within the Republican Party, and they would probably have to rethink things. That doesn't seem likely at the moment. That's not where people like you who are smart about politics think things are going to go. The Senate may be better for Democrats than the House. But I think right now we've seen, as of yesterday, that Donald Trump is the sole dominant figure in this party, and there's really no competition for that.
But is he so successfully warped sort of his messaging that, losing is the fault of the Republican elites? It's Mitch McConnell's fault. He's blaming Mitch McConnell for the Democrats passing their reconciliation bill. I mean, it is funny to me to watch Trump successfully prepare Mitch McConnell to be sort of the next Republican that MAGA feasts on. And Mitch McConnell has no interest in fighting him or stopping this from happening.
Well, and let's keep in mind that actually has shown Trump's limits, right? He has repeatedly, since leaving office, called on Senate Republicans to dump Mitch McConnell, to oust him as their leader. And Senate Republicans have reacted with a collective yawn. There hasn't been any move to do that because, in fact, Mitch McConnell does have the support of his caucus. And he does this through this, high wire act he plays, and he gets a lot of grief for it, and maybe rightly so. But he has successfully managed for these last 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years, to keep the MAGA part of the party happy enough with him, or at least not angry enough at him to change things within his own caucus, right? At the same time, I think he reflects the concern and deeply felt, anxiety among a lot of establishment Republicans that they're not willing to say out loud about Donald Trump, and he manages to sort of somehow walk that wire. Whether he continued to or not, I don't know. But he has been remarkably successful at that.
He appears to be the only one left, right, that's going to be in the elected Republican ranks. And at best, he's a speed bump when it comes to Trumpism, because he's made it clear what he won't do.
That's right. No, I think, look, what matters most to Mitch McConnell is winning the Senate majority, right? And that's the thing he has made clear was his #1 priority. He would like to be majority leader again. If, in fact, Trump gets in the way of that, he is willing to speak out. But he doesn't want to pick a fight for the sake of picking a fight. He doesn't believe in what Liz Cheney is doing in the sense of like having this full-scale civil war. He made his point at the end of the impeachment trial in February of 2021, and he would like to move on and pretend that Donald Trump is not a factor, or at least won't be a factor at some point in the future. That's been an optimistic view on his part, because Donald Trump has continued to be the driving force, much to the chagrin, I think, of the McConnell wing of the party.
One other name I want to throw in here is the former Vice President Mike Pence. He surprised some people today when asked about the idea of potentially testifying before the January 6th committee, that he'd think about it, he'd be open to it. But it really got me thinking this, Peter, and that is, while Cheney may be the presidential candidate in 2024 who constantly is essentially on one issue, Mike Pence is setting himself up to basically be the Republicans rally around when they're done drinking from the MAGA table, right? When they're sort of ready to sober up. All right, well, we're not going to reward Liz Cheney, but we'll do Mike Pence. I've been a skeptic of that strategy. I feel like he's sort of owning it more and more, but it seems more viable than ever.
It is possibly. Look, his argument is, I was there for all of the things you cared about, the policies that mattered to you, the accomplishments that the Trump administration can claim, without the drama, without the legal issues, without the constitutional issues. I mean, his argument to them is, if you want Trumpism in the sense of the philosophy anyway, without the mishigas, if you will, then I'm your guy. Now, the trick for him, though, I'm still skeptical, Chuck, because I think that what people who like Trump in the party is his feistiness, is the fact that he's out there fighting, is the grievance politics that he taps into. And Mike Pence doesn't do that. He's not an angry avatar of, modern Republican angst and grievance and resentment toward the establishment. It just is not his nature. And the question is whether or not the party is ready for somebody who is actually kind of sober-minded, quiet, studious, and may say the right things ideologically, but doesn't channel their emotion and their passion.
Look, it's a fascinating debate, and we're not going to resolve it here. Peter Baker, the chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. Always a pleasure to get your perspective. Thank you, sir. Coming up, elections in the last frontier. why we only have some of the results from last night's primaries in Alaska, and why the information vacuum could be a cause for concern. Plus, the former president's grip on the GOP remains as strong as ever, but his legal problems do seem to be piling up. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. We're following developments in multiple investigations that are swirling around the former president. Today, his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, testified before a special grand jury in Georgia investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Giuliani says he is a target of their investigation. That comes a day before former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg is expected to plead guilty in a tax evasion case. Two people familiar with that case say they do not expect Weisselberg to cooperate in any further investigation against Donald Trump himself, but will likely cooperate in the case against the Trump Organization, just not Trump personally. We're also expecting to hear from a judge tomorrow whether the affidavit that provided the reasoning for last week's FBI search of Mar-a-Lago can be made public. The Justice Department says unsealing the affidavit could cause irreparable damage to an ongoing investigation, but Donald Trump and his allies have called for its release. Several news organizations, including NBC News, have separately requested access to this document. Blaine Alexander's in Fulton County, Georgia today. Also with me is David Priest, a former intelligence officer at the CIA who's now the publisher and COO of Lawfare. He's also author of The President's Book of Secrets, about the relationship between presidents and top secret intelligence. But Blaine, let me start with you. We've all seen the pictures of the media circus surrounding Rudy Giuliani and his planes, trains, and automobiles unknown question of how he got to Fulton County. But what have you learned today about the testimony? What can you tell us?
Well, Chuck, as for what happened inside, we know very little. Basically, what we know right now are kind of the bookends. We know how he got here, we know how he left, but as for the 6 or so hours in between, that is something that we don't know a lot about. You know, we know that he was inside the courtroom for the courthouse for more than 6 hours today. His entrance was very different from his departure. When he walked in, he used the most public entrance here at the courthouse. He literally walked up the courthouse steps, through the throng of reporters, through the many cameras that were awaiting him, walked into doors that, by the way, when he first walked up, were locked. A deputy had to open the door and let him inside. A very public entrance. 6 hours or so later, he left in a very different way. He left through the secure underground parking lot, the tinted windows, the SUV pulled right past reporters. So it's anybody's guess as to what happened inside. Now, we do know that his attorney gave some sort of insight saying that Giuliani was going to stay away from any discussion of conversations that he had with the former president, that he would invoke attorney-client privilege there. But as for how he answered those questions, specifically, as we expect, about his claims to lawmakers here in Georgia back in 2020, that's the big question, Chuck.
And Blaine, what do we expect next? Is there another high-profile interview that's coming? Lindsey Graham going to be coming in person? Does that come this week or next?
There are a couple of them coming, Chuck. So Lindsey Graham, yes, scheduled to testify next Tuesday here in the same place where Rudy Giuliani just left. Now, Lindsey Graham has said that he's going to fight that, but as of right now, he is scheduled to come on Tuesday. And then 2 days later, Jenna Ellis, the former advisor for former President Trump, rather the legal advisor for former President Trump, has also been ordered by a judge to come and appear. And that's something that we're both looking ahead to expect next week, Chuck.
And then also there's going to be a challenge. I saw the governor is challenging whether he has to appear before this special grand jury, Governor Brian Kemp. When does that get settled?
A motion that was just filed today, Chuck, a rather lengthy motion where to quash that subpoena. It's interesting because in that it was revealed that what we expected to be a videotaped testimony by the governor never happened. That was revealed today for the very first time. He was subpoenaed thereafter, and now he's trying to quash that subpoena, Chuck.
All right, Blaine Alexander with a lot of developments just in one of arguably the 4 major legal investigations into some form of Donald Trump's actions. Blaine Alexander in Georgia for us. Blaine, thank you. Let me move over to you, David Priest, the editor-in-chief of Lawfare. I want to move to the Mar-a-Lago investigation. Sure. Specifically, this is obviously something your previous life you know a lot about. So a few things that we've learned. Number one, the fact that the Justice Department is fighting us in the media about releasing the affidavit, because there's been this theory, now that they got everything they need, maybe they'll not pursue. They're pursuing, right? I mean, isn't that what that tells us?
That's right. It also tells us we really don't know who are the main subjects of the investigation. It could be Trump. It could be people around Trump. Most likely, it seems it's probably both. Because remember, the Espionage Act doesn't just involve a person who has national defense information. It involves people who have knowledge of that. And that is an interesting thing when it comes to the attorneys like Philbin. Right. And now we have reporting that they've actually been talking to the FBI. Well, of course they have, because they have their job with their client. Right. They also may have some legal culpability, and they have to start weighing the ethics of what can I cooperate with the FBI about and what do I need to retain with my client.
Is that legal culpability have to do with the fact that both of them were designated representatives of the former president and having access to the archive material? Because they were early on, Pat Philbin and Pat Cipollone were designated as that. And then bizarrely in June, which at some point we're going to find out, Donald Trump gave access to Kash Patel, an on-again, off-again intelligence aide of sorts to him, and then John Solomon, who used to be a journalist in some prominent news organizations, now runs some boutique internet sites. That raised some yellow flags, did it?
Yeah, we still really don't know. We don't know who knew what when in the process. Look, if I'm investigating this, which clearly I'm not, but if I'm investigating this, I want to know about the physical transfer during the transition. I have not worked in the National Archives. I've worked with archivists at 9 different presidential libraries, and they are meticulous about record keeping and about the movement of material. And they've gone through about 10 presidential transitions since the Presidential Records Act was signed. Right. You have people who are experienced with this kind of thing. They would have been throughout the transition and probably before talking to the president and his team about what are government documents and how are those supposed to be kept by the National Archives. And then after that, suddenly there are documents that aren't there. And then they go to Trump or his people and tell them that. And they return some documents, but not others. and they keep this discussion going. There were other people who knew about these documents. At what point were they advising the president about that? And at what point were they actually helping to not return the documents? That's an area for investigation.
We heard during a press conference, I think last week, from the House Republican Intelligence Committee, the Republicans on House Intel, and I believe one of them said, you know, if he had special access programs down there, that would be troubling.
Right.
Explain why, where even some, they held this press conference as a way to try to play down the situation, but then I think it was Congressman Stewart, I believe, is the one, I just don't want to get it wrong. He said, well, if special access programs, what makes that to you so alarming? Or
yeah, he really opened up an interesting door there.
Yeah.
So any classified material is classified for a reason. Mm-hmm. There is danger to national security if it's revealed, and that's whether it's confidential, secret, or top secret. Mm-hmm. But then there are compartmented programs. I had a top secret clearance. I had access to many compartmented programs, mm-hmm. but not all of them, because I didn't need to know something about, for example, a sensitive collection method on North Korean nuclear weapons. Mm. There can be a very protected compartment, special access program, SAP. That material is so tightly held in the U.S. government, it is known who has ever seen it or become aware of it. That is the crown jewels, if you will, of intelligence.
Let me ask you this, though. Just basically, it's the honor system to classify what's in your head. You know, he knows all of these. Mm-hmm. You know, he could very much regurgitate them, perhaps. Maybe he can recreate some of the documents himself. I understand how to protect actual documents. Mm-hmm. How do you protect that?
Yeah, it's the information in the documents that's classified,
yes.
Right? The document is there, but you can communicate classified information through an oral briefing. You're mm-hmm. still communicating classified information. So yes, anyone who has worked with classified information has a whole bunch of classified stuff up here.
But a former president, anything they blurt or say out is legal because they're the president at the time. Now, when they're former president,
while they are president,
and when they're a former president, I mean, I guess the question is, I read somewhere where mm-hmm. if Donald Trump could have basically declassified in his head, and as the documents were making their way to Mar-a-Lago, incoming President Biden could also reclassified the U-Haul truck on their way down.
Absolutely, and we've done some analysis on lawfare on this issue, mm-hmm. and it points to the fact that there is uncertainty because these things have never reached a court of law. Right. But it is a fundamental truth that the president has classification and declassification authority over most, if not all, national defense information while president.
Right.
A former president has none. There's a very clear line at inauguration of your successor.
Right.
So if Trump is trying to say, well, I can declassify things, he's wrong. If he's trying to say, well, I did declassify them, I just didn't tell anybody or document it, then they're not declassified because that was not done while he was president.
Espionage Act got enough teeth for this to work, or is it a complicated law that is just a little fraught?
The Espionage Act is actually poorly named because it doesn't really deal solely with spying for the enemy. It has to do with the protection of national defense information and also the willing retention of that information when you know you shouldn't have it. That's the interesting angle here.
That's a subjective thing to try to prove. David Priest, Editor-in-Chief of Lawfare, really interesting. Thanks very much.
You bet.
Up next, the CDC announces a major shakeup. Some might say, finally. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The current head of the CDC is calling for major changes at the Public Health Agency. In an email to employees, Dr. Rochelle Walensky said the CDC must do a better job at responding to public health emergencies in light of the criticism it faced in its response to COVID over 2 presidential administrations. She wrote, quote, "In our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations. My goal is a new public health action-oriented culture at CDC that emphasizes accountability, collaboration, communication, and timeliness. I want us all to do better, and it starts with CDC leading the way." Dr. Walensky outlined her reorganization plan in a meeting with senior staff. The plan includes putting more emphasis on efforts to curb ongoing outbreaks and less emphasis on publishing papers on rare diseases. Remember, the biggest initial flub was botching the testing, if you will. That was right at the very beginning. It seemed like CDC was behind the whole time. Today's announcement comes after an external review of the agency criticized its response to the pandemic, calling its public guidance confusing and overwhelming. After the break, Lisa Murkowski and Sarah Palin both advanced to the general election in Alaska's first ranked choice election. But the new voting system is creating some possibly unexpected concerns in the special election to replace Don Young. We're going to have a little bit on that after the break.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Voters in Alaska this week cast their ballots in 4 statewide races, a special election that is using ranked choice voting for the first time, and 3 open primaries for the Senate, House, and gubernatorial races, where the top 4 candidates, regardless of party, will face off in a ranked choice voting election come November. So let's get started in the Senate race. The incumbent Senator Lisa Murkowski and Trump-backed ally Kelly Tshibaka will be among the candidates on the ballot in November as the former president looks to take down another Republican who supported impeachment. In this case, she voted to convict. Sarah Palin, the other Trump-backed candidate in Alaska, will also make it onto the ballot in November alongside 2 other Republicans and a Democrat for the state's lone House seat. But for the next few weeks, all eyes are going to be on Alaska's special election, where voters rank the candidates to determine who will serve out the remaining months of Congressman Don Young's term after he passed away earlier this year. And yes, Sarah Palin's also on that ballot as well. So while voters wait to see how the first round of ranked choice shakes out, Democrat Mary Peltola leads Sarah Palin, though neither candidate is remotely close to the 50% threshold. We're going to have to find out how that works and when that's going to happen. I'm joined now by Deb Otis, the director of research at Fair Vote. This is a nonprofit organization that advocates for election reforms, in particular, big advocates, I know Fair Vote is, with ranked choice voting, top 4 or 5 primaries. So I really appreciate having you here. Deb, let me start with this issue. And this came up with, I think it's Unite America, who's been running some of the campaigns to try to get these change in the primary systems on there. And that is the fact that we're going to be living in a black box for the next 8 to 10 days while Alaska waits for all of the ballots to come in before they start running the second choice and the third choice. And it seems that this is only going to lead, you already have Sarah Palin using this vacuum to critique the system. What should the Alaska election officials do during this period?
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. And I'll start by saying Alaska election officials are doing a lot of things right with this special election. This was a special election, so they're implementing ranked choice voting earlier than they expected to fill this vacancy in the House of Representatives. And by combining this with their already scheduled primary, they are boosting turnout. And for their first ranked choice voting election, they have done a good job being communicative about their schedule. They are not planning to run that ranked choice tabulation, get into those second choices until 15 days after the election. But they have been open and straightforward about that from the beginning. So we know what to expect, and we know exactly how long we'll be waiting during this counting period.
Well, look, I understand that they've communicated that, but again, we don't see it. And, you know, look, we get preliminary election returns from secretaries of state all over the country every time an election is run. It seems, but all of a sudden they're withholding access. We don't know the second, third, fourth. It seems what's wrong with showing us a preliminary result of ranked choice voting based on the ballots that are left? Or ballots that are in?
In their first, in their first ranked choice election, they are being cautious with this counting period. We see ranked choice voting elections around the country where election results come out on election night or the day after. Once you're ready to run the RCV program, it's just a push of the button. It is sometimes called instant runoff because it is nearly that instant. Once you push the button, it happens in a matter of seconds to get those ranked choice results. And so this counting period is more about making sure to get all of the ballots in place. Alaska has a large rural population and plenty of military voters, so they have a generous window to allow those ballots to arrive.
But in best practices, if you could design what you think would be the most open and transparent at a time when you've got voters left and right who are questioning the integrity of our elections for different reasons and different motivations, but it's there. It seems to me that transparency should be the king here.
I think best practice would be to release those ranked choice results on election night, like we see in cities like San Francisco or Salt Lake City, for example. And I think this is something Alaska can possibly learn from for the future.
This year, one state is going to be deciding whether to go to this system. It's Nevada. I know that there was some thought that maybe Missouri, it would qualify this cycle. It did not. Realistically, how many states do you think top 4 or top 5 could get implemented in between now and, say, the end of this decade?
Well, I think that there's a lot to be gained from these systems in red states, blue states, purple states, no matter what. I will add that the top 4 or top 5 model of ranked choice voting is just one possible model. Other states like Maine are having success by keeping their partisan primaries in place and using ranked choice voting within party primaries in order to select their nominees. For example, Virginia Republicans just did this in 2 of their congressional districts. And so we're seeing success with both models. And it comes down to whether a state wants to keep that partisan primary model in place or not. Either way, ranked choice voting is the key to improving these elections.
I think more and more people that are studying this primary problem are coming to that conclusion. It seems to be the simplest way to get more people involved. We'll see if this momentum continues. Deb Otis from Fair Vote, thanks for coming on and explaining this process.
Thank you very much.
You got it. Still to come, a parentless pregnant teenager denied the right to an abortion. It's an emotional fight playing out right now in the Florida courts. We're going to go through that story ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Just in the past hour, the South Carolina Supreme Court issued a temporary block on the state's 6-week abortion ban, granting an emergency motion by abortion providers for an injunction while the case is ongoing. Meanwhile, in Florida, a girl known in legal documents as simply 16-year-old Jane Doe 22B is pregnant, parentless, and in the care of Florida's child welfare system. She may now have no choice but to become a parent herself after an appeals court denied her access to an abortion, upholding a ruling earlier this week that she is not mature enough to make the decision to terminate her pregnancy. Florida is one of 36 states that require the consent of a parent or guardian for a minor to get an abortion. In 35 of those states, including Florida, teens can argue for a judicial waiver. Some of those use a minor's maturity, intelligence, and emotional stability as deciding factors in whether to grant a waiver. Believe it or not, GPA is sometimes used in some of these cases. Many of these parental consent laws have been in place for years, but they're back into the spotlight as just one of the many abortion restrictions that can take away the decision from patients and even doctors. And it puts all of these decisions in the hands of a court, raising the question of whether you can legislate every potential caveat or carve-out that you might need to be thinking about. Joined now by Dr. Rachel Rapkin. She's a Florida OBGYN, who does work for Planned Parenthood. Doctor, I appreciate you coming on. So let me start with this, because this law, we're living in a post-Roe world. This was a law that was already on the books. But here's my confusion about this specific case. I thought she had a guardian that was not the state of Florida, but the state of Florida is now acting as the guardian. Is that part of the confusion in this specific case? And I want to talk more generally, but that's a fact that I'm confused about here.
Yes, well, thanks for having me on. I'm happy to talk about this. I've not been involved in this individual's case specifically, so unfortunately I can't speak to all of the specific details in her case, but there's a lot of confusion about all of the laws surrounding abortion provision. I can tell you I talked to some of my staff today about adolescents and what care they're able to receive without obtaining parental consent. And there was so much confusion, even among healthcare workers, about what teens are and are not allowed to consent for by themselves.
And the law gets even trickier. If she were married, still at 16, and wanted this abortion, she would get it?
I honestly don't think so, unless she'd already had a child. And again, this is where it becomes really confusing. So adolescents, teens who are pregnant here in the state of Florida can consent to a variety of medical procedures. So they can consent to having an epidural during their pregnancy. They can consent to having a cesarean delivery if they need one, but they can't consent to having an abortion. And that really kind of others abortion procedures and further stigmatizes abortion and makes it seem like it's not part of healthcare, when we all know that abortion is absolutely part of healthcare.
And let me ask you this though, if she had a kid, but still being under 18 and wanted to get an abortion, would it still be this subjective judicial review?
Honestly, I think I'm not a lawyer, and this is absolutely one of those cases where I would consult my lawyer. If I were working at Planned Parenthood, if I were in a hospital, I would absolutely speak with risk management, because it's so confusing. And I, as a physician who provides abortion services, I'm not even the expert on that. And it becomes really confusing and further delays care. We have so many things, especially here in the state of Florida, between our 24-hour mandatory delay, the need for adolescents to obtain a parental consent or waiver or judicial bypass. All of these things further delay abortion care. And we already have a 15-week ban here. So we're finding ourselves in situations where teens have to jump through all of these hoops. And a lot of these teens are people who are already facing barriers to obtaining abortion services.
And the clock is ticking, literally, as you say, with the 15-week. Let me ask this: maturity. Talk about a subjective measurement. How does a court determine maturity? In our research, I discovered GPA was used, which just seems to be an odd thing to use, but I guess it's something. How have courts defined maturity?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Nobody really knows, but we had a recent case here in Florida that was pretty well publicized, where a judge stated that because a teen had a low GPA, she had misspellings on her request for judicial bypass, she hadn't ever taken care of younger children, she had no financial responsibilities. These are all the things that came out that led to that judge's decision that she was not mature enough to have an abortion. Now, my question is, does that mean she's mature enough to continue a pregnancy and carry a pregnancy to term and possibly parent? That just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I was just going to say, if they determine she's not mature enough to have this abortion, are they taking her kid away when the kid's born?
Yeah, nobody knows. I mean, the Florida, the free state where a lot of our freedoms have clearly been taken away from us, unfortunately says that they care so much about babies, but when it comes down to it, we're not getting a whole lot of support. We have limited resources for those after they deliver, including childcare resources and other educational and basic needs resources. So we don't know. Florida does seem to take over a lot of care for being so free.
Very quickly, you have the legal resources of Planned Parenthood, but the average OBGYN these days, Is this going to, what kind of legal bills are OBGYNs going to feel like they're going to accumulate here to the point of, is it worth practicing in certain states?
Yeah, that's definitely a concern that people, practicing physicians, are going to leave these states that have these heavily restrictive laws. Not only that, but those who stay feel really uncomfortable taking care of patients in many situations. We have exceptions to our 15-week ban here. Right. And one of those exceptions is threat to maternal life, but that's not well defined. And I can tell you, there are absolutely physicians here in Florida that are scared to provide life-saving abortion services because they're scared they're going to get arrested and lose their license.
Dr. Rachel Rapkin, an OBGYN, who does work for Planned Parenthood in Florida. Appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us. And by the way, we've got a lot more on this Florida abortion case and Florida politics in general on the new episode of the Chuck Toddcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. I'll see you back here tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. Hallie Jackson will see you right now with more NBC News Now.
With a kind of bombshell mea culpa from the CDC, why the agency's own director today is admitting the U.S. made a big mistake in how it handled COVID. She says the CDC has to do better. So what does that actually look like? Plus, Rudy Giuliani spending 6 hours in front of a Georgia grand jury in an investigation about the lies on the 2020 election. But the county's top prosecutor wants to know from the former President Trump's ex-lawyer and whether he actually said anything worth knowing. Plus, demonstrators at the White House today want action. They're accusing Japan of holding an unfair trial for Navy Lieutenant Ridge Alconis after he killed 2 people in a car crash. Coming up just ahead, my conversation with the wife of Lieutenant Alconis on what she wants the Biden administration to do now. Plus, a year after the last American left Afghanistan, the general who led that withdrawal is reflecting on how the war could have gone differently. Our exclusive with General Frank McKenzie and Courtney Cubie in tonight's original. And on Wednesdays, we wear pink, or at least we talk about it. And while that's a Mean Girls reference, it's all about Barbiecore today, why this latest viral fashion trend mimics the world's most famous doll, for better or for worse, later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting tonight with that big shakeup at the CDC, with the agency's own director describing the response to the COVID pandemic as a failure and calling for big changes, saying the agency has to do better. And think about this. This is an extraordinary moment. Right? Dr. Rochelle Walensky acknowledging what a bunch of people have been saying since the pandemic started. The CDC, as you know, has been criticized from almost the jump for its confusing messaging and guidance on testing and vaccines and masks as it relates to the coronavirus. And now, after more than 1 million Americans have died from the virus, she says the agency has to work to get the public's trust back. So what are they going to do? Here's an outline of the plan as it stands right now. The agency plans to beef up the team that responds to public health emergencies, meaning there can't be a shortage of staffers who respond to things like a COVID outbreak. They'll cut down on how long it takes to review urgent studies, the point being to analyze data and share it with people, the public, faster. And Dr. Walensky wants to fix the CDC's communications push to make sure agency staffers use plain language that is easy for all of us to understand about this medical, public health, complicated stuff. All of it comes a few months after Dr. Walensky ordered a review saying she wanted to modernize the CDC. Since then, both the White House and the agency have taken even more heat for not reacting fast enough on the monkeypox outbreak. And then there are those questions about reports of polio and wastewater, too. It's a lot, so let's bring in Carol Lee to talk about it. Carol, this is a big agency, right? More than 12,000 people work here. What Dr. Walensky is talking about is like a big cultural shift. We know that is probably going to take some time.
Absolutely, Hallie. And what you're hearing from the CDC director is that they want to shift. It's almost as if they just want to be more modern, more relevant, more interacting and able to interface with the public. And so what she, in her words, she says that they want to be an action-oriented culture within the CDC. And that means a number of things. It means being less academic, less insular, and really trying to communicate with the public in ways that the public understands. It's been around for 75 years, the CDC. It's an agency that's detached. It's in Atlanta. It's something that people don't really understand what they do. A lot of people work there. There's a lot of research that goes on. But what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic is that they were the ones everybody was turning to for guidance on how to live our lives, on how to get back to our lives. And in the words of Rochelle Walensky, they failed at that. There was that confusing guidance on any number of things. There was very tortured language that was very hard to understand at different times when people were just looking for answers to simple questions like, can I hug my grandmother, or can my kids go back to school? And they weren't really able to step up, in the words of Rochelle Walensky, at that moment. And so she's saying that they failed, and they're going to try to fix that. They're going to move more quickly, get data out more quickly, make data something that is not for people who are in academia, but for you, me, our friends, our family, people we know, that they can understand what is happening. Because the one thing that we know, if you talk to public health officials, is that COVID-19, while yes, changed everyone's lives, changed the world, we're still living with it today, there's always going to be, and there's expected to be, something down the road. And that's where the CDC, in their view, has an opportunity to really answer the call at that time. But it's going to take a lot of time. As you said, it's a very large agency. It's been around for a long time. And you can imagine those 12,000 people that work there, there is an embedded culture. So one of the things that we're expecting is there could be some leadership changes at the CDC and things like that. But this is just the beginning, and this comes after a few months of a review. That was an external review, which is worth noting.
You know, change does not come free. This kind of change does not come free. The agency says it needs more money, and it needs more say on what to do with that money. That's an important factor here, too.
Yeah, it is. And look, this is good luck with that if there's a Republican Congress, right? Because the CDC has been under fire for a long time, and there's a lot of questions about what they're doing with the budget that they have, whether they can trim and move money around and make better, you know, more efficient, function more efficiently, and reach some of the goals that the director is outlining without adding funds, because that's something that's going to be a tough sell in the next Congress.
What has the reaction been, Carol? You know, you're traveling with President Biden there in Delaware. What has the reaction been from the folks that you're talking to? Because, you know, when you think about this sort of moment that we're in here, if you want to be sweepy about it, right? This is a pandemic that, as we laid out at the top, has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The CDC has come under serious fire for having mishandled at least portions of the response here. And now there is this extraordinary acknowledgement that, like, hey, we didn't do as good a job as we should have in this life or death moment. I mean, it's a real, I think it's a significant thing.
It's a very significant thing, and it's something that not just the Biden administration has been frustrated with, the way the CDC functions, but the Trump administration, previous administrations. Obviously, it's been very acute during the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think what people are feeling is hopeful that it can get there. It's just that it's going to take a lot of time.
Carol Lee, live for us there in Wilmington. Carol, good to see you. Thank you for that reporting. Appreciate it. To our other top story tonight now, the latest investigation into former President Trump and his lies about the 2020 election. With the focus today, the center of that investigatory political universe down in Georgia. The former president's ex-personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, just in the last couple hours, left his conversation. I'm putting conversation in quotes for a reason. We'll get to that. Left his conversation with a grand jury after spending 6 hours with them. Our cameras only caught his cars leaving. Giuliani had already gotten inside and left before reporters could catch up to him. So here he is arriving this morning, by the way, taking the public route inside the building to that closed-door meeting. And we do know this. Giuliani is not there because he wants to be, because he's volunteering to be. He has to be there. He got a subpoena back in July and just learned last week he is a target in this investigation by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. She accuses him of lying to the state's legislature about widespread voter fraud. Blaine Alexander is live for us in Atlanta. Blaine, you have been posted up at the courthouse for all 6 of those hours that Rudy Giuliani was inside. And the thing of it is, we don't know much about what he did or did not say, although several legal experts have told me that it is likely that he, in some instances at least, pled the Fifth. Probably.
Absolutely. Probably, right? That's what a lot of legal experts that I spoke to that you've kind of had on your shows have said, that it would be something that they would advise their own clients to do. So, Hallie, right now we know the bookends. We know how he got in. We know how he got out. We don't know what happened during that 6-hour time span. And even his own attorney here, Bill Thomas, his local counsel here in Georgia, would not comment on the testimony when asked by just a couple of reporters as he was walking out of the courthouse itself. In fact, he only spoke for about 5 seconds, 5-10 seconds, and essentially essentially made the point that you made earlier. They're here because they were compelled to be here. They were here because they were subpoenaed. They fulfilled their duty, and now they're going to let the grand jury process play out, and they're not going to speak on it. But so what he said or didn't say inside largely remains a mystery. We know that his attorney already said that he's not going to talk to any conversations that he had with the former president. But as it comes to really that central issue that puts Giuliani in the middle of all of this, the statements that he made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, we don't know how he addressed that inside.
Giuliani is not the only one that the district attorney wants to talk with. She's also trying to get in the former legal advisor for Mr. Trump, Jenna Ellis. Talk about this piece of it, because people might remember that Giuliani and Ellis had a couple of moments together, rather infamously, in which they appeared talking about, these lies about election fraud in 2020, lies that weren't true.
And so Jenna Ellis being being ordered by a judge to testify is very much linked to Rudy Giuliani. So we're talking about the same instances. All of this dates back to December of 2020. It's something that a lot of people may or may not have seen, but basically Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis came down and appeared before a group of Georgia state lawmakers. And that's when Giuliani, like you said, really peddled a lot of conspiracy theories, debunked myths really about Georgia's election. What the DA is interested in, and Fani Willis, is the role that Jenna Ellis played in setting up or arranging those panels, Hallie.
You've talked with her. You've interviewed her. What is coming next for this grand jury over the next few weeks? She has many months to go if she wants to keep this grand jury impaneled. But what do you anticipate is potentially the next kind of turn in this?
I think two things, Hallie. One, she's going to take her time. She's going to take all the time that she needs. She can go until May of next year, and she says she's going to do a robust investigation. And two, there are likely more subpoenas coming. When I asked her if we could see possible former White House officials, Trump family members, she said none of those options are off the table, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander, live for us there in Atlanta. Thank you, Blaine. Good to see you. We're learning more tonight about the next steps for the Republican Party's most outspoken critic of the aforementioned Donald Trump, as he gets political payback with Liz Cheney losing in a blowout to her primary opponent in Wyoming. But Congresswoman Cheney is making it clear today to NBC News that her political career, in her view, is far from over. Watch.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. I'm not going to make any announcements here this morning, but it is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
For now, Cheney says her new mission is to do whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office. She's formed a new political action committee already today, right, hours after the polls closed, called The Great Task, that will put money towards helping some of these anti-Trump candidates, presumably. The Great Task, by the way, that's a reference to the last line of the Gettysburg Address, delivered by a president who also lost congressional races. Ahem. Joining me now, Vaughn Hilliard, and Ali Vitale is going to be with us in a second to break down all the results from overnight. But I want to start with Vaughn in Wyoming. And Vaughn, a lot of times when there's a loss for a politician, it's like, okay, chapter is closed, new thing here. Liz Cheney is absolutely starting a new chapter, right? She has been very clear that she wants to take on the continued rise to power of Donald Trump inside her party. There's a speculation about 2024. There's potential, talk about could she start a think tank, join up with another group, et cetera. Talk about what her lane is, right? If she does move, even politically, to try to take on Donald Trump in a substantive way.
I think that's the really difficult part here. If she couldn't find a lane in the state of Wyoming, where her family has been known for almost 5 decades, it's tough to come up with where nationally she could find her place. Because it's not just Wyoming Republicans that are roundly rejecting individuals in their party who have been deemed by Donald Trump to be opposition forces from within. We have seen the likes of congressmen from South Carolina, from Michigan, Washington State lose their primaries to Trump-backed challengers here. But you've also seen the likes of Trump-endorsed candidates winning for governor in Maryland, in Illinois, in Arizona. That's why if you're looking at Liz Cheney as where could you build up a coalition, it's kind of tough to find because, yes, she found sympathetic independents and Democrats, but ultimately if you're mounting a run for the presidency, you got to find some loyal, faithful followers who are more than supportive of your efforts on the January 6th committee. They've got to stand by you and your policies here. And Hallie, the other part is you didn't see any Republicans running here to the state of Wyoming over the last year to campaign on behalf of Liz Cheney. You had John Boehner Boehner and Paul Ryan hold fundraisers for her, as well as Mitt Romney. But it's not like you saw her out on the campaign trail with the likes of Republican members of Congress who she's been serving for with years up on Capitol Hill.
That's a good point. You know, one of the things that she talked about, and that we are going to be talking a lot about here on this show, and I know you will too, is the idea that a number of people who have succeeded in these Republican primaries so far writ large over the last several months are election deniers, right? People in positions who are seeking positions of power who deny the results, the legitimate results of the 2020 election. She's concerned about that, and she thinks it's going to take a while to figure that out.
And in her interview with Savannah earlier, Savannah asked her the question about this idea of time for choosing. Because a couple months ago, Liz Cheney suggested that Republican voters would ultimately see that Donald Trump should not be the leader of this Republican Party, and that the election was fair and accurate. And there were 8 public hearings held by the January 6th committee that were televised nationally. Yet, again, she couldn't convince their own folks in her own backyard. And I think that is the challenge here. You know, this is a new Republican Party, but also the voters are looking different. I mean, the Bushes are now out of office. George P. Bush losing his race in Texas to a Trump-backed challenger. And now Liz Cheney. It's more than symbolism. You know, it's at its roots. The Republican voters are looking for something different.
You look at the number, 64% of Republicans who have won their primaries so far this year do not believe 2020 was legit. You've got, as we talk about 2024, there's another potential candidate widely speculated about planning a run, former Vice President Mike Pence. He was up in the key state of New Hampshire already. But what was interesting here is not just that he went to politics and eggs, which I know you know well, but that he cracked the door open to potentially testifying in front of the January 6th committee if he were asked to. Here's what he said.
It would be unprecedented in history for a vice president to be summoned to testify on Capitol Hill. But as I said, I don't want to prejudge. If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
We don't know that the committee would formally invite him or wants to formally invite him. Benny Thompson, the chair, has simply said they're discussing it, but Pence is not closing the door here.
He's not closing the doors, and this is somebody who is in New Hampshire for a reason. He's also mulling a 2024 bid. But again, the reality is here, I think Mike Pence is wrestling with do you go and speak and do you meet your moment like Liz Cheney is deciding to do? Or do you try to wade carefully into some of these other political races? His picks for governor in Arizona and Wisconsin just this month alone, they both lost to the Trump-endorsed candidates here. So this is tough political waters for any of these leaders who are looking to have a presence in the Republican Party when Donald Trump's weight is still so strong, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us along one of the best stretches of roadway in this great country. Vaughn, thank you so much. Enjoy your trip home. In Alaska, they're still counting the votes, right? Another primary there. We don't have all the results, but Ali Vitale is there for us from Anchorage.
A lot of decisions for Alaska voters last night and no real results, at least not yet. There were 3 races, though, that caught our attention. We can tick through them just one by one. The first is the one with the most imminent consequences. 3 people here vying to finish the term vacated by the late Congressman Don Young, who passed away in March. That's people like Sarah Palin, Nick Begich, and Mary Peltola, all competing for that seat. No results there yet, and that's not exactly surprising, in part because of the system that was being used here, voters using the ranked choice voting system for the first time, but also because most people in Alaska, just given how big the state is, they vote by mail. It takes some time for those ballots to come in, so we're not expecting results in that race for at least a week, maybe 2. But then what voters were also doing in relation to the House is figuring out what the primary field is going to look like for November. Again, the ranked choice voting system means you are taking very large pools of primary candidates and you have to first whittle them down. So that's what voters also did last night, getting a top 4 field for voters to then choose between again in November. It's a lot of the same names that we already see up for the House seat in the short term, but that's a race that's going to come back around again in November for a full 2-year term. And then, of course, the race that was the true test of what Trump means in Alaska is the Senate primary here. Senator Lisa Murkowski, the only senator who voted to convict Trump of impeachment charges, who's up again in these midterm elections. Both Palin and Murkowski were testing the theory of what Trump's endorsement could mean. Palin hoping it means a whole lot, Murkowski hoping it doesn't mean anything at all, and effectively telling me as much yesterday when she was trying to talk about the role of herself in this Republican Party that has really been remade in Trump's image. As far as Murkowski, though, it was Judgment Day, but not the day that tells us a lot. We expected her to make it to the top 4 in her large primary field, and those 4 candidates are then going to be on the ballot for this Senate contest come November.
Hallie Vitale reporting for us there from Alaska. Right now, the family of a Navy lieutenant is hoping to bring pressure on President Biden and the White House to get Lieutenant Ridge Alconis back to the U.S. from Japan. That is where he is serving a 3-year sentence for a deadly car crash. Just a few hours ago, his wife told me she thinks the U.S. can still get him back. What do you want to see?
I want to see him come home. I am not an expert in policy. I have never worked in the U.S. government. I have never worked in the Department of Defense. But I'm an American. I believe in America. I believe in our administration. And I believe that they are the experts that can figure out a way to bring Ridge home without him being a criminal in this country.
Brittany Alconis was also at this demonstration earlier in front of the White House. Trevor Reed was there, too. He's another U.S. citizen. He had a different circumstance, of course, jailed abroad in Russia nearly 3 years. Today, saying Japan did not give Alconis a fair trial. So if you don't know Alconis' story, here's what it is. Japanese courts found him guilty of negligent driving. His car hit people outside a restaurant last year. 2 people died. Alconis and his family were coming back from a hike, and he testified that mountain sickness basically made him black out, lose consciousness. But a Japanese high court said he fell asleep behind the wheel, and if he was tired, they say, he should have pulled off the road. The U.S., the State Department, has said they're exploring all options for some kind of a resolution here. Andrea Mitchell joins us now. And Andrea, help us understand this better, right? In sort of 2 buckets here. Number one, what would a resolution look like? And number 2, what is the appetite, right, with the U.S. government having so much on their plate to get Alconis back, to negotiate with our Japanese allies to get him back anytime soon?
Well, I would say the appetite is very, very low because this is so complicated. There's a history of tensions between the U.S. military and Japan, as you well know, Okinawa and other cases. And this has got to be seen in that context, as well as it is different from the wrongfully detained people who were bringing, as Brittany Griner said, you know, an ounce of cannabis oil in a vape, vape cartridge, and also, of course, Paul Whelan, who was completely inappropriately charged with spying and has been sentenced to years and years in prison. Brittany Griner also 9.5 years in prison. This is different. It's 3 years, which is very harsh. And in fact, there is a letter now from 20 very powerful Republican senators, Mitt Romney, Ted Cruz, Mike Lee, Susan Collins, 20 Republican senators saying, please, respectfully, humbly to the Japanese leader, please expel him, send him home, pointing out that 95% of Japanese people on the same charge get suspended sentences. So there's certainly a disproportionate sentence. You interviewed, Lieutenant's wife, and it's heartbreaking, but it's not in the same bucket as the hostages, and that's why this is not considered a wrongfully detained person, and the hostage negotiators are not working on it. And that's why, even though they are represented by the same group of people who are held in Iran, held all over the country, the world, and Russia, of course, Mark Fogel, they're not being treated the same way by the State Department. It's very awkward for the diplomats.
I'm so glad you're raising this point, Andrea, because just to pull back the curtain, we had these conversations with our team putting together the show. I've had it with our producers here, that these are sort of 2 different situations. Now, Trevor Reed was obviously at this demonstration today. He has spoken with me about how passionately he feels about the case of Ridge Alconis. It is 2 different things, right? They are 2 sort of separate instances. But you mentioned something important, too, which is the backdrop, this sort of sentiment of anti-U.S. military in Japan. And that plays into this, too. Lieutenant Alconis' wife, Brittany, was telling me that, Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, who is the U.S. ambassador to Japan, has been also talking with them. They've met with staff. I think Ambassador Emanuel met with both Lieutenant Alconis and his wife before he was in prison just recently.
And, Rahm Emanuel, if anyone knows how to pull levers in the U.S. government, it's the former White House Chief of Staff, former top member of Congress. So Rahm Emanuel knows how to get things done, the mayor of Chicago, a powerhouse himself in the Democratic Party. But dealing with Japan is such a sensitive thing. They're a key ally. We're in the middle of so much tension with China, North Korea, the Taiwan visit. I mean, it's just a terrible time for this to be happening and coming to a head. But, of course, for the lieutenant and his wife and his 3 children, it's awful. Well, we can't even imagine that. Yet the diplomats have to be very, very concerned and aware of the fact that 2 people died in this accident. Now, he fell asleep at the wheel, but of course the medical exam and the family say that he was not treated properly with a proper medical exam while he was held in, while he was incarcerated and detained, and they didn't check him, so they reject fully the accusation that he fell asleep because he was too tired, should have pulled over. They say this was an event, a syncopal event, some sort of a brain event, because he passed out, was weak when he tried to open the door. That this is something that could happen to anyone, and it was an accident, and it should not be 3 years in prison.
Andrea Mitchell, our chief foreign affairs correspondent, our chief
on all sides.
Washington correspondent. Andrea, I really appreciate your sensitivity to the nuance and the reporting here. Thank you, as always. Coming up here on the show, TikTok cracking down on political ads, getting ready for the midterms, and all the potential misinformation that could end up on the app. Plus, why more and more black parents are homeschooling their kids. We've got that story after the break.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now. The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Let's talk TikTok with this new push to fight misinformation ahead of the midterms coming up in just a couple of months. TikTok's going to ban influencers from getting paid for any kind of political content they put out there. Now, the app already does not allow formal political ads, right? But like, here's an example. Let's say you're a home chef doing a recipe video and you're like famous on TikTok for this. And a candidate wanted to give you $100 to wear your campaign shirt or their campaign shirt while you're cooking. That would be a no-no. Okay, can't do that. In a statement, TikTok saying that we take our responsibility to protect the integrity of our platform, particularly around elections, with the utmost seriousness. Now, you can still make unpaid video about politics, right? The new rules also don't prevent candidates like Ken Russell down in Florida, who we told you about a couple weeks ago. He can still post content and hope it ends up on your algorithm, on your FYP. Jake Ward has more.
TikTok is essentially battening down the hatches for the midterms with a sort of a longer lead time than they did when it came to the 2020 elections. In a blog post and in a briefing with reporters, they essentially said that they are going to try to get out in front of misinformation by creating an election center for the first time, a place that they can direct users to when they encounter a misinformation hashtag or seem to be discussing political events. Now, TikTok has long had a policy banning paid political advertising, but in this case they are also clarifying that this includes people being paid to produce content as influencers. As you know, there is a long history of political candidates and parties trying to partner up with influencers to get out the vote among young people, to shift perspective on opinions one way or another. This has been a long-standing playbook of the modern political landscape. Of course, there are many types of partnerships, and in conversations with reporters, a TikTok executive did admit that still having partnerships, right, an event partnership or a networking partnership, that will still be allowed. But actually exchanging money to get the word out there will no longer be allowed on TikTok. Now, that has been policy for a long time, but that they are cracking down on that in a new way. Meanwhile, this happens, of course, as everybody else is ramping up as well. In a blog post on Tuesday, Facebook's parent company Meta also said that they are basically going to stay the course. They're sticking with the same lessons that they learned from the 2020 elections in their handling of the midterms. So all of these platforms now are sort of looking toward this moment, this political moment, as a big and very complicated situation for them, and they seem to be rolling out the big guns as quickly as they can. Hallie?
Jake Ward, thank you for that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, opening statements start today. They did in a federal case against R. Kelly, the disgraced singer. He's accused of having sex with minors, recording multiple alleged assaults, and rigging his 2008 state child pornography trial, where he was acquitted. His defense attorney told jurors the law doesn't let them decide if he's a bad guy, but whether he actually did these things, these alleged offenses. The trial comes nearly 2 months after Kelly was convicted on racketeering and sex trafficking charges. He's been sentenced to 30 years in prison and says he plans to appeal. Number 2, the D.C.-based nonprofit Freedom Initiative says a Saudi terror court has sentenced a women's rights activist to 34 years in prison over tweets she posted calling for basic human rights. She was reportedly detained while vacationing there last year. The Freedom Initiative says she's a mom of 2 and a PhD student at the University of Leeds in the UK. NBC News has reached out to the university, the Saudi embassy in London, the British Foreign Office, and to Twitter for comment. Number 3, the White House's COVID coordinator says that new variant-specific boosters, meaning like protect you against, say, BA.5, could come in the next few weeks. Dr. Ashish Jha says he's expecting to see CDC and FDA approval within the next month. What's not clear is whether there will be enough boosters for every adult come the fall. Number 4, a buzzy story out of Canada. Did you see this? Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. Oh, he swallowed a bee. It flew in his mouth and he swallowed it. This is a live news conference on healthcare. He drinks some water. Then he keeps going. Would I have kept going? If a bee flies into my mouth during a newscast, can I just tell you, I'm gone. I'm out. Just roll break. Number 5, the New York City Ballet says Solange Knowles is composing music for its fall fashion gala. It makes her the first black woman to compose a score for them. She's a Grammy Award winner, of course, and so she's very excited about the production. It'll debut next month. Just no bees in the studio. Do you know what I mean? To our ongoing series now on education, kids under pressure. More and more black parents saying they are done with the public school system after having to deal with years of complications from COVID inequities, from culture war fights over critical race theory, etc. So what are they doing? They're turning to homeschooling instead. Before COVID, only 3% of black students were homeschooled, but by the end of 2020, that number was up to 16%. Antonia Hilton met up with parents who made educational collectives, basically got together in groups, not just to hang out, but to support each other in these homeschooling efforts. Watch.
When you look at the state of schools right now, are black kids being served?
Our current system is not designed in a way to serve black children.
Antonio is joining us now. And Antonio, talk a little bit more about why parents made this decision for their kids, and then also how the pandemic played into this, because, you know, the 2020 school year was kind of a crazy one for so many families around this country.
Absolutely. That might be an understatement, Hallie. But the reality is that the pandemic wasn't the first moment at which Black families realized that public schools in many of their communities were failing. These are frustrations that go back years, sometimes decades, especially when you look at cities like Detroit, where I met some homeschooling families. And what I heard was a range of concerns. For some, it was these fights over race and history and the number of states looking at or passing legislation that would restrict the ways that teachers could talk about race, talk about history and identity in schools. At least 36 states passed or proposed that type of legislation. That meaning that millions of Americans were looking at this in their school districts and drawing, conclusions about what that might mean for their kids. And for Black families, there's been concern forever about the way that textbooks talk, for example, about slavery or the civil rights movement, and they felt like it wasn't the full story. And so some parents that I met in New Jersey, actually you're seeing some of their kids on the screen right now, they told me they pulled out their kids because they were worried about their historical knowledge. And so for different families, it looked a little different, but it really was ultimately that they felt that the Black experience wasn't going to be there for their kids in the schools, and they needed to do something better.
I love this idea of the group that you spoke with, one of them, the Melanin Village, about since 2020, they've helped something like nearly 500 families, this approach to teaching that they have. And we mentioned it a second ago, but the idea that it does take a village. Like, it does take a village. And, parents who are homeschooling can get more support and can perhaps feel stronger in their efforts by joining together rather than doing it individually, siloed.
Exactly. And, they also have created these collectives to make this accessible, because homeschooling is not necessarily easy for everyone to do. Some people are single parents. They can't afford to just not be working. Some people, they want to be in their career. They want to be at the office from 9 to 5. So they need some creative options. And so that sort of group approach where multiple parents are involved in your child's education, they're sharing resources, they're handing down textbooks, they're doing testing prep together. It means that not only does your child have more support, but your child has friends. And it kind of busts that myth about homeschooling, right? That you're losing out on socialization, your kids are isolated. You can see right there, they're on a farm, and that's what school looks like for them from one day to the next.
Some of the hope here, right, is that they want these decisions to inspire schools to do better. Do they feel optimistic about that?
Not in most cases. Many of the parents hope that schools learn lessons from them, but they don't want to wait to find out. Take a listen to a conversation that I had with the founder of the Melanin Village.
If we're talking about the system overall, I think that gets into things that are a bit deeper. I don't want my child to be the guinea pig in the midst of us still figuring this out.
They want the onus right now to be on school districts to figure all of this out. But in the meantime, they want to do what's best for their kids in the months and years to come, Hallie.
Antonio Hilton, great reporting. Thank you, as always. Appreciate it. Good to see you. When we come back, the exclusive NBC News interview with General Frank McKenzie, who is in charge of all American troops in Afghanistan when the U.S. withdrew. What he's now telling our Courtney Kuby 1 year later, coming up.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Nearly a year after the chaotic and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan, the commander of all U.S. troops in the region at the time is sharing more about his reflections on that moment in an NBC News exclusive. General Frank McKenzie was charged with leading the withdrawal mission, telling us it was doomed from the start, he says. 13 Americans were killed in the botched plans to leave Bagram Air Base, and so many more people were hurt. Here's our Pentagon correspondent, Courtney Kuby.
It was about a year ago, the end of the U.S. presence in Afghanistan. On August 14, 2021, the U.S. began a non-combatant evacuation operation as Taliban fighters surrounded the capital, Kabul. The next 2 weeks proved chaotic and deadly.
I felt very strongly that we had the ability to keep a platform in Afghanistan at about 2,500.
Critics said any U.S. presence would put the U.S. back at war with the Taliban and require thousands more troops to deploy. But General Frank McKenzie, who commanded all the troops in the region at the time, says the withdrawal could have turned out differently.
I would have preferred to hold Bagram at 2,500, but that's what it would have taken, and that would also assume the Afghans would stand and fight with you. And we thought the Afghans would stand and fight with us at 2,500.
President Biden ordered all U.S. troops to leave, a decision the administration defends even today.
As for the argument about troops on the ground, I mean, we've heard from other defense leaders as well that had we kept that number or a large number of troops on the ground after May, and of course the president extended that to August, we would have found ourselves at war with the Taliban, and American troops would have come under attack again, which means that it would have been very likely that we would have had to add to the 2,500 troops that were already there. And that was just unacceptable to the president, that we weren't going to not only add troops, but that we were going to stay at war indefinitely with the Taliban.
McKenzie still believes it was doomed from the start.
I think we wanted to have it all. We wanted to withdraw and essentially go to zero and yet maintain a diplomatic platform in the country, and that was not feasible. And so that's why we got ourselves into an extremist situation at the very end.
1 year ago today, McKenzie was at Kabul airport, the front line of the evacuation.
It was a surreal scene. You had human waste all over the deck, partially eaten food, water bottles. The possibility of attack was very, very real.
But he believes the chaos was inevitable once the U.S. announced the decision to withdraw.
I believe that what happened in August of last year occurred when we decided to leave completely in April of that year. And once you make that basic decision, then events took on a certain trajectory. That's not a military decision, that's a political decision.
McKenzie believes the military alone shouldn't take the blame.
I think the U.S. failure in Afghanistan was not the failure solely of the U.S. military, although we certainly bear responsibility for that, but a whole of government approach that simply failed.
The events of last summer still haunt Frank McKenzie.
I've thought about it every day. It's something that I spent a lot of time considering. The lost opportunities, you know, what it meant, the loss of human beings.
What were some of the lost opportunities that you still think about now?
I think about what we could have done differently, and I owe that to those who did not come home. Not only those who did not come home from what happened in August, but those that preceded them in our 20-year engagement in Afghanistan, because those lives are very valuable too.
Courtney is joining us now. Courtney, I'm so glad to have you, and I'm so glad that you shared that conversation with us, because I think it's an important one. One of the questions at the time of the withdrawal had been about the intelligence capabilities, and you heard a lot from this administration, and as you know from the Pentagon, about the idea that they still had so-called over-the-horizon capabilities, that it was going to be okay because they still had, you know, teams in the region, they were able to react quickly. 1 year later, how is that assessment holding up?
So if you ask the administration right now, they say, look, we just took out the head of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan.
Right.
That proves, exactly, that proves that we still have this capability. But I actually posed that question to General McKenzie, now retired General McKenzie, yesterday, asking about that. And he said when he left the job, the U.S. intelligence collection picture had degraded down to about 2% of what it was before the U.S. withdrawal from there. Now, that makes sense that there would be a degradation because there's no U.S. military, there's no U.S. diplomats there. But the fact that they lost, in his assessment, 97 or 98% of that intelligence collection, it's a fact that he says, Hallie, really concerns him even today.
Courtney Kuby, great reporting as always. Thank you. Coming up, NASA taking its first step towards its next mission to the moon, what we know about Artemis, and the other places it could go. Plus, one grandma's going viral for her thrift shop performance. You ready for this clip? Oh, keep it locked for the local folks.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, libraries in a school district near Fort Worth, Texas, are going to look a little different this year. Officials there have told the public schools in the city of Keller to temporarily take out all the books that had been reported for having so-called concerning material in the last year. You know what some of these books are? The Bible, The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, a graphic novel version of The Diary of Anne Frank. The district says it has a new policy that's requiring every book that's challenged to be reconsidered, so it is possible some of these books could end up back on shelves. From our West Coast Bureau, rapper A$AP Rocky pleaded not guilty to 2 felony charges in an LA court today. He was charged with assault earlier this week, accused of firing a handgun toward a former friend in Hollywood last November. The rapper's attorney did not immediately comment after the charges were announced. He's due back in court this November. Plus,
over the sea on the old rugged tree.
From our Midwest Bureau, this grandma from Ohio was caught on camera performing in a local Goodwill, singing her heart out on a karaoke machine she found in the store. She asked an employee for help to get it, and he put in a song request. She has gone viral. Thousands of people have watched her. Go, Granny, go. You know, love it. Love to see it. Love the vibes. To the talk of the space world today. NASA put the most powerful rocket it ever built on a launch pad in Florida as it gets ready for a historic liftoff. You got so many people so excited about this launch. Why? Because the rocket Artemis could one day carry humans back to the moon. But before that happens, they got to test the thing. So they're doing a test flight without a crew around the moon. That is set for later this month. Let's bring in our Tom Costello. This is like, this launch isn't for another couple of weeks. It's expected to draw a ton of visitors to the Space Coast. But already, I feel like the hype around this is a lot, Tom.
Well, listen, the headline is that NASA's going back to the moon. I mean, that's a big deal. By the way, Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo, right? The Greek god. That's where we get the name from. And this is all about the next chapter after Apollo. So going back to the moon. Why are we going to the moon? Number one, because it's there. Number two, because they want to build a moon base from which they can go on to Mars. But the bottom line is, you're right, this mission isn't for about 10 days or so. It's on August 29th. It is an uncrewed, we don't say unmanned anymore, uncrewed mission that will spend 42 days in orbit around the moon. And then it will come back and it will splash down off the coast of San Diego, just like those old Apollo spacecraft did. If it all goes well, and you know NASA, they want to check every single I and every single T, make sure everything's perfect. If it goes well, they'll put a human, multiple humans, on board a spacecraft to do the same thing, orbit the moon. And then if that goes well, they're going to land on the moon with a woman and a first person of color ever on one of these lunar missions. So this is a very big deal, and the excitement is just really palpable right now.
That's what I'm saying. People are super excited. I know you're going, right, for the launch, Tom? Like, we're sending you to go when the launch actually happens, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to the launch, not the moon, yet, anyway.
That's what I mean.
I mean, my wife would argue. Right, exactly.
Sure.
You know, she's ready to send me to the moon anyway. But you know, the point being,
so
listen,
one of the
it's
things
an
you talked
exciting
about,
time.
It is. You talked about how they want certain people they want to have a woman, a person of color, to land on the moon. But it goes beyond that. They want to use the moon for other stuff. They want to do research. They want to look for resources. They want to like use the moon maybe as a launch pad to get to Mars. Like there are grand plans for the lunar landing.
Importantly, they're going to be landing on the moon's south pole. Why? Because there is water ice there. They can use that water ice to fuel their missions onto Mars, to drink water, to build a moon colony. And we also need to make a point that this is an international effort, right? The Europeans are going to have an astronaut that will land on the moon as a part of this, the Canadians, the Japanese. So that's one way NASA is affording this. You know, it costs a boatload of money. And so now, instead of, you know, the Apollo days, it was all us paying for it. Now we've got very much an international consortium, absent the Russians, absent the Chinese, who are a part of this. And oh, by the way, I mentioned the Chinese. We're in a new space race because the Chinese also want to put people on the moon in 2030. So the race is on, the heat is on, and the United States wants to do it 25, 26, something like that.
Tom Costello, thank you so much. Love to see it. Can't wait till you get there.
Okay.
Appreciate it. The launch, not the moon. Still to come. The fashion trend cycle has been on hyper speed since the start of the pandemic. And the latest one is going viral for some interesting reasons. We'll talk about what Barbie-core is all about coming up.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.